And most of the time, as I gather, it
Mm-hmm.
seems to be so they can just freely accuse anybody they want of being a pedophile lately.
Mm-hmm.
And then they say, oh, didn't you know that the Federalist Papers were written anonymously, as though they're exalting themselves to the same level as the Federalist Papers in terms of why they need anonymity to engage in political speech. So give me your little initial
We're live
explanation
now,
for
by the
why it is
way,
that you
just
have
to
to
let
be
everyone
anonymous.
know. But go ahead.
So yeah, so just tuning in, Michael Tracey has accused me, okay, of being an anonymous coward, calling.
No, I said
people
I'm not
pedophiles
specifically accusing you. I
online.
don't know enough about you personally.
Okay, okay. No, just the channel. When I first started the channel many moons ago, I did have a normal job, and I didn't want people to know who I am. And then now that I don't have a normal job and I'm an internet degenerate, it just kind of fell into it. And I'm just lazy, and I don't want to appear on camera. I don't want to have to get gussied up and groomed.
I like the Elephant Man story.
I don't
better,
get. I mean, people remind me all the time that I don't appear to get particularly gussied up or groomed when I come on these things.
I didn't want to say it.
So that shouldn't be an obstacle.
That's true.
I mean,
weird. You know,
what's the explanation now?
It's interesting because I do want to come on camera just because I think it'd be better for the channel. Though it is interesting, their chat, whenever we ask them, they're very mixed about whether they actually want to see
Who
me or
cares
not.
what they think?
Because people that have seen me
captured
do say
bullshit.
we're completely audience captured. People that do see me say it's very strange after so many years to see my actual face with the voice coming out of it. So
how many years has it been? Like since the 1970s or something?
It's been since the 1800s. Okay, when the telegraph was first invented. So, but anyway, how you doing today, Michael? Are you doing good?
I just told you I'm kind of aggravated,
Okay.
and I would expect that most people would be if they're not.
Right.
If they're of a sound disposition,
okay.
although maybe I'm not of a sound disposition. I don't know.
No. So the reason that we wanted to talk to you is that you've kind of positioned yourself, and you can.
I haven't cynically positioned myself toward anything.
Okay.
It's not about positioning. It's not about brand maintenance. It's not any kind of maneuver that is like my first principle. Okay. So I don't want to hear about how I've positioned myself.
Well, I'll say how I see it, and you could tell me I'm wrong. Okay. I see it that you sort of positioned yourself to be this contentious figure on the internet who is the #1 Jeffrey Epstein apologist. Okay. Is that fair to say?
No, it's not at all.
Okay. Tell me I'm wrong.
Apologist? What does that mean? I've never apologized for Jeffrey Epstein. I have engaged in, quote, apologia for Jeffrey Epstein as though I just set out one day to make the most compelling affirmative case for Jeffrey Epstein.
Mm-hmm.
And I've just always done what I thought was true, or whatever the subject, in terms of my journalistic contribution or my commentary output. And then however people want to perceive that, they can perceive it. I've been denounced for being a contrarian or just being some like cynical guy who's trying to make myself a contentious figure on the internet, going back years on a huge array of different topics. So this is nothing particularly new. Mm-hmm. Obviously, the Epstein story has some different dimensions or different features attached to it, such that you can get inundated with the accusation that you're a pedophile. That's like not what happened when I, cover the Ukraine war or the 2016 election or whatever other issue you might want to mention. Mm-hmm. But the backlash itself isn't particularly new. And so, no, I mean, there wasn't some pre-existing calculation to position myself as anything. If people want to perceive me and then position how they perceive me mentally into their own sort of like cataloging of the online commentary or something, fine. There's nothing I can do to control that.
Mm-hmm. So what is your motivating principle then regarding this?
I mean, I've said what my motivating principles are 10 million times. I guess, I'll repeat it here briefly. It's number one, I think that mass hysteria and moral panic are damaging unto themselves. I've said this now for 8 months, in that they breed an irrational frenzy that could be extremely detrimental to civil liberties and have proven so. They foster misguided diagnoses of legitimate political problems, as we're seeing now on full vivid display, where 95% of the internet appears to be convinced that there's a war being waged in the Middle East to avenge the ghost of Jeffrey Epstein or something, or to protect pedophiles. and Trump himself is, trying to quote, distract from his own pedophilic predation, whatever. This is like the common refrain on the internet everywhere you look. So that's a misdiagnosis, a profound misdiagnosis of what I would otherwise regard as a serious political problem, having covered lots of foreign policy stuff in the past. And yeah, so those are two of the major motivating factors. I could give several others.
No, that's okay.
But
well,
yeah.
I'm a big Coleman Hughes fan, and I did see you on his show. And when you guys were when you were kind of going over the Florida case, what happened?
Have you ever read anything that I've written on the Jeffrey Epstein case?
Yes, by any chance? I have.
Okay, good. Because people seem like they don't read anymore, and they only consume information through like auditory stimulation.
Well,
good.
I mean,
it's good that you have.
I read your Substack piece about I forget her name, the 17-year-old, the one that was that he pled guilty to.
Yeah.
Having sexual relations with.
That would be that. The title of that one would be, was Jeffrey Epstein a convicted pedophile? Because he's called a convicted pedophile everywhere without the slightest checking of anything. But yeah.
No, so I saw you on Coleman Hughes because I watch Coleman Hughes pretty regularly, and I do like his show. And I
had never seen it before I went on.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, you should. I think he's pretty good.
I don't listen to podcasts. I mean, enough already with these podcasts and streams.
They're terrible.
They're a horrible way of consuming information.
Now subscribe to my Substack.
They're really not much better than just vegetating in front of CNN all day.
Of course.
It's just like for a younger crowd who are just as lazy as their parents who sit in front of CNN.
Well, just
I know it requires a little bit more mental effort to like sit down and read something. But I don't know. It's a little better.
I think the reason people like podcasts is they like to be able to listen to it while they're doing something. That they don't have to think about. And so it's nice to be able to have your mind.
Coincidentally don't read at all.
It's nice to be able to have your mind engaged, at least when you're kind of doing menial labor. But anyway, that's a completely another point. Well, so you're on Coleman Hughes, and you're talking about the Florida case, which I had been familiar with actually before, the 2018 stuff and Epstein and dying in prison, all this other stuff. And I think for the people in Coleman Hughes's audience, if they didn't know anything about the Florida case whatsoever, like the way that you're presenting this to me feels incredibly misleading. And whenever I've heard you talk about this, it feels incredibly misleading because you're kind of making it just sound like that Epstein is just like this rich guy and he had sex with some 17-year-old girl the day before she was 18. So it's not really that big a deal.
That's according to what that girl said, not me saying it. It's the girl saying it.
Let me lay it out. And can you respond? Okay. And that it was completely consensual. She said it was consensual, right? And that maybe she was a prostitute.
It's not me characterizing anything as consensual. It's her own description.
Okay, well, we're gonna get into that. Okay, because we'll get into that in a second. And that there were like these other victims.
How long is this going to be, by the way? Because I'm trying to time limit myself so I don't just stay on podcasts and streams for like hours and hours. So can we give it like a rough time limit here?
We could
for my own sake.
For your own sake. I mean, listen, I want you as long as I can have you. Okay.
I'm going to go. I'll save like for around. I'll stay for about an hour total. How's that?
We'll try to shoot for an hour. Okay. We'll try to shoot for an hour. But no, so you're just kind of like, and you also say like, oh, there's these other victims, but they all have these problems with their stories. And there was this one girl and she was 14, but she lied about her age and she said she was 18. So, it's not really Epstein's fault. And besides, he didn't really do any sexual acts on him.
That's not what I've said.
That's what you said in the Coleman Hughes thing.
I've never said it's not really Epstein's fault or like, it's not my aim to proactively exonerate Epstein. I always qualify everything I say about this as to emphasize that I'm not just arbitrarily trying to condone everything that Jeffrey Epstein ever did. I'm saying it's mitigating information that is worth highlighting if this is going to be the evidentiary basis for a global pedophilia crisis that we're all told we're in the midst of right now, that's causing political tumult like across continents, and that's making people utterly insane and causing them to believe that there was this globe-spanning pedophile ring that led to like thousands and thousands of child rapes. That is just not the case. So yeah, if it's true that like the main instance of what anybody could, like the closest thing anybody could call pedophilia with somebody who was 14 being told by another girl who was older, Haley Robson, who, by the way, is now somebody we're told is a survivor, that she could go to Jeffrey's house and get $200 or $300 for a quote massage, but she's got to lie about her age if he asks, and then she goes and he does ask, and she tells him she's 18, and then she strips down to her bra and performs a massage without any overt sexual acts. Like if that's the basis on which we're now supposed to be having this pedophilia child rape panic, yeah, that's some information that's worth highlighting to at least put the nature of the offense or the severity of it in some measure of proportion, so that maybe some of this mass hysteria and moral panic can be reined in somewhat. That's my point.
So I would agree that it's important to put true facts, true information out there in order to create proper context to what was going on with Epstein. And I'm saying that you did the opposite of that. You're not doing that with the Florida case, because you didn't go on Coleman Hughes' show, and frankly, in other shows where you talk about this and aren't pushed back on it really at all. And you don't go and you don't actually explain what happened.
I haven't gotten pushback of my views on the Jeffrey Epstein case.
You misunderstood me. I'm saying you haven't,
including on shows that I've been on. Yes,
misunderstood.
If I go on, if I'm invited on Coleman Hughes and he doesn't have a robust background knowledge, then
Michael,
yeah, I mean, what am I supposed to do?
I didn't interrupt you. Okay, what I said was, you don't bring up what actually happened in the Florida case or paint the actual full context unless you're in a show where you're getting pushback and the other person brings it up. Okay. Because what actually happened in the Florida case, which you didn't bring up on Coleman Hughes or in any of these other shows where you're not getting pushback, is that he was not a guy who was just procuring prostitutes. He's not a guy who was driving around and he found a prostitute and he's like, oh, I'm going to pay them for sex. And then whoops, it turned out they were underage. This is a guy who was finding high school girls that he knew were high school girls and not only paying them for sex, but he was saying, hey, high school girl, I want you to go back to your high school, find other girls who are not prostitutes.
Yeah, on the general assumption that they would be 18. Look, again, I'm not condoning it.
Hold on. He did not say, go back and find only 18-year-olds at your high school. He said, go to your high school, find other girls who you think would be willing to come back to my place to engage in massages, which I can then escalate.
Then why do we have so many quotes from the girls who are doing this recruiting saying Jeffrey will be under the assumption that you're 18, so make sure you tell him that.
Why do you keep interrupting me? You will have as much time as you want to speak, but every time you interrupt me is because you don't want me to actually finish a point. Okay.
Go ahead.
Epstein is paying high school girls to go back to their high schools to get other high school girls and to bring them to his house and to engage in sexual activities with them. Why are you not explaining the actual context of what's going on when you go on the show?
I've explained it ad nauseum.
You did not explain this at all on Coleman Hughes' show, even remotely.
The reason why I explained what I did on Coleman Hughes' show and why I wrote that article that I did is because there is some conduct that we can know to be true by dint of it being a factual underpinning of Epstein's actual guilty plea in Florida. There's a lot of speculation. There's a lot of questionable evidence that wasn't tested. There's a lot of material that has entered into the popular folklore around this subject because people just watch the Netflix documentary. Have you watched that? Or they listen to these podcasts, or they kind of just absorb all this kind of ambient folklore and then just assume that must be corroborated by like the legal record as to what Epstein was actually found guilty of. So I do think it's worth just pointing out the facts that underpin what Epstein was actually found guilty of, especially if he's going to be called a convicted pedophile, right? Because when you're talking about the 14-year-old, when you're talking about other aspects of the Florida case, you're talking about stuff that was examined very intensively for its evidentiary value or evidentiary unimpeachability by both state and federal investigators, and determined that there were so many issues with it that if Epstein were actually brought to trial, he could get himself acquitted based on the flaws in the evidence. Okay. At the same time, we have the fact pattern that gave rise to the actual entry of a guilty plea. So that is what I have brought light to in formats like the Coleman Hughes show when I'm asked to like give us summation of certain facts and evidence regarding the Florida case. I'm happy to get into other dimensions of it. Yeah, I've always said that there are approximately 30 girls who were below the age of 18 that were designated by the government, not adjudicated as victims, but designated as victims by the government, meaning the feds, such that they were issued these victim notification letters. Some of them received these letters and said, hey, wait a second, I don't even regard myself as a victim. Why have I received this letter? Or if they expressed a desire to prosecute anyone, it was not to prosecute Jeffrey, but it was to prosecute other girls, which is why in the Florida non-prosecution agreement, they had to have inserted this catch-all provision saying any potential co-conspirators of Epstein are immunized from any further prosecution. And it named 4 of the lower-level female employees, but then this other catch-all provision saying any other potential co-conspirators, and that would encompass these girls who technically could have been liable for prosecution themselves. Not that I'm advocating that they be prosecuted, or not that any prosecutor probably would have gone forward with prosecuting them, but technically, by the letter of the law, if we want to be like trafficking theory fanatics, which so many people are these days, they could have been technically guilty of sex trafficking of some sort. Mm-hmm. So they were immunized, right? So there were lots of evidentiary and legal problems with the Florida case, which is why what ended up coming to be the resolution that was settled on was that there was this one instance of a 17-year-old girl who, yes, did say that she engaged in consensual sexual activity with Jeffrey Epstein the day before her 18th birthday, meaning intercourse. Prior to that, there was incrementally escalating sexual activity while she was 17. But with her, there was really there's never been any straightforward evidential or credibility problem that I could surmise. I've always said that I found that girl straightforwardly credible. Okay. Mm-hmm. So it makes perfect sense that she ended up being the one that they settled on to serve as the basis of the guilty plea. With other girls, there were lots of issues, like the 14-year-old, the initial one who prompted the Palm Beach investigation after Haley Robson said, hey, let's go to Jeffrey's, lie about your age. She did lie about her age. He asked. She had like her stepfather and her mother like swoop in almost immediately to start filing some of the very early civil claims against Epstein for like to extract millions of dollars out of the whole situation.
She was found with $300 in her purse talking about getting it from Epstein. That's what kind of sparked the whole thing. So do you think she was just lying about this? That she somehow knew about this?
I'm saying there were problems having to do with her potential credibility as a witness. That's like very shortly thereafter,
right? But that's sort of like there's
came in and tried to sue Epstein without even consulting with the girl initially to extract millions and millions of dollars because he knew that the guy was rich. So then that creates all kinds of
there's a legal question
that a jury
here.
would have to take into account in terms of the financial motive.
Right. There's a legal question
with the 17-year-old,
about
there were no such factors.
Hold on. There's a legal question here about, how good, some of these people would have been to testify in court and all this other stuff. But what I want to ask you is, because this would be the first time I've at least heard this from you, and I have heard you in several of these places. I've never heard you say that you think that a lot of these girls, or any of these girls the 30 girls that were talking about going to Jeffrey Epstein's house that were underage and performing massages and performing sexual acts on him. I never heard you say that you think that was all just like lies, that was all just made up.
I didn't say I thought it was all lies.
Okay, so you think that you think it happened?
If somebody has a financial motive to extract millions and millions of dollars out of a situation, you don't think that there's therefore an incentive to embellish or dramatize certain aspects of the claims that they're making? I'm not saying it must be just a complete lie that the girl ever went in the first place. I think it's pretty clear that she did go.
They all tell very
but in terms
of
the severity of the victimization, right?
They all tell very, very similar stories. Okay.
And I agree.
In the Florida case, they all tell very similar stories about how they were offered $200 to $300 to go to Epstein's house to provide a massage. And if they came back every time, it would escalate into more and more sexually explicit acts. And then they were told to go and recruit more girls at their high schools. Okay. They all told like the same story. Exactly. So to
Right,
me,
they
it
did.
seems a little. And also, there was lots of that. There was evidence that the police found
Right, but
that
if you're a
showed.
prosecutor and you have to
Hold,
bring one
wait.
of them to testify to trial, and you know that the defense can ask them, "Hey,
I am not
did
asking
you or
you
your
a
parents or your
question.
stepfather
I
file a
am not
lawsuit
asking
for
you.
$30 million so
Hold on.
you
I
can
am
make the
not
most money out of the
Michael.
situation?" And they have to say yes on the stand.
Michael.
You don't think that
I
could
am
be
not
impeachable as to the
Michael.
jurors'
I know you
perception?
keep wanting to shift this. I'm not asking you about the legal case at all. Okay. In this question, I'm trying to ask you, right? The police found evidence, including photographs and the girl's phone numbers at Epstein's house. Okay. So the
Right.
question I'm asking you not is not has nothing to do with how good any of this would have been in court. I'm asking you, do you think that these girls were doing the things that they were doing in terms of giving Epstein sexual massages?
I think in general, at least, especially in the early phase when they're first interviewed from like 2005 ish by the Palm Beach investigators, when by and large there hadn't yet been this giant financial incentive attached to
Right.
it yet. I think in general, yes, they accurately describe the nature of their experiences.
Okay.
So yes,
So
when they say that they were like 16 or something and they went to the house because the 14-year-old was kind of an outlier. Yeah, she was 14. So whether or not she lied about her age, it was an outlier for a 14-year-old to be involved. Mostly they were a bit older. Okay. So I don't think that the average 16-year-old who said that they like were asked by a friend if they wanted to go to this rich guy's house and perform some kind of sexualized massage, whatever degree of sexualization we're talking about, because it wasn't always just like instant full sex, right? It was
no,
like
he
more
would work his way
incremental.
up to it. Of course.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I think no, yeah, they pretty much do accurately describe it, but I think there's a reason why very few of these girls ever contemporaneously would had identified themselves as a victim of anything, because they knew what they were doing. They were told what they could expect going into it. It's not always. I would say the most legitimate victims, if you want to put it that way, were the girls who maybe were a little bit oblivious and went with like as a, with their friend, or were kind of naive as to what they were even being told they were going to be doing, and were creeped out or upset. And that I would say is legitimate victimization. But again, I just have to underscore that this all needs to be kept in perspective at this point. We're talking about massages from 25 years ago, now in 2026, forming like the foundational evidentiary basis of this idea that we're ensnared as a global society in this like world historic pedophilia crisis. So now that you've put me on the hot seat, let me ask you, what do you think that the Epstein story ultimately consists of? So for example, do you think that there was a giant pedophile ring that was covered up at the highest levels of government? As I'm sure having existed on the internet just like I have recently, that's the consensus now. Oh, and that's the consensus in basically the Democratic Party, in the UK Parliament, in much of like the
Yeah. No,
right
so
wing online
I
information.
don't.
Let me finish.
Okay.
Do
I'll
you
answer
think
the
that there was a
question.
global pedophile ring
Mhm.
that was covered up at the highest levels of government and resulted in the mass rape of thousands of American children? Because that's the general consensus. So I'm just wondering if you think that is a valid summary of what went on with Jeffrey Epstein and why we're all supposed to be immersed right now in this moral panic and mass hysteria. Do you think that's true or not?
I don't think that's true. And I don't
Okay,
think
good. Then
there's
we
a lot
agree.
of
Ding, 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 ding
evidence.
on the
I don't
stream.
think there's
Thank
a lot
God.
of evidence for a lot of the claims that are being made now about the overwhelming pull and reach of Epstein in terms of that he
Have
was
you ever
doing
discussed
this
on the stream how you don't think
massive.
that's true? Like, isn't that
Yeah,
kind
I
of
have.
important?
I have. That I don't
Okay,
think that
good.
there's been this massive, at least there's not evidence that I've seen really, except for the weird Bill Gates email, that there's like been a massive pedo blackmail scheme. I do think it should be investigated,
And that's the
but I
crux
haven't
of
really
what
seen
people
evidence
believe
of it.
about Epstein, right?
I know, I understand that. But
Because we've known
again,
about the Florida stuff for literally decades.
wait a minute. But here's the problem. Because in the answer that you were giving me about the high school girls, it sounded like you were saying, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, so you tell me if I'm wrong. It sounded like you were saying that you think it was fine, or at least legally fine, or maybe morally fine for
I
16-year-old
never said
girls.
anything was fine. So why can't you ever characterize anything I say
Do
accurately?
you okay? I'll ask the question. You're right.
It's
Is it
my only,
is it
my only
acceptable?
reason for describing this stuff the way that I
Is it
do is again
acceptable
to
for
place
a
it in proper
16-year-old high school
perspective.
girl
Because if you're
to?
if you're saying you agree that this pedo ring is not real,
Why do you have? You
and there's
keep
not like
changing the
thousands of child
subject.
rapes, and then like the only actual evidentiary basis for why people have formulated those views
I
is like a 16-year-old
you
going up
do this.
showing up
I
for a
see, and
partially
all
sexualized
the conversation you
massage,
have on this,
then that should be
you're
pointed out,
very
shouldn't it?
you're very tepid to try to actually get into like your thoughts and feelings about what actually happened in Florida. Okay. Which that's my
Yeah, I'm very
problem.
tepid to talk about the Jeffrey
You
Epstein
are.
story. I haven't been
Do you
doing
think
that,
it's
24/7.
okay for 16-year-old high school girls
What do you
to
mean
go to a
okay?
50-year-old man's house to
No, I've
engage in
always
sexual
said
activities
any
for
if
money?
any of their fathers you would think heard that they were doing this, meaning whether they were 16, 17, 18, or 19, right? Whether so in other words, whether they were just above or just below the legal age of consent in Florida, regardless, you would imagine that any father of those girls who was sane, who caught wind of this, would say, "Hey, Ashley," or "Hey, Michelle," or whomever, that's not a good idea.
Yeah, of
Do not
course.
go to the guy's house.
Of course.
Even if you
Yeah.
think it might be a good idea, even if your friend is going, even if you can then get $300 in cash and go to the mall afterwards, not a good idea. That's what
Yeah.
I would say. And I would further say to Jeffrey, hey, idiot, why would you be putting yourself in this situation in the first place? Even if they might be technically above the legal age of consent in Florida, if they still are in high school, because you can have 18-year-olds in high school, it's a disaster waiting to happen.
So
So
to be
that would be
clear,
my personal view.
so you're to be clear, it sounds, and I'll ask the question because I don't want to put words in your mouth. Do you think it was morally wrong for Jeffrey Epstein to solicit 16-year-old girls and 15-year-old girls in doing sexual activities with him? You think that's morally wrong?
I think the whole thing was a disaster to begin with. So yeah, because
Okay.
look what it got everybody embroiled in.
Well, no, wait. In a vac, it doesn't matter what it got people. Don't you think the action itself is a morally wrong action to do?
I would say it's sketchy and skeevy. Look, I'm not willing to say that I can declare with 100% certainty that
Uh
in
huh.
every circumstance, if a 16-year-old is solicited, let's say in Georgia, where it would be legal in terms of consensual sexual activity between an adult and a 16-year-old girl, I think that's probably a bad idea. I think in general, if you ask me, I would advise against that. I would advise both the girl and the adult against engaging in that kind of behavior. But I'm not like the Pope who governs the sexual affairs of everybody on earth. Okay. So I'm not willing to make just a universal moral judgment about everybody's sexual activity. I think that would strike me as inadvisable in general. But if the girl is contemporaneously saying, as a lot of them did at 17 or something, that hey, they really loved Jeffrey and they were almost in love with him and they wanted him to marry them and they loved the opportunities they gave him and they felt that he cared about them so much. You know, you can go find the record, the contemporary testimonies where a
Mm-hmm.
lot of the girls say stuff to this effect. I don't know. I just don't think I'm in a position to say you are hereby denounced as doing something immoral. Like you have to go to church and like say 12 Hail Marys and Our Fathers to be absolved of your
So,
sins or whatever. So no, I'm not willing to make universal judgments of damnation on everybody
uh
for
huh.
sexual acts, as I guess you are. But at the same time, if somebody came to me in 2005 and asked if I thought that was a good idea, I would say probably no.
So if I
So
were to
that's
ask,
what I'm willing to say.
okay, if I was to ask, I think if I was to ask Americans, do you think it's morally justified for a 50-year-old man to engage in a multi-level marketing scheme where they entice 16-year-old high school girls in order to do sex acts and then recruit other high school girls to do sex acts with them? I think overwhelmingly, most people, including myself, would say that that is completely morally wrong and completely degenerate.
Yeah, I just gave you my
Okay, and
attitude
if
on it.
you
I
don't,
would say
that's fine.
it
If
was
you
definitely
don't, that's
advisable and
not
it's a
your
disaster
position.
waiting to
It's
happen. But am I willing to
okay.
launch a moral condemnation
Do you
that's just
think
like
do you
totally
think Epstein should
unswerving
have
against
gone to
anybody who's
jail?
ever been involved in anything that resembles that?
Uh huh.
No, I'm not. Because
Okay.
you know what? Like human experience is pretty diverse
Okay.
over the
Do
ages.
you think do you think Epstein should have gone to jail for this?
I think he did go to jail.
Yeah,
So
I'm asking. Do you think you should have?
I think it was a prostitution crime. I'm not sure how severely that should really be punished in a vacuum. I think that there was probably something that could have been reasonably done to create a deterrent, so that he didn't end up in a situation or that he ceased engaging in activity whereby it was even a possibility that, for example, a 14-year-old might be coming, because yeah, that's much more straightforwardly morally condemnatory behavior. whether or not he personally knew that she was 14 or whether or not she lied about the age, like nonetheless, she was 14, right? So I think that there could be some societal value in creating a deterrent or creating a cessation to that behavior. Whether it warrants, years and years in prison, I don't know. I'm a little more doubtful. I have a pretty high bar for the criminalization of consensual conduct. Even if again, people want to say that, a 17-year-old can't consent because they're below the legal age in Florida. Okay. I'm saying, in terms of, let's say, non-violent conduct, I have a pretty high bar for when the state ought to come in and criminalize that behavior and throw people in prison for decades. So yeah, that's why I'm instinctively more sympathetic with the defense rather than the prosecution. I thought we were all supposed to be about criminal justice reform. Prosecutors have gotten too powerful. The incarceral powers of the state have grown too unconstrained. That's generally my predisposition on this stuff. But it just seems on this set of issues, everybody is just a cheerleader in favor of the totally free flowing, prosecutorial power and carceral power of the state. I just don't agree with that.
Well, part of it too, though. And I mean, as you said yourself, if you had a daughter, you tell her not to do this. Isn't part of this that parents have a right to tell their children, hey, and to hope that their children are not going to be engaged in sexual activities with a 50-year-old man. And that if they do that, either behind their parents' back or against their parents' wishes, that guy should, be held legally accountable for that. That guy should be put in jail for doing this horrible, fucking disgusting thing.
No, not as nobody has a right for nobody has like an intrinsic right for anybody to be in jail for any particular reason. The parent has the right has the quote right to advise or even require their dependent child or their dependent minor, offspring to not do certain things that the parent decides in their parental judgment is inadvisable.
And don't fuck a 50-year-old man for $200, right? Yeah.
Yeah, they can tell them that, sure.
And then if they sneak out and do it anyway, then the parent just shrugs and says, well, I guess that's just on me. Nothing to do about it.
I mean, there are things that can be done about it, sure. But not everything has to be resolved through the carceral power of the state or through the blunt force of the law enforcement apparatus. I'm sorry. I thought like most people were cognizant of this. But not on this area. Like, just as like a parent has a right to tell the 15-year-old, don't take cocaine. But then let's say the 15-year-old consumes cocaine, and which is a violation of the law. Yeah, the police can technically come in and arrest the 15-year-old and throw them in jail.
Or they could go after the drug
But
dealer.
my perspective has always been there are alternate remedies there that are much more desirable than getting the 15-year-old embroiled in a protracted prosecutorial or legal process. So I don't understand why we're supposed to just shunt that all to the side when it comes to stuff that involves some kind of sexual dimension. Sorry, I just don't, especially if it's not as though the 15-year-old is coming to the parent and saying, I've been raped. I've been brutally raped by this man. He's a serial rapist. He's preying on myself and my friends. No, these were girls who went consensually and voluntarily by almost uniformly to this guy's house. They would hang out at the house. They would hang out by the pool. They would have something to eat. Look, I'm not saying it was a good situation. It clearly was not. Look what it resulted in. But at the same time, stuff has to be taken into perspective. Since you've been grilling me, why can't I grill you a little bit more about what have you been doing? Explain to me what you've been doing to dispel your audience of any notions they might have that there was a pedophilic sex trafficking ring that was perpetrated at the highest levels of government, and it is implicated all manner of people from Donald Trump to Bill Clinton to Bill Gates to Prince Andrew to name your other VIP person, and that's why the Epstein files cover-up continues. And that's why they're covering up this mass child rape atrocity. What have you been doing, since you say that you don't agree with that? What have you been doing in your own way to dispel your audience of that misconception? Go ahead.
I want to point out too, every time
because I don't know why every time I come on one of these things, it's always about grilling me constantly. Like I can never ask anybody else a question.
I just want to point out that every time you talk about like the badness of the situation with the Florida case, you always frame it in terms of, well, the outcome and the problem it's caused was the badness, not that the act itself is necessarily bad.
Yeah,
And
because I think that the
I'm
way that you
curious that
determine
if
how bad, I think
I am
a rational way
curious,
to determine how
I
bad
am
something was is to
curious,
evaluate what
I
kind of
am
harm it caused.
curious that if your 16-year-old daughter came to, you found out she was doing this and you told her to stop and she wasn't, what are some of these alternative remedies you would engage in order to stop
I
her
don't know, like
from?
not let her go out at night, or
Okay,
like
you're
there's
just gonna
other
lock
stuff
her.
that you can do,
It's
right?
very interesting. Okay.
You could go and talk to the guy. I mean, if he was really somebody who was violent or somebody
Mm.
who was like a genuine predatory threat, then yeah, I could see potentially going to law enforcement or going to some kind of authority. But
So
it never got to
grooming
that
or
level with Epstein. It just
enticing
didn't.
enticing high school girls to come to your place to engage in sexual acts is not predatory behavior.
Not in terms of like a violent serial rapist going around stalking people. No, that's not what it
Okay, well,
was.
there's a
Okay,
spectrum
so
of
since you've been grilling
predation,
me for the
right?
first 40 minutes or whatever,
Yeah.
can you answer my question?
Uh, I don't think that there's evidence that there's
No,
a
I'm
massive
asking, what
pattern.
have
I
you
already
done
said
to
that.
dispel anybody in your audience of the notion that they probably believe that there was
I'm
this
not going to do
giant
that until there's some kind of
mass child rape
investigation that
atrocity
actually shows
and
that one way or the
pedophilic sex
other.
trafficking operation that ensnared all these prominent people and was covered up at the highest levels of government, and
So
the cover up
my
continues
my
today at the
my
direction of Donald
position
Trump?
on
Like,
this
what have
is
you
the
done to
same.
dispel people
My
of that
position
notion?
on this is the same position that was going on with the Trump Russia stuff. As I said, I don't know. I'll see when there's some investigation. I'll read through it and I'll give people some kind of take on it. So I waited. They came out with the investigation. I read through it. I gave everyone my take on it and said, okay, they didn't say that there was any there. They said there was a lot of
So
weird
you
smoke
believed in the
with
Trump Russia
Trump and
collusion
Russia,
thing
but their
for
evidence
the
seemed,
first
or
few years?
the investigation seems pretty solid. So I'm going to say that there was no Trump Russia collusion.
Okay.
So with this, I mean, there's a lot of unknown. There's a lot of, it's the same. It's very similar in terms of there's a lot of smoke, but there's no smoking gun, and I think people need to look into it, and that's about it. I don't
So
really
you
have much else to
leave
say about
open the
that.
possibility
It's
that because
possible
there's
that
such smoke, there could be fire, with the fire being a giant world spanning pedophilic
probably
trafficking
not
ring.
that extensive, but it's possible that some
How
people were
extensive
engaged
do
in
you
that.
think it could be?
I don't know. Could be 4 or 5 or 6 people, maybe 10 people were engaged in
Oh,
some
like
weird
which 10
shit.
people?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. I mean, nobody knows anything. I mean, we just got millions of new records. There
Mm-hmm.
have been very lengthy, laborious investigations of this from every which way over the years. They just passed a statute that is unique in the annals of American law, compelling the
So,
DOJ
right.
to indiscriminately dump, essentially, this huge expanse of records pertaining to Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. So you're still content with just saying, oh, gee, there
Yep.
seems to be some smoke, just like with Trump Russia. So there still could be fire. So
Yep.
therefore, I'm fine with just like letting my audience believe that there could be this massive pedophilic trafficking and ring and child rape atrocity. I think that's totally irresponsible.
I think
I don't
it's
know how big your audience
irresponsible.
is.
I
I'm
think it's
sure that like 99% of
Michael.
them
I
are
think it's
totally hostile to
incredibly
me in the chat right
irresponsible.
now.
I think it's
But
incredibly
I think
irresponsible.
at a certain point, people who have a platform have a
Dropping.
responsibility not to
Okay.
feed into this mania. We
I know.
just a week
Listen,
ago today, we had some 21-year-old who got obsessed with the Epstein files, attempt to launch an armed incursion into Mar-a-Lago.
I think it's incredibly irresponsible that every time you talk about the plea agreement that Epstein signed, whenever you talk about the 17-year-old girl, all you say is that she said the intercourse was consensual.
Is that true or false?
That's not true.
Oh, it's not. Yes, it
Yes,
is.
because you would always criticize and you always say nobody went and read the grand jury testimony. Well, congratulations. I went and I read the grand jury testimony. And that's not what happened. You're leaving out some
I
very
told you that
important
I know
context
exactly what you're going to
to the
say. She said
situation.
this in the initial Palm Beach police interview. Once she's then hauled before the grand jury, and she's there against her will, and she's being told what a horrible thing she was involved with, and she's asked, like, in theory, did you want to have sex with him? And she says no, but she doesn't say that she's ever vocalized a
Oh,
lack of
wait a
consent.
minute.
She said
You
initially that it was totally
editorialized?
consensual.
You editorialized the situation.
And she's told that and you know what else? You know what else she says in the grand
Holy
jury
shit.
testimony? She
Michael
says she's asked by
Tracy,
someone, "Do you
the
realize that you were a
objective.
prostitute?"
Michael
And she
Tracy,
says,
the
"Yes." So
objective.
they're barraging
Look
her
at
with
this,
this
guys.
moral condemnation.
Guys, he knew the whole time. Michael Tracy, the objective moral arbiter of uncovering the truth about Epstein, was editorialized. He didn't tell his audience this. He didn't say, "Well,
No,
actually,
it's
at
not me
one point, she said it was
editorializing. It's me
consensual,"
citing what she
and
said
then
in
at
the Palm Beach
another
investigation.
point,
That's what
and
I've
then at
always
another
said.
point, wait, you didn't say in your Substack that about this exact topic. You didn't say, "Well, she told the police it was consensual," but then under oath, she didn't really say that, did she? When she went into specific details, and she actually said she didn't want to have intercourse with Jeffrey Epstein. And this is what let me just let me tell the audience, okay, what you haven't told her. This is what she said. She said,
yeah, I concealed this
providing
information, which is why I linked and begged people to read the plea hearing, which is, I'm sure, how you even found out about it and got the transcript, right? You wouldn't have gotten it.
I didn't get it from you.
You got it from me,
actually. So don't
act like I'm deceiving anybody.
Actually, Michael, when I went on your Substack and there was a link to it, I clicked it and it went to a completely different document. So I don't know. You have the wrong link up. I don't know.
I don't think that's right.
But, okay. Well, you could check it afterwards, but it didn't work for me. So what actually happened was after she had been providing, she says, up to 10 or 15 of these sexual massages to Epstein, and she had talked about how she had regularly in the past done them naked. Okay. And that he had been always naked when she'd do these massages, that after she had performed a massage on him, he told her to go lay on the massage table and he was going to crack her back. Something she also said he had done before without any sort of implied, without any sort of, having sex with her. So she lays down naked on the massage table, not expecting any sort of sexual activity to happen. And then without Epstein saying anything, he doesn't say, "Milady, would you like to have sex with me?" He just inserts his dick inside of her and starts having sex with her on top of her. Okay. So he's lulled her into a position where she's physically vulnerable, and then without asking, starts having sex with her. Now, she did say that she didn't say no, but she also said in the grand jury that she did not want to have intercourse with him, and that this incident was a primary reason why she didn't go back and didn't want to go back to Epstein after this.
Yeah, that's true.
And that she also said to that she did feel that she had been taken advantage of because of her age. She did feel like Epstein took advantage of her. She did feel like she was damaged by this personally and spiritually.
After and that she's being berated by the grand jury questioners, and she's in the context of somebody who is involved in this horrible event.
And that the only reason,
and yet when her memory was freshest, and she's talking to the police investigator.
I know you're
the police investigator.
I know you're scared of the truth. You don't want me to finish.
To say that she was coerced.
I will let you respond, but you got to let me finish.
She says no. She was never
whole thing. Okay.
Forced to do anything against her will.
No one can hear us when we're just talking over each other. Okay. And that the only reason that she didn't want to go after Epstein or press charges or any of this stuff wasn't because
I agree. That was a horrible rape of a 17-year-old.
Listen, I will give you.
Is that a sound basis?
I can't hear you.
Is that a sound basis of the pedophilia panic that we're in 2026 or not? That's why we're talking about this. That's why we're litigating the granular details of this one instance of sexual intercourse with the 17-year-old. Do you agree or not?
I didn't hear anything you said. The only reason that she didn't want to go after Epstein for this wasn't because it was consensual, wasn't because she thought he was a great guy. It was because she didn't want her parents to find out about this. And it was because she was embarrassed that she had been involved in this. Okay. Now, you don't fucking tell any of this information.
Of course she was. Of course that's the reason. I've always said that. She was saying that she was not she was not holding herself out as a victim of a heinous sex crime ever. She was holding herself out as somebody who was much more troubled, not by her past activities with Epstein, but by the fact that she was against her will being brought into this prosecution process through which her friends and family might hear about what she was involved in, and she was embarrassed. I agree. And that speaks to how radically the severity of
why
the
did you say it was
here has been exaggerated.
Why'd you say it was consensual?
Because that's what she said.
She said it wasn't consensual.
She did. I'm sorry.
No, she said it wasn't consensual in the grand jury. Why didn't you say that?
I linked to the grand jury. What I linked to was the plea hearing. But I was right. Read the grand jury transcript as well. Okay. I said it was consensual because that's literally what she said. Did you listen to her interview with the Palm Beach police detective, or no? You skipped that one.
No, I didn't see that one. I just saw.
Okay, yeah, I'm not surprised that you didn't see that one because that's where she's expressly.
Well, wait a minute. So you know, so wait, before
she says yes, and this is almost immediately after it took place. Then a year later, what she gets these grand jury summons, and she's told how horrible this was and how she's the witness in this crime, and she's being told by the grand jury questioners that she's a prostitute. What do you think she's going to say? Which I think is horrible, actually. You seem to be in favor of it because you think that it's fine to condemn these girls for having been involved in this heinous crime, even if they perceived it as consensual.
So when she said,
what is she going to do in that situation? Tell these this grand jury full of strangers that, yeah, I was, I love doing this. I was fully on board with it. No, of course she's going to say, of course she's going to recast
How can
things.
you how can you possibly?
But in terms of what she contemporaneously said about it before there was any kind of discernible ulterior issue, she said she was asked directly.
Oh my God.
Was it consensual? She says yes.
How can you pretend?
She says there was nothing coercive about it. That's what she said.
How can you pretend?
I'm sorry you decided to skip that so you could try to nail me as though I hadn't read the grand jury transcript. But like most people,
the fact that you read it and hid it from your audience is worse, Michael.
I didn't hide it from anybody.
You did. Every time you talk about this,
I'm the only reason you know that document exists.
That's not even true. The link didn't even fucking work for me. What are you talking about?
You would not have been aware of that document's existence, but for me, tough guy.
That's okay.
Hiding behind your little Stitch black screen. You're too much of a
Michael
loser
Tracey has the ability to
reveal
read
yourself
the mind.
to the audience because the chat might be freaked out about
Michael Tracey has the ability not only to read my mind, but he has the ability to read the mind of the Epstein victims. To know,
would you have known
that
the
when she said
that grand jury
that when she said
other
that it
than
was
my
consensual to the police,
would you have known
that she
of
was
the
telling
existence of the grand jury transcript other than my
that when she was
he won't answer because of course he only learned about
she
it.
told the I literally can't hear anything you're saying, so it doesn't matter. That when the victim told the police that it was consensual, she was telling the truth. But when she told the grand jury later that it wasn't consensual, Michael Tracey has this psychic ability to read her mind. To read her mind.
In the
he won't let me finish.
Want to have
this is the way that he just interrupts. He just completely keeps interrupting, going on and on and on and on.
Wanted to fully do it, and yet she, kind of physically consented in a way that was sort of like contradictory to what she internally in her mind might have wanted to do.
What do you mean? What do you mean? She physically what?
Meaning she didn't verbalize a lack of a refusal of consent, or she didn't physically exhibit a lack of consent, even if in the recesses of her mind she may on some level not have wanted to do it. That makes perfect sense to me.
Okay,
which is why she initially said that it was consensual when a year and a half prior to that grand jury testimony. She told wait a minute.
Okay,
in real time that it was consensual.
That's totally
horrible thing, and she has to be ensnared in this investigation.
And makes sense. A lot of girls can be in a situation.
Underscore again, you would have never known, Stitch or whatever your name is, that grand jury transcript even existed, but for me, and yet you're accusing me of concealing things.
I read the grand jury. I read the grand jury transcript before I ever read your Substack or anything about this, but I know you can read my mind. So it is possible because a lot of girls sometimes are in a situation they can.
Is there anything else? Is there anything more like of interest that you want to talk about?
I don't understand why you. No, you.
I know you have a co-host here, Adam. I guess it's just like a potted plant.
You posit yourself as the moral objective arbiter on this situation.
Like, does Adam have a take on this, or you just kind of like
completely editorializing the entire situation instead of letting your audience decide?
I didn't editorialize.
Well, she said this, and then she said this. You just completely made that choice for your audience up yourself. They don't even have the information to deal with it because you said it was consensual.
Okay, so then you do your own reporting on it, and then you can go ahead.
Well, that's where I'm having this conversation with you right now.
Okay, well, congratulations. I mean, I think my independent assessment was that in terms of her description of the nature of the sexual activity, what she immediately told the Palm Beach police when she was interviewed about it is much more reflective of
you just
likely
said
what it was about, as opposed to 15 to a year and a half later when she's ensnared in this grand jury summons process. And she's being told that she's a key witness in this heinous sex crime. So of course she has to speak about it to this room full of strangers who are telling her that she's a prostitute, which I think is horrible. And I think it's horrible that she was ensnared in it in the first place. You just said
you thought that it was totally possible that in her mind that she didn't want to have sex with him. You just said that you thought that was completely possible.
Yeah, I think that is totally possible.
Okay, so then it wasn't consensual.
Yeah, I mean, there could be ambiguities of consent in terms of if somebody doesn't verbalize a refusal of consent.
I'm not saying that it was rape if they didn't verbalize
physically
it.
exhibit any signs of a refusal of consent.
If you tell someone,
nonetheless, somewhere in the recesses of their mind is not enthused about engaging in the sexual act, sure, that's an ambiguity of consent that I guess could exist across the board, okay? But in terms of like the specificities of the legal situation here, There's a reason why it didn't get charged as rape, okay? And they
No,
would have loved
no,
to charge
come
him
on.
with rape if they possibly could
You
have, because it would have
know
made their
that
lives
if
a lot
you,
easier,
you
meaning they, the
know,
prosecutors.
you know that if you tell someone when you're recounting this event that she said it was consent, all you say is she said it was consensual and she
Which
didn't
is
want to
true,
go
she
after
did.
him, that paints a picture in their mind that's completely different than the actual facts.
I
of what
disagree.
happened.
I disagree. I think I'm
So
painting
they
the
would
most
somehow
accurate
know this
possible
information
picture.
without
And
ever know.
I
How would they
think
know
I've
this
been
information?
striving to paint the most accurate possible picture.
That's objectively untrue.
I disagree.
How could, if you said to someone,
I mean, you didn't even bother to go listen
consensual,
to the Palm Beach police
if
interview.
you said it was, if you
How
said,
are you trying to paint
if
the most
all, listen,
accurate possible picture if you didn't even go and listen to the Palm Beach police interview
if you
a year and a half earlier where
never,
she says it's consensual? How could you have not done that? If you're trying to paint the most accurate possible picture, explain it to me.
If you tell your audience that she said it was consensual, how are they supposed to?
Why you didn't go watch that?
How could they possibly understand?
You're never going to answer the question.
How could they possibly understand what I just said about what she
I'll answer every
described
question.
happening
You
in the
just
grand jury?
you'll dodge and
You're not going to.
and parry it without answering a simple question. Why didn't you go watch the initial Palm Beach police interview?
Because I didn't find it.
All right.
You seem very upset about this.
This is why
I told you.
This is why I call you.
About
this is why you correctly. I correctly call you. This is why I correctly call you a Jeffrey Epstein apologist. You are doing your very best to defend what he was doing.
And I call you
Florida.
somebody who's too much of who's so lacking in just like basic confidence in your projection of your public views that you hide behind a black screen under the name Sitch. I can't even see you right now. I put myself on display for the world to see and analyze and scrutinize. People make fun of my appearance. People call me all kinds of names all day and night. I'm under my real name. You are still I assume you're an adult, right? So you're still hiding behind the name Sitch. So I'm comfortable with what I've done. And you can call me a Jeffrey Epstein apologist.
It's never good when you have to start changing the subject.
And meanwhile, you're some Sitch person who I have no idea who you are, but you can
completely crashing out.
You want against me,
completely crashing out. So have you read? I'm curious. Have you read the Florida report about his incarceration?
Because I've read it all. Yeah, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement report.
Okay, so because I know you have a lot of problems with saying that it was a sweetheart deal.
I do. And I think we're reaching the hour mark, so I'm not going to get into the whole sweetheart deal thing. I have no problem with discussing the nature of the sweetheart deal. You chose to focus on the intricacies of the 17-year-old's expression of consent versus what she said a year and a half later at the grand jury. I would have been happy to spend the hour talking about the so-called sweetheart deal and how that was mischaracterized by Julie K. Brown of the Miami Herald, who's a serial quote fabricator and mischaracterizer of key facts. But yes, that's my view, that to call it a sweetheart deal is a ridiculously reductive and does not comport with the actual facts and the severity of the punishment that was inflicted on him, which was pretty serious and not consistent with the sweetheart deal. So, for example, I just don't think of like solitary confinement and sweetheart deal as going together. Like, I don't think most people would think, oh yeah, it's a sweetheart deal if you're thrown in solitary confinement in a county jail. And yet that's what people have been led to believe, because they basically learn of this stuff by watching Netflix or watching these dopey podcasts.
I thought you read the report.
Absorbing stuff on social media that's divorced from the actual
I thought you said you read the report.
Record.
I thought you said you read the report, the Florida report.
I did.
Okay, well, what is?
I don't know which one in particular you're talking about. The Florida
one that they
Department
talked about.
Report?
There was one where they talked about he wasn't in.
By which agency?
I know.
See, you don't even know which. So you're lambasting me for not having read some report, but you can't even cite which report you're talking about.
Well, I'm not at the top of the page. It's the Office of Executive Investigative Summary by the FDLE, Public Corruption.
Yeah, Florida Department of Law Enforcement. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay. So if you read the report, because they talk about that he wasn't in solitary confinement, is that they put him in the solitary confinement wing for his own protection, which even in the Bannon interview, he talks about how people were like threatening to him and making.
Wait, so he wasn't in solitary confinement. They just put him in the solitary confinement wing?
Can I finish? Okay. and they were doing this for his own protection because people were making a lot of threatening comments.
So whatever the reason he was in solitary confinement, if it was allegedly for his own protection or not, he was still in solitary confinement.
Can I please like speak for I let you go on for like a long time. Okay. That they did it for his own protection, and that guess what? The door was open. and he had free range of the entire wing, that he could just walk out because he wasn't in solitary confinement for any disciplinary actions, that they legally had to have the door open so he could walk out. He had the entire wing to himself. He could even go in the conference room and watch TV whenever the fuck he wanted. That seems a little different than saying, well, he's stuck in solitary confinement.
I don't think that was true initially in the first several months. I would have to go and double check, because that's what he was referring to.
That's what the report says. I mean, maybe they're lying in the report.
I mean, I would have to go. I don't have the entire report memorized. I would have to go back and double check. I don't know that he had the door openly accessible to him in the first several months. But regardless, if he was in some degree of solitary confinement at some point, the cops always say that they're doing this for your own protection, right? And maybe it was true that it was to some degree for his own protection, because as a rich guy, he's going to be susceptible to other inmates maybe trying to manipulate him for something or get money out of him or whatever. That's not totally out of the question.
You don't think that?
However, it's still not consistent with this notion of a sweetheart deal.
Wait a minute. But
aside from the solitary confinement, it's not a sweetheart deal to have to register for life as a sex offender.
When people talk about,
it's not a sweetheart deal to have to agree to waive any ability to contest claims civilly against you, and agree to pay a certain amount to each claimant that the government has designated as a victim, without that alleged victim having been adjudicated as such. And oh, by the way, you also have to pay for their attorneys.
So you don't think it's a sweetheart deal?
It's not a sweetheart deal.
Once he gets work release, he's able to leave
at all in the United States. I mean, people talk about Ghislaine Maxwell. She's at the Four Seasons, as though federal prison is someplace that you'd want to go on vacation.
You don't think it's
totally nonsensical
that a guy who could be charged with multiple counts of underage soliciting of sex, you don't think it's a sweetheart deal for them to get a magical work release program where they spend 12 hours, 6 days a week in their own private office where they can do whatever the fuck they want to do?
I don't know if you read it to this part in that report, but what they emphatically conclude, if you're going to cite this report, is that Epstein was granted work release per the same terms that would have been available to any other inmate at the Palm Beach County jail facility under the auspices of the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office. So it's not a sweetheart deal if he's getting work release per the same criteria that anybody else would have been eligible for.
I asked you a very specific question. I said, a guy who's on the possible chopping block for soliciting multiple underage girls for prostitution gets this crazy deal where 6 days, which becomes in the last month of his incarceration, 7 days a week, 12 hours. So he only has to sleep in prison 12 hours every day, gets to hang out in his private office doing whatever the fuck he wants. That's not kind of any sort of prison term I've ever fucking heard about.
You never heard of work release?
To this extent, for someone accused of these things? No,
okay.
I've never heard.
I mean, then you should look into it more, because work release is not uncommon, especially for a nonviolent offense or something as low level as a prostitution offense, which is
okay. So it's totally normal for him to just get, to be able to hang out all day in an office that he owns.
It's not I just don't agree that it's do you think it's a sweetheart deal to have to register for life as a sex offender? Do you know anything about the sex offender registry in the United States and what that entails? And the requirements for reporting your movements, and how the requirements and regulations vary from jurisdiction.
Didn't really seem to slow him down or impact.
And how you can get arrested if you fail to comply with like a minute detail of the sex offender registry, and the international travel requirements that have now come into effect associated with the sex offender registry, and how it basically ruins the life of everybody who has to register for that, even if they committed a nonviolent offense, or even if the person that they committed the offense against has forgiven them. I encourage everybody out there listening, go read about what that entails. I'm not defending sex
I've heard of,
but it's like it's like this extra constitutional limbo that people get stuck in, where they're beset with these incredibly onerous requirements by the state, even after they've completed their sentence. And that's what Epstein was also beset with. And then the government decided that they could re-prosecute him anyway because of an onslaught of political pressure after that phony Miami Herald series in 2018.
So I'm a Floridian, I'm a Florida man, and I do know that there's issues, and I've heard about this. There's been a lot of reporting on this, that people will get put on, some sort of like the sexual watch list, and then they literally can't live anywhere because of there's too many overlapping schools, and it has this totally crazy situation. I know that all that stuff, and I don't agree with situations like that.
So you don't think it's a sweetheart deal?
But when I look at Epstein, it obviously didn't impact him whatsoever, because he still lived in his mansion, he still lived in his New York townhouse. So whatever impact that this being on this registry had no impact on him
It
whatsoever.
had a huge
So
impact
no.
on him. Are you kidding me? We have records that, I mean, I don't know
Okay.
how much you looked at the quote Epstein files, but if you look through them, they show that they're like he and his representatives, like, yeah, and he was wealthy enough where he could hire people to do this for him. So that means he's in a better position than people who are broke, of course. But his lawyers are constantly having to be in a back and forth with the sex offender registry officials in every state and jurisdiction about the reporting of his movements. And is there a problem? And is he going to be rearrested for like not meeting some obscure requirement that differs from state to state? It was not just some sweetheart situation.
So it didn't
It's something
impact
that you have to
him.
be cognizant of literally every single day.
Okay. So it didn't
I mean,
really impact him
you
because
could
he
say
had a
okay
staff of people
sarcastically
to
as
deal
if
with
like
it.
you're discounting that, but it happens to be
Okay.
true.
Okay. Well, I mean,
But yeah, I
go.
applaud you for studying the problems with it in Florida, where people have to like live under bridges notoriously because they can't live within a certain number of feet of some school zone. And then you can go laugh at them and say that they got a sweetheart deal. That's going to be great.
Okay. Okay. Well, I guess I don't know. I guess my only end thoughts on this is just I don't see how you're going to be really the advocate for the Epstein. You know, all these people are wrong about the Epstein stuff. If sort of your own moral compass is, you know, it's okay for 50-year-old men to solicit.
Of course, that's not what I said. I mean, we've just been going for over an hour. I don't know how much clearer I could be. That
is
is
what
not
you
my
said.
view. My view is not, oh, hey, it's okay.
You don't
for
think he should go to
50-year-old
jail?
men to have sex
You don't
with a
think it's
15-year-old.
morally
That is
wrong as
not
long
my
as they were
view at
willing?
all. I've
That's what
explained
you
my view
said.
ad nauseum. You seem incapable of actually
Okay.
absorbing it and then representing it back accurately, which I find
You don't
strange.
okay.
But
You
that
don't
is not
think
my
the
view.
action
And if
within
people
and of
are so
itself,
insistent on mischaracterizing my view that they just are impossible to reason with, there's really not much I can do about that.
okay.
Because
I mean,
as you can tell, I on my own accord will take out an hour and a half for no particular reason to come on a stream like this and be beaten over the head constantly. And I don't see any of these Epstein maximalist people coming on any streams or debating or allowing their views to be scrutinized. If they're running around proclaiming that there was a giant pedophilic sex trafficking ring and there were like thousands of child rapes that were covered up, I don't see really very many of them subjecting themselves to this kind of scrutiny. It seems to be only me who does this from the total opposite direction. And then you want to litigate the intricacies of what the 17-year-old said about her sexual activity, which is fine. I'm happy to do. If you say that that there should have been more attention brought to what she said in the grand jury statement in July 2006 versus what she said in October of 2004 to the police detective, okay, fine. That's a reasonable enough argument. I'm happy to engage with it, and I have. But I don't see anybody else engaging with any real scrutiny or criticism from the opposite direction. Instead, we have this totally unbridled mass hysteria and moral panic around a pedo trafficking operation that was covered up at the highest levels of government and ensnared all these prominent people. And oh, by the way, now Donald Trump is waging war against Iran to distract from it or something. That's the consensus on the internet. So I would hope that maybe at some point people with a platform such as yourself, I don't know how many followers you have or how many people are in the chat right now, but I think maybe instead, it'd be a good idea. Like maybe we could like at some point, maybe like reframe things from the massages in like 2004 to what's going on today in terms of how this is morphed into this totally unsustainable mass hysteria. And it's causing people to have a totally warped perception of what's going on in real time, including about a giant war that Donald Trump just declared. So I don't know. Maybe it's something to consider.
Well, I mean, hopefully you can get Dave Smith. I know he's kind of running. I've had a couple of conversations with Dave Smith, so maybe, it'd be good.
Are you kidding? People have been begging him to debate me for ages. I've had intermediaries independently of me try to get him to debate me. He refuses. He's supposed to be this
a coward, Dave Smith.
He's supposed to be this big debate guy, right? He'll debate anybody. He'll kick your fucking ass, dude. He's like this master debater.
Do it.
He won't debate little old me. Instead, you know what he does? He goes on his stupid, unfunny podcast, comedy podcast, I guess they call it. I've never seen a less funny comedian. I mean, it's incredible. But he goes on his like allegedly comedy podcast and like rants about me for an episode and says, you know what like a real man would do if they heard Michael Tracey express this kind of position that on Epstein, they would kill him. But then he qualifies it saying, I'm not explicitly advocating that anybody go kill Michael Tracey. I'm just saying that it would be justified to have the reaction to want to kill him. Oh, gee, thanks. So in lieu of a debate, that's what Dave Smith has done. So I agree. Dave Smith should debate. He's this tough guy debater. He's this comedic genius, we're told, and he can slay anybody on the debate stage. But he won't debate me over this. He's been asked for months by me and intermediaries, but he's too much of a you know what to do so. So explain
There
that.
you go. Called out, Dave Smith.
Do you have a position on the Ukraine war, Michael?
God.
Well, look, no, he.
That's another can of worms.
Just in the context, because Sitch debated Dave Smith on the Ukraine war and totally reversed him on the Victoria Nuland phone call. It was amazing to watch. So he realized he was talking a bunch of bullshit.
He did not believe me. It was only when I forget that guy he always listens to. When he told him basically the entire thing I told him about the Victoria Nuland phone call, then he suddenly changed his position on it. So.
And look, I agree with
views
both
on the
you on
Ukraine war. I mean, I'd find it hard to distill my views into like a little concise synopsis
it's okay.
now, but
it's okay.
Well, do you believe in the 2014 coup? I think is just like a yes or no that would give us.
I believe in the 2014 coup. I'm not sure what you mean.
Yeah, that Dave Smith always talks about. There was a coup in 2014 where America installed a puppet government in Ukraine.
I wouldn't go that far.
Okay,
I think that there was some American involvement clearly in the Maidan.
Well, clearly, episode. Yes, yeah.
Which you could call like interference on some level if you'd like. I mean, there's a reason why they named a street in the Maidan Square John McCain Avenue.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
But I haven't tended to dwell as much on the 2014 stuff in my discussion of the Ukraine war because I think by 2022 we're in like a different phase.
Oh, hell yeah!
My problem has mostly been especially under the Biden administration, but it's continued under the Trump administration, the second Trump administration, the progressive escalation in the military entanglement that went far beyond what it was sold to be initially, where Joe Biden was saying, look, we can't send necessarily all this high grade weaponry because we don't want to risk triggering World War III. And then within like 6 or 8 months, Joe Biden is at some fundraiser in Manhattan saying, look, folks, turns out that we are currently facing the most cataclysmic nuclear risk as a world than at any point since the Cuban Missile Crisis. And like nobody thinks that has anything to do with US policy. Now, that's not me absolving Russia. In fact, the legitimate, I've always been accused of being pro-Russia or secretly, similarly to how I'm always called like a pedophile now. The go-to attack against me would be that I'm paid by Russia, being, sent rubles in an envelope to New Jersey or whatever. Of course, that was never the case. And the people who are actually the people who are actually pro-Russia despise me now just as much as the people who were legitimately pro-Ukraine did, to the point that in their internal Discord chats, the NAFO trolls, the guys with the cartoon dogs or whatever, I don't know if you recall them. It was like an organized pro-Ukraine trolling operation. I had it leaked to me that they had a worldwide list of their enemies, like top 10 or something, and I was number one enemy of these pro-Ukraine trolls. And now I'm probably more despised by the pro-Russia people because I don't actually think that Putin is like the savior of humanity or that the war on Ukraine was justified. And I think it's been a disaster actually for both Russia and Ukraine and the world.
Okay.
So that's a general sketch of my views. Like I actually went to Russia in December of 2023 and I told the deputy foreign minister, Rybakov, that this was a disaster. And the idea that they're going to like be banking on Trump to come in and institute some kind of like isolationist program, and then that was going to allow Russia to march into Kyiv, it's just like a fantasy. So, that's just a rough sketch, I guess, of my views on Ukraine. We could talk about that for several more hours.
Well, no, I'm more interested because you probably haven't weighed in on the Iran thing, which blew up yesterday.
I have over the past day or two.
So what's your take?
Where to begin? I mean, first of all, the thing, because I have been so Epstein brained, I'll admit that I was kind of
obviously it was to avoid Epstein, the Epstein files, right? That's why
I just think it's, I do think it's really bad that people believe that because you know why? It inhibits the ability to formulate a rational critique.
Right. I agree.
Situation. And so like that, and it's not just like randos on the internet. I saw Ruben Gallego saying that, who's clearly running for president as a Democrat. in 2024, the Arizona senator, and other more like normie Dems, in addition to like the conspiratorial online people.
I mean, I've seen maybe like 10% of people saying that. It seems obvious to me that Trump is doing it for his legacy.
I've collated a shockingly expansive list.
Well, look, in your field, you probably see it a lot more than me, obviously.
I mean, I think
probably like 90% of people are saying it because everyone's focused on you for the Epstein story.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's a huge disaster. I mean, I think it was totally foreseeable. I think Trump ran in 2024 expressly on the pledge that he supported Israel bombing Iran's nuclear facilities, which, if you know anything about how Israel operates. Hold on.
You think it's a disaster politically for Trump as opposed to maybe a strategic
No, I don't think it's a disaster. I think it's a disaster substantively.
Okay.
I don't think that it's necessarily a political disaster for Trump.
Like it's going to like Iraq. It's Iraq part 2. Is that what you think?
I mean, I would be surprised if it results in like 150,000 U.S. ground forces being deployed to Iran. You can't rule anything out, but I would be surprised if it got to that extent. But it could still be plenty disastrous even below that.
I think it's too soon to tell. There's a lot of differences between this and Iraq, obviously.
Yeah, not everything has to be Iraq, like, but
well, in some people's eyes,
but it's also gotten to the point where, like, if it's not like Iraq or Afghanistan, meaning like a 20-year ground occupation with hundreds of thousands of troops, then it's like fine and dandy, which I don't think is like a great way to put things in perspective.
Well, I mean,
I think Trump has gotten so megalomaniacal now that. And people are shocked to say this for the past 2 days because they assume that because I've been critical of the Epstein narrative, that must mean I'm like pro-Israel and pro-Trump.
Okay.
Because I want to shield them both from scrutiny or something, which is like totally inane. But Trump has gotten so megalomaniacal now that his second term has been dominated by these visions of basically imperial conquest, whether it's him declaring himself the ruler of Gaza, declaring himself the ruler of Venezuela.
Oh, I forgot he was
the whole Greenland thing, which was still probably not quite over. Canada, it might be a bit more of a joke, but like I do think if he had his way, based on everything we can gather, that if he could just declare himself the ruler of Canada as well, he would probably do it. Panama was another one. So he's saying that they're going to take over Cuba. So he has these harebrained fantasies of global conquest that I think it must be the prism through which we see this Iran thing. What you're saying that if he succeeds in his stated goal of toppling the government of Iran, he's already killed the supreme leader. So he's pretty well on his way.
Well, Israel killed.
He's just going to wipe his hands and say, good luck, guys. Like in remaking your government. He's not going to do what he's always done, which is his main criticism of the Iraq War was that the U.S. did not quote take the oil. So any natural resources in Iran, I think he's probably going to want to take at this point. So I think it's pretty bad.
Well, look, if we take the oil, then China doesn't get it. We cut off China from 20% of their oil supply between Iran and Venezuela.
I've never felt threatened by China. I don't know about you. Like China never did anything to me. China doesn't, come to New Jersey and try to disrupt my quality of life. I'm not looking for a new Cold War with.
Do you think the world
China
would be better
and Russia?
If China was in the United States position and we were in China's position where they had more power, do you think that it would be a better world? I don't see China
going around bombing countries constantly or killing heads of state.
You don't think they'd take Taiwan like tomorrow?
Have they done it? I mean, we're told.
Well, no. I said if the roles were reversed, if
based on what has happened,
if China was the world's superpower, have we ever seen China
do anything like just what that's been going on the past 2 days vis-a-vis Iran? In terms of military
that's because they're not in the same position that we're in. Like I think if they were in the same position we're in, they would take Taiwan. Look, if we were in China's position, we would probably take Taiwan. So
maybe so. Trump thinks he can take Venezuela.
Yes.
I mean, Trump literally declared that he's running Venezuela. He's the ruler of Venezuela. Right? He did.
Yeah.
So,
he said
you can speculate about what
Marco
China may or
Rubio
may not do. I just think I like to go by the facts and evidence by and large rather than speculation, because speculation can always be a folly.
Yeah.
And based on what's actually in the record, China is not running around bombing places constantly like the United States is doing. They're just not. Like, you can't find a single instance in China's modern history ever. I mean, the last time that they were in any kind of hot war at all was a border skirmish in the 1970s with Vietnam. In terms of just in the past 2 days, where they're like, you ever seen Xi Jinping get on TV and brag about assassinating some head of state somewhere and bragging that they're collapsing an entire government? So no, I just don't buy this. I don't buy this whole conceit that we have to presuppose that we're in this existential conflict with China or Russia. Because you know what that does? That justifies absurd levels of military industrial expenditure. That's why Trump is now also boasting that he's inaugurating the first $1 trillion+ military budgets. Remember, Doge was supposed to audit the Pentagon? What a joke that was. You justify lots of internal surveillance because the military industrial technologies that are created for the supposed foreign nemesis are then imported back into the homeland. You cause all other manifold downstream negative consequences when you allow yourself to just be situated in this Cold War paradigm. Where like we have there was like this House committee that was about basically like the House Committee for Examining the Dangers of China, and they would like basically conjure up all these phony scare stories about Chinese influence. I'm sorry, China's never harmed me or my neighbors or my family or anybody that I can discern.
So just to be clear, look, if China was
at the same time, though, I do know a lot of people who have taken the brunt of the militarization of domestic U.S. police, where because of the war on terror, all these excess materials or armaments were sold back to domestic police departments that they could then use for domestic law enforcement. Which I think
you're saying these are the things that America has done that are bad. You're saying that if China was in America's position and they could do these kind of actions without any sort of pushback whatsoever because they're unopposed, they're the only superpower, that China would not do that. That China would show
I don't really see much grounds for thinking that they would.
You're saying America can't show.
I don't see a whole lot of grounds for thinking that they would, really.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't speak Mandarin. I don't know about you. Like, I'm not as immersed in like the intricacies of the Chinese political theory and philosophy. Like, I haven't attended their 5-yearly conference where they appoint the new leaders of the Communist Party and so forth. So I can't speak from. I'm much more familiar with the American political system. Let's say I try to learn as much as I can about China, but like just by language barrier alone, it's not really fully possible. But based on what I do know, I don't see any reason to suppose that they would act identically to the United States. No, the United States stands alone in the amount of countries that it constantly bombs. I mean, Trump just bombed Nigeria for some reason. He bombed, like, they always the American presidents figure out some new place to bomb or country to overthrow or natural resources to seize all the time. Trump is just innovating a new phase of it now and putting his own blinker ideological spin on it. But this idea that we could just graft that onto China and assume that they would act in an identical fashion, no, I don't see much grounds for that.
Well, you said you don't really know much about China. The one thing that I've heard,
I know a fair amount. I'm just saying, in terms of the extent that I know, it's not comparable to the extent that I know about. I mean, do you speak Mandarin?
No, of course not.
Okay, so then you face the same limitations.
No,
look,
I've only read about it. And I've only heard from other sources. I've never lived in China or anything like that. But I do think China has a culture of buyer beware, and America has a culture of the customer is always right. Like, we have a completely different ethos. Like, China has an ethos. Well, look, if your culture is buyer beware, right? If your culture is, if someone's fallen asleep at the wheel, you should take advantage of them. Then that's a much different culture than we should be conscious of the customer's wants and needs. The customer's always right. It's just like a completely different culture, right? Like people,
I don't know. That seems like a really oversimplistic, almost like cliched reductive understanding of the Chinese versus American culture.
Well, look, if you're the only superpower and
do we take the attitude that the customer is always right with respect to Venezuela or Cuba or Iran? Like, I don't even, or Iraq or Syria or Libya. Like, I don't even know what you're talking about.
Well, take I'm trying to get at the idea. Look, I'm trying to get at the idea of taking advantage of people who are unaware, right? We definitely have. Look, I'm sure you agree that there's some corporate greed where corporations take advantage of people. Like, they get them in car loans that they can't afford. They get them paying obnoxious fees for bank overdrafts and stuff like that, where they take advantage of their customers, right? It's bad. We don't like that, right? You agree with that?
Sure.
Okay. Well, look, if the Chinese culture is based on encouraging that, like they're saying,
wait,
oh yeah,
the American culture is not based on encouraging that corporate greed, corporate extraction of unwitting customers.
Well, I think
overdraft fees.
I think there is a cultural tension.
You're not Nickel and you ever read the book Nickel and Dime by Barbara Eckenreich?
Look, I have. Yes.
It's a great book. You have read it?
Nickel and diming
is like as American as apple pie.
No, I understand. Look, I understand the concept. I haven't read the book, but I'm just saying that if you have a culture where you're at least there's two parties that one party is saying we should foster a culture that has high trust.
Like a Republican or a Democratic podcast? I don't even know.
Not really either. I mean, I
what's
call
the general
myself
ideological meaning if you could encapsulate
when we ask the audience, it seems to be about 50-50, maybe 60% Republican.
So you're a sensible centrist podcast.
Well, I wouldn't use
stream or whatever.
I wouldn't use sensible centrist just because Carl Benjamin started calling himself a sensible centrist, and it seems kind of odd. So,
what was that guy? What's that guy's name again? No, Sargon.
Sargon of Akkad, Carl Benjamin. Yeah, he's come on the show and argued with us. Like,
has he run for any elected office again recently? Didn't he try to run
not recently, but
as a UKIP candidate or for the European Parliament?
I want to point out that your faith in China is a lot stronger than mine. Like, I don't have
any faith in China. I mean, I just don't have faith in these histrionic depictions of what China's ambitions supposedly are, and then use that histrionic depiction as a basis for why I should then support mobilizing into this Cold War mentality with the attendant military expenditures, with the attendant infringements of civil liberties.
I look at that like it's a jobs program. These people need to be employed.
I mean, you're invoking China right now to justify a totally preemptive, optional, crazy war that Trump just launched against Iran?
Look, I'm not,
logic?
First of all, I'm not in favor of, I think this is a giant gamble, obviously, but in gambling,
okay, well, I will come out and say that I
do
not support what Trump is currently doing. How's that?
Okay. I can't, first of all, the dice have already been thrown, right? The wager is already in play. So it's a giant wager. Yeah, it's a giant wager, but don't you want to wait and see if the wager pays off?
How long do we have to wait?
Well, at least
we should bite our tongue for how long exactly?
At least a week.
No, I refuse.
I
refuse. I think there's plenty of information to synthesize already right now to make initial judgments.
What was your take?
It doesn't mean you don't allow for additional information to come in and then revise any views you might have had. But no,
what was your take when Trump
just like pipe down and
what was your
nothing.
take when Trump bombed the nuclear facilities? Did you go hair on fire? Oh my God, it's going to be World War III. It's going to be boots on the ground.
World War III. I mean, that's a red herring.
You did.
I did not.
Your response.
I never said World War III.
Well, you're obviously trying to dial it back, but you did say that it was going to be catastrophic.
I'm not trying to dial anything back. I said I'll pull up everything I said. I'll stand by it. I never said World
go ahead.
War III.
Look, I'll let
out instantly.
I will let you finish. Go ahead.
I said, and I think this has been borne out, that the idea that this is going to just be a one and done thing, and because Trump decided to launch the first kinetic military operations against Iran in conjunction with Israel, and then came out and said, "Oh, gee whiz, everybody, mission accomplished. We're done. We can pack up and go home." That was a total canard, because in the ensuing several months, they laid the groundwork for another phase of military escalation, which is that they reimposed the snapback sanctions, so-called, which are the UN sanctions that involve the European countries, China and Russia in concert with the U.S., which then were then reimposed on Iran starting in September or October, and then that obliterated the economy even further in Iran. Then you had the protest situation start up again, and they seem to have initially been probably just real protests by people who had economic grievances, and then who knows even what happened exactly with that as that proceeded. And Trump decides to get involved with that and says, if they lay a hand on any of those protesters, me, Donald J. Trump, are so in favor of supporting the ambitions for freedom and democracy for the Iranian people that we're going to come in and blow you all to smithereens if you lay a hand on the protesters. I mean, give me a freaking break. And they start talking about human rights in Iran, like Donald Trump is such a champion of human rights around the world and like liberation of all the peoples who were living under oppression. And they start marshaling all these military assets.
You don't think that played into him actually?
So when back in June, when they did that, yeah, it was a disaster for several reasons. One of which, as I said at the time, was that this was clearly this could not be just concluded to be a one and done operation. It was the beginnings of the next phase of direct military conflict with Iran. And sure enough, what are we in the middle of right now?
So look, if it's protracted and it goes on for a while, then I'd say, look, you were right, you called it. But I'm
already right in that respect, because it was not a one and done in last June, right?
You don't think part of the motivation for Donald Trump of getting involved is the fact that he told the Iranian people that if they rose up, America would be there to back them?
Yeah, I mean, I think that was some tactic that he decided to use. But if you seriously think that Donald Trump is on principle deeply concerned about the human rights of the Iranian people, that you need to have your head examined. It was a pretext to justify potential military incursion, which is what the plan had roughly been for a long time in terms of
what's the purpose of
regime change in Iran. You can go back to Trump's first term when he was setting the groundwork for this stuff. The assassination of Soleimani, the imposition of what they called crippling sanctions or maximum pressure, which was supposed to hobble the Iranian state and destabilize it so that the ground would be set for some sort of imposition of regime change. Tulsi Gabbard was adamantly opposed to all that at the time, and now she's done a complete 180 without ever explaining it. But
Trump has that effect on people, so it's his charm.
Clearly.
Well,
yeah,
I know that you stayed extra. I know you had to go. I do have one more question. I don't know if you don't have the answer if you don't want to about the Epstein stuff.
I don't.
Oh my. You can. Do you think Courtney Wild's story is credible?
I think her story has been deliberately sanitized and presented as PR by a cabal of profit-seeking lawyers, namely led by the likes of Bradley Upwards and David Boies, who have extracted hundreds of millions of dollars from various individuals and institutions on the basis of this phony PR sanitized quote-unquote survivor narrative that they've peddled and that they've engineered through the likes of Julia K. Brown at the Miami Herald, the Netflix quote-unquote sloppy documentary, I call it a sloppy-mentary, Filthy Rich, or all these other media organs that they collaborate with. So, I mean, I thank God for the Epstein files on some level, because I found a deposition that Courtney Wild gave while she was in prison. And if I mention any of this, people are going to say, "Oh, you're demeaning somebody who had a drug problem or was in prison." No, I'm seriously not doing that. I'm actually the last person who would demean anybody simply by virtue of having a drug problem. I'm opposed to drug prohibition. Okay, pretty much. So no, that's not my view. I'm just saying that if you go look at this prison deposition she gave, I mean, she was somebody who was around the time that she was involved with Epstein in one way or another. She was like going to the local strip club and stripping, and then she got caught, with meth and so forth. And all this is like strategically sanitized and presented to the public as though as though there's like nothing else to be known about this narrative. Okay, does that exempt Epstein from any scorn for having inserted himself in this situation? No, it of course does not. I'm just saying that there has been deliberate, strategic presentation of a great number of these alleged victims, including Courtney Wild, who had an obvious financial incentive to dramatize or exaggerate or embellish the nature of their purported victimization. Because if you're Courtney Wild, you know how much money that you could have gotten from all this stuff, tax free, $5 million more than likely from the Epstein estate, another $5 million tax free from J.P. Morgan, not to mention additional settlement funds, and they have their healthcare paid for free for the next 5 years at least. From J.P. Morgan, or at least until 2028. They get showered with all these plaudits. They get to confer with members of Congress. They're touted in the media. So do I say that the whole thing was made up? No. I'm just saying that there's a corrective needed to place things in proper perspective so that Courtney Wild or the 17-year-old are not just used to foment this totally unjustifiable, unwarranted, unsupported mass pedophilia and child rape crisis. Now, let me ask you, Virginia Roberts Giuffre, have you ever discussed that? Because she's the one who, by way of her lawyers, Bradley Edwards and David Boies, the same cabal of profit-seeking lawyers, she's the one who basically inaugurated this whole mythology around Epstein, which I still can't tell if you quite believe in or not, or if you support, or if you affirm the validity of, which is that there was a giant pedophilic sex trafficking ring enforced by blackmail, because Epstein, according to Giuffre, had installed all these video cameras in private rooms, even though the FBI found no evidence for that. Once these files came out, we heard that to be confirmed. And made claims against all these prominent people like Alan Dershowitz or Prince Andrew or Jean-Luc Brunel, or she later claimed Leslie Wexner abused her, Bill Richardson, the former governor of New Mexico, George Mitchell, the former majority leader of the U.S. Senate. There's never been any credible supporting evidence for any of this. She had to recant several of them. The only reason she hasn't had to recant against Richardson yet is because he died. And yet she had this best-selling international memoir, quote unquote, last year that was so credulously covered wall to wall 24/7 in the media that it was like the immediate impetus for King Charles rescinding Prince Andrew's title. So you tell me, since you feel you have total free reign to bombard me with all these questions, which it's fine. What is your view on the credibility or lack thereof of Virginia Roberts Giuffre, who's not just one of like many victims or interchangeable with any other alleged victim, but she was central in creating this entire mythology that is now the beating heart of what we're told.
Do you know why she committed suicide?
Massive pedophilia crisis. What?
Do you know why she committed suicide? Because I honestly don't know, but I've heard she committed suicide. I don't know if it's part of the mythology or not.
It's still pretty strange and ambiguous. I got records from the Australian police in Western Australia in the Perth area that I published a few months ago, because she claimed that she was in this heinous bus crash.
Yeah, the whole thing. She
posted a photo on Instagram of herself with all these horrendous bruises and injuries.
It's Epstein didn't kill himself. Bizarre.
Yeah, but then if you look at the photos of the bus crash the police took, it's like it could not be a more inconsequential fender bender. Actually, the bus driver who was involved in the crash did not even see her in the car. When he was shown this photo of the injuries she supposedly sustained from this bus crash, he literally started laughing because it was so improbable that anybody could have been injured at all, given how minor of a crash this was. But she accused him of basically, she falsely accused a lot of people of things. So she ended her life apparently by falsely accusing this random bus driver of having endangered a bus full of children that he was carrying in the bus. And then she also started accusing her estranged husband.
Do you think she was killed?
Who she otherwise had called her savior and had saved it because she had saved her from Epstein's alleged sex trafficking captivity. She started accusing him of being an abuser. And then she had her custody of her with her children rescinded or withheld or taken away by the Australian welfare authorities and given to the husband, which is very unusual for any situation around domestic violence, that the husband would be sided with rather than the mother. And then, one thing led to another, and we're told that she committed suicide. I don't know what happened exactly, but this idea that she was killed because they quote unquote had to keep her quiet makes zero sense, because she had already spent like the preceding 15 years leveling every accusation against anybody under the sun. Late. So like there was nobody left to protect from accusations at that point.
Yeah. I don't know much about her, but I guess you were asking Sitch about her.
Yeah. So I think it's undeniable that she was with Epstein for some period of time. He picked her up or Ghislaine found her at Mar-a-Lago, which is very bizarre to kind of find a random, I think she was 17 at the time, year old working at a club and be like, hey, you want to come over to my place and start engaging in like bizarre, massages / sex activities. And then obviously there's a picture of her with Prince Andrew. So she definitely was with Epstein. I think she 100% was definitely doing sex stuff with Epstein. I wouldn't be surprised if she was also engaged in some sex stuff with the Prince Andrew. She might have been 18 at the time. It seems clear to me from what was going on that the way a lot of rich and powerful people kind of looked at Epstein was he was the guy that you would want to hang out with, who had like this harem or cadre of young women that, maybe if you were friendly with Epstein, he'd throw some of them your way. So that's the way, it's kind of the vibe it seems like was going on there. So I wouldn't be surprised if she was engaged in activities like that and has sex with people. In terms of like Epstein filming all these people and using it for blackmail, except for the Bill Gates.
What about all the claims she had to recant?
I haven't really seen that information. I know she made that claim against Dershowitz, which she recanted. I wouldn't be surprised.
And against Jean-Luc Brunel.
Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if
Stephen Kosslyn, a Harvard professor.
I wouldn't be surprised if either she's just someone who's just lying for attention, or someone who just got really fucked up, or is really fucked up and is, mixed up a lot.
Yeah, and then was enabled by this cabal of profit-seeking lawyers who used her as a tactic or as a device to extract all this money from people and from institutions.
Of course. That's not good.
Okay.
Do you think that the soap opera person who said that she was engaged with Epstein when she was 14 and 15 sexually was telling the truth when she said that?
I think there are big problems with her credibility as a witness. She was one of the 4 that testified in the Maxwell trial in 2021. And there was just an FBI 302 that came out when she was interviewed in 2020. So about a year and a half prior to the trial. And for instance, she's asked, when you visited this ranch in New Mexico, was there did any sexual abuse take place? And she kept saying over and over again that she had no memory or no recollection of any sexual abuse that took place in New Mexico. And then fast forward a year and a half, she suddenly has these vivid memories of sexual abuse that took place at the New Mexico ranch. And in the interim, what happened? She started suing Maxwell and suing the Epstein estate for tens of millions of dollars. She then did receive $5 million from the Epstein estate tax-free, by way of which her lawyer that she had hired, a personal injury attorney in Los Angeles, had advised her that in order to obtain the maximum possible settlement, she would be well advised to comport her story as much as possible with the imperatives of the prosecution of Maxwell. I do think there are lots of reasonable grounds to question the veracity of her testimony, which is why when the jurors were deliberating in the Maxwell trial, they expressed, according to what one juror said, significant incredulity about the reliability of Nadia Bjorland's testimony. She testified under a fake name, which is a violation of the Sixth Amendment, but we now know who she is, Nadia Bjorland. And yet this juror convinced his fellow jurors to overlook their misgivings because he made this dramatic revelation that he too was a sexual abuse victim as a child.
It's not
And
in
he
contention
wanted to
that,
encourage
like,
them to believe these women because he believed them as a
Right.
fellow sexual
But
abuse
it's not in
victim, even
contention
though
that,
that was
like,
supposed to have been filtered out during the jury selection process.
it's not in
So
contention
yeah, I think
that
there's a
she
lot of
was-
reasonable grounds to be wary of the credibility of
But
that
again,
testimony.
so
Now, I'm not saying that she made up having
Uh-huh.
ever encountered or met or interacted with Epstein.
Okay.
That's not what I'm saying.
I know.
I'm saying that there's this clear incentive, as is so often the case throughout the story, to dramatize, embellish, and so forth. This alleged severity of the victimization in the case of Nadia, so it would comport with this cockamamie trafficking theory that Maureen Comey theorized.
So you have, just for people, because I'm sure most people don't even know what we're talking about. She said that she was 13 or 14. She's at some camp sitting on a bench in between classes. Epstein walks up and approaches her, strikes up a conversation with her, and kind of, few weeks later or a month later ends up, he gets her contact information. He kind of says like, oh, I can help you go to college. I can, I kind of do like these mentorship program things. He ends up calling her mom and they kind of go out to lunch. And then, they have these like weird interactions where she at 14 is, going on trips with Epstein and kind of visiting him, unsupervised. So you think that that was all going on, but that the sexual part of it, you think that is what could
I think
have been
some
exaggerated.
variation of that likely went on. It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell with any definitive. It's hard to tell definitively when, if any, sexual activity might have began to take place. Okay.
I mean, it does seem
because
weird
just given the hindsight bias,
14-year-old
given
girl,
the
right?
imperatives
like,
to
weird,
dramatize the
it?
story in concert with obtaining the maximum possible financial remuneration, given that, for instance, she sent these like sexy headshots to Epstein as an adult saying, hey, Jeffrey, you rock my world. Thank you for everything. But we're supposed to believe that she had just emerged from the most heinous child sex trafficking captivity of all time. And she was like literally enslaved.
Do you think it's weird that a 50-year-old guy is like hanging out with a 14-year-old girl? You don't think that's like unusual? Strange?
I think there was a lot that was unusual about Jeffrey Epstein. No doubt about it. It was unusual that he hung out with like the likes of Michael Jackson and Woody Allen and Peter
Thiel
unusual. That and everybody else.
I think a 50-year-old billionaire. I think a 50-year-old billionaire hanging out with Michael Jackson
in December of where he's just like at the Palm Beach house, like hanging out with Michael Jackson.
Wait, no. Wait. A 50-year-old billionaire hanging out with rich and famous people like Michael Jackson or Woody Allen makes perfect sense. A 50-year-old billionaire hanging out with a 14-year-old random person he just saw on a park bench, that doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. That seems very suspicious. Especially when she
possibly
kind of
it was definitely by way of the mother.
I
mean, if you look at the mother's interviews, she was the one who was facilitating this. She was the one who was wanting the girl to be taken under the wing of this of Epstein, almost as like a surrogate father figure, because her father had died. Her father was this accomplished violinist,
right? Because he was saying he was going to help her, get a job and get an education and do all this other stuff.
But look, I mean, we can get to the Maxwell trial.
He just like finds
I said I was going to be going about like 45 minutes ago.
Okay.
So,
okay.
Believe me, I'm not ducking the conversation.
I put up a poll for you.
To continue
Michael,
forever, but
Michael, I would
like to wrap up.
We'll wrap up. I put up a poll for you. I tried to make it as unbiased as possible. I said, how many of you dumbasses believe Epstein ran a secret global pedo ring? Okay. So you can have your answer. 65% say I do, and 35% say I'm not a dumbass. So
okay. I don't know if that's an
there you got
or
the
what,
breakdown.
but you're still getting.
But look,
you phrased that in the way that would elicit the most.
I tried to make it
possible percentage of no answers, and yet you still got a pretty sizable majority saying yes.
Well, look, we have a tenacious audience, but I know you wanted to know, so.
Okay. Well, thanks everybody for listening. I apologize if I got heated. I said from the outset that I am just like generally aggravated at the moment.
You're apologizing now, are you?
I always have to apologize for my temperament. People are very sensitive.
Right here.
People are very sensitive. But anyway.
All right.
Thanks for having me, I guess.
Yeah. Thanks for coming on.
Salutations to all the commenters.
We have to stay on
hate me with like 95% confidence.
Yeah.
And so long.
Take care.
So long.
Yeah, bye.
And then there was 2. We have some super chats to read, guys, so we're not going to.
And also, I did tell Daz I want him to come on because he's going to tell me about how I got annihilated in this conversation.
Oh, really?
Yes. So I'm curious.
Someone from our audience?
Someone from our audience. So it's funny. I
can DM him the link
I
if
sent
you
him
want.
The link. I
okay.
I had blocked him on X, so obviously he had been annoying. So I'm curious as to what his take here is. Jason Mulgreen, thanks so much for the $20. Says, Sitch, if the prosecutor recognized that his case had a non-zero chance of resulting in acquittal, what is the percentage that would make it reasonable to offer a plea deal that lands Epstein on the sex offender register for life? I think the percentage chance that they thought this was going to fall through and do nothing would have to be reasonably high. Like you're talking like 85% range or something. Because even if it, like, the way I conceptualize it is, even if they didn't win the case, if they went to trial and all this information, came out, I mean, it would be this massive deal. It would be covered nationwide. So I think if they had gone to trial, even if they had lost, it would have generated a lot more infamy and people aware of Epstein being super sus degenerate guy than him actually being on the sex registry list. So I think they should have gone no matter what. Okay. Culvar for $10. Thanks so much. Says, don't let Sitch lie to you, Michael Tracey. He doesn't want to be on camera because he's a rare albino Chinese Jewish redhead that's 7 feet tall. That's all true.
Well, that's the part of the debate where he was right. You should go on camera. Like that's the reason. True. That's the reason I went on camera, just so I didn't have to take that kind of shit.
I thought it was funny.
But
it's never good when you're in the middle of a debate or on topic with someone, and then you have to immediately pivot to like random insults that have nothing to do with the topic whatsoever.
Look, whenever anyone's losing a debate, they always go to personal attacks. They always do. They always do. That scene that you read was so obviously rape. Oh my God, it was painful.
Yeah, it's
that's
so
bad.
That's
where you were right. That's where you were completely right.
It's so bad because, like, I can understand in that scene that I read, like, okay, should
God. Are you
going to say that this guy's like, is he going to be convicted of rape? And you're like, well, she never like said no. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. Like, yeah,
it doesn't matter.
It's kind of, well, I'm saying like legally, it's kind of like, okay, maybe, right. There's some argument there, but to read that and then to tell your audience, well, she's said it was consensual, right? Because she said it was consensual in some other setting, and you don't tell your audience this part. Like, what do we, come on, you can't pretend that you're kind of some sort of like objective arbiter of truth at that point, because you're obviously massively editorializing. If you're going to say, well, when she said it was consensual, that helps my argument, but when she said it wasn't, that doesn't help my argument, so I'm going to leave that out. Like, come on, like, what are we doing here? It's so obvious what's happening.
Yeah, bad news.
Yeah. So
people kept wanting me to jump in, and I'm like, so there'll be 3 of us yelling at each other. It's like,
right. No, it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, you did good. That was the one thing I was worried about, because sometimes guests come on and they completely filibuster, and it drives me crazy. But you were good. You jumped in and were like,
he goes on and on and on.
You got to get in there. You got to get in there.
The link isn't working. Oh.
Maybe you sent the old link? I can send it. You read a super chat.
Oh wait, did I send the wrong one?
I'll send it. Send a super chat. He's in my DMs too.
Oh, okay. I sent the wrong one. Right, you send it.
I think that's the right one. I guess we'll find out, right? I sent it.
Righteous Indifference for $5 says, Mike, quote, I'm not a contrarian. Sitch, people like to listen to the podcast while they do things. Mike, I disagree. Great start. Yeah, that's weird. I didn't know he's so anti-podcast. I've never heard someone who's just anti like the concept of podcasting. I've heard people that are anti like, the kind of typical content that people go on, but not really like just the conceptual idea of it. So that's interesting to me. But okay, Daz, you are on, but you are muted. You said you have a shitty mic, so we'll have to see if it's like tolerable or not.
Tolerable, the great word. That's the word for it, really.
Yes.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, it doesn't sound too bad.
Yeah, does it sound good?
No, it sounds all right. Sounds acceptable. Okay. Yes. Where are you from? Can you tell us where you're from?
The United Kingdom.
Nice. Okay. So
Do they
tell me
speak
about how
English in the United
I know.
Kingdom?
Tell me how I got annihilated in this conversation here.
Well, it's really like you're hiding your power level.
Mm-hmm.
You're talking about you totally believe in the pedophile ring. You totally believe in that. You've been talking about it for ages. You totally believe in the fact that Trump is hiding, the fact there's a pedophile ring going on.
I never
You
said
totally
that.
believe in that.
What are you talking about? I said Trump is hot. I said Trump is obviously worried something's going to come out. That's why he's hiding.
No. You were talking.
I never. Wait. I've literally never said that Trump is hiding a massive worldwide pedophile.
Yes, you have.
I've never
remember
said that.
when on the Ben Shapiro, when you were reacting to Ben Shapiro and Megyn Kelly, you said verbatim that you think Trump is hiding a pedophile blackmail ring. You said that.
Okay, I don't think I said that. So
Yeah,
it's not
I
my
remember
position.
because
I don't
so
think I said
shocked
that. It's
about
not
it.
my position.
I was so shocked.
So,
I was so shocked that you said that. You said that he's hiding a pedophile ring. I don't know. And you've been talking about it as if like there's an actual pedophile blackmail ring going on. You've been like looking at the emails, thinking like, oh, there's something
so
about it.
So was this your only critique that you think I was high my power level in terms of the actual content of what we talked about? Was there anything?
Yeah, like I feel like oh yeah, you were not talking about like this was the critique mainly because I thought you were coming to talk about the pedophile ring. I thought that's what you were talking about.
I said multiple times on stream that my contention with Michael Tracey is the way that he characterizes the Florida case.
No, but also about the whole thing as well, not just like
the
Florida
case.
I know. I have said. Ring? Wait.
No, I
know for a fact. I know for a fact that I have said multiple times on stream that I want to talk to Michael Tracey because I don't agree with the way that he conceptualizes the Florida case. I've said this multiple times. Every time it comes up.
But
okay, also, so why would you think the conversation would be something else?
No, I thought it was going to be about that, but every time I was asking you about it, you were just like saying vague statements.
Because he keeps trying to change the subject.
No, yeah, but that's a subject you are trying to change because you don't want to like.
Wait a minute. Do you agree that he's being dishonest when he says that girl, when he only says that girl said that the sex was consensual with Epstein? Do you agree that that's like wildly dishonest?
Kind of, yes. He's not talking about the indictment. Yes,
so
he's not saying that.
So you don't think we should focus our attention on
he
never
talked about the indictment. Yeah.
Okay, so when you say when you say I'm getting wrecked, what you mean is, good job, Sitch. You exposed that this guy was being dishonest. However, I wanted you to talk about some other issue. That's what you actually meant?
No. My contention with you was about the pedophile ring. I don't know anything about Michael Tracey.
Okay.
About the Florida case. Yeah, you should have talked about.
There's not really there's not a reason to argue about the pedophile ring. It's a waste of time because we don't know.
Why do you want to talk about it? Because that is the most. That is what you are peddling. You're peddling the fact that Trump is hiding. Like there's some kind of like it's going to come.
I said Trump is hiding. He's obviously hiding something. I've said that multiple times.
Yes, but you said multiple times that you think there's some kind of pedophile ring. That's why I'm talking about when you're saying you're hiding your power level. That you're not being honest here. You believe in that. Being
honest here.
Yes. I think you're not being honest.
No, as I said exactly in this conversation, I think that Epstein was the guy who rich people went to have sex with. I don't know if he was blackmailing them. The only evidence we have is the Bill Gates email, which is very sus.
Yes, but that's not what you've been saying. You've been saying like very, very,
Okay. I understand. I've heard you don't have to repeat yourself. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but the Michael Tracey, I feel like yes, he's been he's been dishonest by not bringing up the indictment because I've heard him multiple times in multiple podcasts, and he's always talking about the fact that she did say she consented on the police question, but not in the. But he's never talked about the indictment.
Do you think it's weird? Or my problem is like, do you think it's weird that he's kind of been going on this crusade to say Epstein didn't do nothing wrong when in reality it's that he has a moral position that does not line up with the majority of people's moral position, which is that it's not morally wrong for a 50-year-old man to solicit 16-year-olds in high school for sex.
Look, that's a little.
He's got a weird morality, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's got a weird. Yeah, it's got like libertarian bullshit.
I think his position is more complicated than that, and that's why
it's really not because
you can say he's lying, but it is.
No. Hold on, it's not a question of lying. If you listen to what he was saying every time, and this is why I asked him this specifically, he would say, it's not that the action is wrong. It's that the consequences, because of all the controversy that's come out of it, made it bad that it happened, which is a very weaselly way to weasel out of the very specific moral question that I was asking him.
He said it was a bad idea and he would tell people that they shouldn't do it.
Well, that's a dodge, isn't it?
It was morally wrong.
Well, you can say that's a dodge, but if that's legitimately his position, it's a little bit more nuanced and he's condoning it. He didn't say, look, go knock yourself out. Like, that's the way you characterize his position.
He doesn't, as I said, he doesn't think it is like the action itself is morally wrong for a 50-year-old man to do what he was doing at a high school in terms of creating this multi-tier level
he did
scheme.
try to have it both ways, because he tried to say he was looking for 18-year-olds. But let's be serious.
That's not
real.
That's ridiculous. That's preposterous.
Well, that's
obviously.
like
what are the percentage of 18-year-olds at the high school? Right, it's low. It's low. It's like 1% maybe, if that.
Oh yeah. Where is in the files that says that he was looking for specifically high school girls? Like
so he said, so the victims testified that they were in high school, and he said, go to your high school and invite your friends over here.
So the first girls he found, was it in the high school he went and found them, or was it another place? Because you said that he's using
like what started like the chain. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah. That's what I want to know. I don't like what was the first contact. That's what
I don't know. From the victim statements that I've read, I don't think the police know like how the chain in the high school got started. Like, how did he meet like the very first high school girl? I don't know how that started.
Yeah, so we just know that he was like getting like very young girls, and then he was asking them to get more girls.
Yes, and the girl who was, and we didn't really get to talk about because he goes on very long-winded, but the girl who was Courtney Wild, who was 14, who was doing sexual things with Epstein, and she did say that she lied and said that she was 18. However, she also said that she thought it was, and I've seen a picture of her, and she does not look 18, that she thought it was fairly obvious that she wasn't 18, and that when she was bringing over, she said something like she thinks that she's brought over at least 30 to 50 girls
to
Epstein's house from high school. And she said that even though Epstein did not explicitly tell her, the younger the better, he would say like he would like rate girls on like, oh, bring her, don't bring her, and that it was very clear to her. She said it was completely crystal clear to her that he wanted her to bring as young girls as she could find.
Okay.
So so it's just, to me, the idea that if Michael wants to just take a position where he's like, yeah, all this stuff about the pedo ring and stuff is unproven and blah, 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 that's fine. But for him to keep defending and downplaying what was happening in Florida, to me, is like, that's like super fucked. That's like on a whole nother level.
Yeah, but are you basing that on the files? Because of the one person that Michael Tracey said is not credible because she's made like, what did he say exactly? I forget. But he said she isn't credible.
No, there's dozens of witness testimony all saying the same thing.
Yeah, they're saying that he was asking them for massages and then making them strip down. But yeah,
and then he would say like, you want touch my penis, and continue onward from there.
Yeah, but was it like explicit that he wanted like underage girls? That's what I'm trying to say. Is it like a quote from like a person?
I don't know if he explicitly said, "Bring me the underage girls."
Okay.
I would argue
you can't really just
come
out and say that.
Yeah, I would argue it was completely explicit, and a lot of the victims testified to this in the investigation, that he 100% knew that they were in high school because they would tell him he was in high school. Several of the victims told him that they were 16, and he would actually, in one of the victims, he literally sent flowers to her high school play that she was in. So when he told the high school girls that he knew were in high school, because they tell him that, go back to your high school and find more girls, it's pretty clear to me that he was not a person who was concerned that making sure that, I got to check the IDs to make sure these girls are 18.
Yeah, but did Michael Tracey ever say that he wasn't into like underage girls? I don't think I've watched a lot of podcasts. He's always said that he was into like underage girls. He's always saying about like in England the age consent is 16, and maybe in another state he's always said that like there's some girls that were underage, and Epstein did get them. But he, like, for his own morality, he doesn't think it's really morally bad. That's what I got from him.
Yeah, well, I agree. I think that's a totally fucked, degenerate position to have. Yeah.
Yeah, but he's not lying about the fact that Epstein is getting underage girls. You just don't think, yeah, he's not morally condemning it, and that's why
Well,
you think
not
it's bad.
so. If we have a conversation like the one that we have, where I like try to drag it out of him, you will get that information. But in most of these podcasts where people are not dragging out of him, then he is I would say lying by omission when he talks about the Florida events because most people don't know what happened based on what he's saying. Like I don't know if you saw in the Coleman Hughes stream,
Yeah,
you
I
would
watched it.
not know like any of the things that we were talking about from that conversation.
Yeah, the indictment, yes, but about Epstein having underage girls, I think he's talked about that. I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure he talked about, yeah, there were underage girls. Yes,
Yeah,
he's like,
when it's dragged out of him, he
yeah,
talks about it. Yes, right. But he never like if he was like, listen, I am the ultimate objectively neutral person, and he laid out the complete like fact case or the fact pattern of the Florida case, and then laid out the complete fact pattern for like the lack of evidence for some of like the pedo ring stuff, I wouldn't have a problem with him. But it's very obvious. It's like crystal clear. And I think even you seem to be like seeing it as well. Is that when he goes on these shows and he talks about the Florida case, he is downplaying the situation that happened in order so that he can make his other argument about the pedo ring stuff.
yeah, yeah. Downplaying or like I don't know. Maybe I would say like he's trying to make a narrative to counter the overwhelming narrative on the other side. You can say that's downplaying, but downplaying is like saying he's doing it like in mal intent. I think he's just trying to. He thinks like the main narrative is wrong, and he's trying to provide like what he thinks is evidence towards the
Yeah, but like
contrary.
if the pedo narrative, the pedo blackmail ring narrative is like 100% false, that would not justify downplaying or omitting facts, lying by omission about the Florida case. If that stuff is all completely true, that he was soliciting sex from high school girls intentionally.
Yeah, yeah, yes, yes, yeah. It
Okay,
doesn't justify it,
that's
but
my only point.
yeah,
That's my point.
yeah. But it's also that when he's asking about his things, is like his question about the pedophile, like the pedophile ring. Why are you not answering? Why are you not being forthcoming about your? Because I know you've been talking about it for like weeks now. You like I swear I remember it was like the debate between Ben Shapiro and Megyn Kelly, and then Ben Shapiro said if you if you it was talking about Tucker Carlson to be like honest about the fact that he thinks that Trump is hiding the fact there's a blackmail pedophile ring. And then you said in response to that, yes, I'm going to say that Trump is hiding the fact there's a blackmail pedophile ring. I think I remember you saying that.
I don't listen. I don't remember saying that. I'll go check at what
Yeah,
point in
it
the
was.
transcript I did. Maybe I got a little spicy and
Yeah,
spoke a
that's
little
okay.
too hyperbolically. My position is that I think Donald Trump is 100%. He thinks Donald Trump knows that he did things with Epstein that would make him look very bad. And that is why he wants to
Yeah,
downplay and try to
I think
hide this
so as well.
information. Now,
Yeah,
I
I
don't
think.
know if that was anything to do with underage girls or anything like that. Trump definitely hinted that he was completely aware that Epstein was into young girls, as by his comments about like, oh, he likes them younger than me, or whatever the comment is that he makes. So I think that's very clear. As I said, I do, he did seem to be like possibly blackmailing or involved in some sort of weird blackmail scheme with Bill Gates. I wouldn't be surprised if he was doing stuff like that. The whole Lex Wexner thing about why is Lex Wexner giving him access to his accounts is frankly super fucking bizarre and weird. There was something, and now I haven't done some like deep dive into it, which is part of why I don't want to get into this big long investigation about it. But there was some weird emails about um, putting cameras in the walls of his house and other stuff. And I'm not sure Michael Tracey's position or what he said is true, that they didn't actually find any cameras in his West Palm
He
Beach
said
house or
there was
anything like that.
only
I'm not even
cameras in
sure
his
that that's
office.
true. So I'd have to go fact check that.
That's what's going on.
Because
Yeah,
I mean, even I remember even fucking what's his name? Weins not Eric Weinstein was saying that when he went to his place that he saw that there was cameras there and stuff like that. So I'm not
yeah, I
sure.
think Michael Tracey's pop. He said that there's a cameras in his office, but not in his bedroom or on any other place, according to the emails, the Epstein files that's released
Okay. I don't know.
the
I'd have
yeah,
to fact check that.
yeah. So
Okay. Well, thanks for coming on.
Yeah, thank you.
Take care.
Thanks, brah. That was a pleasant conversation.
Yeah, sure.
Not near as contentious.
No.
How'd you like the contentious conversation? You were doing good, man.
Thank you.
I was proud. I was a proud papa. I was like, look at Sitch. Oh my God. Finally, he's getting angry at someone other than me.
There you go.
Although I don't think you got as angry. You always get angry with the people you love. That's what it is.
Better of you, Adam. I don't expect better.
I know. That's what it is.
That's what it is. Yeah.
Which is sad. We really should. We should be nicer to the people we love. Sitch, I'm talking to you.
Mm-hmm. A living sucks walls temporarily for 2 hours. Says cardio is important. It lets you finish sentences. Short sack.
What do you mean? Yeah. I mean, he was run on sentence king. I was like, God, I wish I had this much wind.
Yeah. Well, it's just annoying because I don't know. Like, I have no clue how if people could even discern, like when we're just shouting over each other, like people can even hear what the fuck's being said. So.
No, I understand. I mean, I could have said it, but it was clear. It was totally clear what was going on.
Okay.
You accused him of downplaying something, and then you read the transcript of the case, and it was like so obviously rape. So obviously rape. And he tried to backpedal on it. He tried to retreat to a certain position, and then he called me a potted plant and said, why are you hiding behind an avatar?
And it was funny too. He starts saying like, I only read that thing because of him, which is completely untrue. It's funny because like it was literally the opposite, because I had read the victim transcript some time ago, and then I saw his accounting of it, and I was like, wait a minute. I was like, I like a memory like formed in my mind. I'm like, wait a minute, is that true? I'm like, I'm gonna go have to find it. I'm going to have to go find the victim transcript. And it was funny because then I saw in a Substack that there was a link. So I said, oh, I'll click the link. He has it right here. And then it doesn't even link to what it says it links, which he obviously checked in the middle of our conversation and realized I was 100% right about.
There is no way you would use the word consensual in a summary of like paraphrasing that testimony. There's no way in hell.
Yeah. The most you could do is you could say at one point she said it was consensual. At one point she said it wasn't. Right.
Yeah.
But that'd be like the most you could do. So. No, it's very obvious.
Well, I mean, I would say that's fair.
Yeah. And if you said that, then I'd be like, okay, well,
that is fair.
That's what happened. But you don't just say, well, it was consensual and she didn't want to press charges or do anything. Because then
as soon as you say it's consensual, you perceive of her as hitting on Epstein.
Yeah. Or
that did not happen.
No. If you say it was consensual and she didn't want to be involved or press charges, it puts a very specific image in your mind of what happened. And then I read what she said happened, and it's not that at all. It's like the exact opposite of that.
So it's good to get that out. Yes. Definitely.
Well, and then also like the sweetheart deal thing is crazy.
He came in hot, man. It was contentious he can't give you a hard time for beating him up and asking him a bunch of questions when he was so contentious in the beginning. I was like, whoa, you laid out the context here. I mean,
and I don't know why. I mean, he said he wants to argue this stuff, and then he gets mad that he's arguing this stuff. So I'm like, what the fuck? What are you talking about?
He set the tone. So, but look, I'm glad it ended on a good note. So,
Short Sack Olive for 2 hours says, I was under the assumption the high schooler was 18. There was no. It was like, this was crazy too. So the FBI believes that they identified 30 high schoolers that were under the age of 18, I believe. But they theorize that there was over 100, which makes sense because even the Courtney Wild woman, she alone says that she brought something like 30 to 50 high schoolers to his house. So, I mean, the idea that's like,
oh my God, that's so.
Yeah, we've all been the
hundreds of high schoolers have fucked Jeffrey Epstein.
Well, and it makes sense too.
If you went to that high school, just think you're looking at your yearbook going, "Oh yeah, fuck that Jeffrey Epstein."
Right. Well, it's absurd, and this is part of why it's like annoying because when the way that he kind of talks about this, because he's like he wants to like hyper fixate on the one case that he pled guilty to, instead of like saying, well, let's look at like actually what people, were have strong evidence was actually going on in this thing. Because, you had Maxwell Ghislaine and you had other victims would say like, oh, Jeffrey Epstein was a sex addict. Ghislaine Maxwell said that he needed to like get off 3 times a day. Okay. So you have this guy he needs to get off 3 times a day. He's inviting high school girls over to his place to give these sexual massages. And these girls would usually only show up at his place in Florida when he was in Florida, because he was in New York at the time. When he was in Florida, once a week or once every couple of weeks. So he obviously had like this huge stable of women that he was just cycling out, to come to his place. So there had to have been hundreds of girls that were doing all this.
So disgusting.
But that's why it's like, to me, it's so like morally reprehensible. It's so baffling if you cannot say, I mean, he gave that like really bizarre diatribe about how like, who am I to judge a 50-year-old man for grooming a bunch of high school girls into sex? Like, I was like, what kind of, like, that's such a fucking bizarre fucking moral worldview. Okay. If we can't say in our society that it's wrong for a 50-year-old billionaire to groom a bunch of high school girls for sex, then we don't have a society at all at that point. So the whole thing was just crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. Look, if that was going on in your town with anyone else, the whole town would get a pitchfork party.
Of course. But this is why, like, because the way this case worked was like, so the local police, they investigate it and they're like, oh my God, this guy's like a fucking menace, right? And they kind of gave it to the state attorneys, and the state attorneys were doing such a fucking shit job with it. And people realized that they went and they complained to the feds to try to get the feds involved, because everyone knew. They said this was like the most insane fucking case. And the idea, and this is like, again, Michael Tracey 100% is a Jeffrey Epstein apologist. Maybe he's doing it because he wants to diminish the pedo ring arguments or whatever, but it's like, it just diminishes his own position, because it is like with 100% certainty. Okay. You're telling, no one believes it. No one on the face of the earth believes it, that a guy who the police believe and have good evidence, had sexual relations with at least 30, but probably more like hundreds of high school girls. Okay. And groom them for sex work, because they were not prostitutes, they're not sex workers before. That guy would get a deal where he gets an entire wing of solitary confinement to be safe in and to utilize for his own purposes. And then he gets a work release program where he gets to spend 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, hanging out in his private office, which he owns. He owns the entire building, to do whatever the fuck he wants. No one alive thinks that that's not like a sweetheart deal.
Yeah.
It's just, it's absurd. It's preposterous. So
anyone else would get the wood chipper.
Of course. It's like, it's just crazy. It's just, it strains credulity. But this is really the problem. And I mean, and Michael, trigger if I said this, but like, if you know the facts of the Florida case, how could you possibly trust him on anything else he talks about with any other element of the cases? Because his characterization of the Florida case is so incorrect, so like one-sided, so lying by omission. And that's something that's like very more crystal clear than any of the other stuff. Why would you believe him for anything at that point?
Why? I mean, why paraphrase it that way though? Why not just say she contradicted herself? She said it was non-consensual, and then she said
because he's editorializing, because he has he has a motivation for whatever reason. So
that's like completely credibility destroying.
Yes.
And for what? I mean, making it out.
I'm the only person I think that's ever brought that up that I've heard. I don't think anyone's ever brought that up. No, because he's right. Because people don't read the source material. They just kind of shrug. So let him get away with that kind of stuff. Lieutenant Sasquatch for $2 says they were asking for it defense. Yikes. Yeah, exactly.
They wanted
those high school
They wanted
girls.
the money. It's just such exploitation.
Yeah.
He seemed against exploitation when we were talking about corporations.
It's just so weird, There's other things you can do besides throw him in jail really? A 50-year-old man is like going around soliciting sex from minors, and you're like, well,
You know, every
why?
parent in the fucking town is like, do
Horrified.
something.
Yeah. Well, there's other things you can just listen. Just lock your daughters up. Okay. Just have all your kids on lockdown. Don't put the one pedo, the one predator. I'm sorry, pedo, post-pubescent hemophile. Don't put that guy in jail. You have to lock all the kids away to keep them safe. Like, this is such a soft on crime, like fucking nonsensical worldview.
Yeah, I wanted to ask him if most of it was driven by his revulsion at state power. Because it seemed like he had a little bit of a like state power bad thing going, which is ironic because that's what motivates Dave Smith 1,000%.
Right.
And he's in a beef with Dave Smith.
Yeah, but Dave Smith is on the other side of it, so because he sees it as like the power of the government is involved in the cover up, not in terms of the power of the government is going after like an innocent billionaire who didn't do nothing wrong. So,
yeah.
What's Michael's opinion on the UK grooming gangs? I don't know, but I have no clue, but I doubt it's very good. Monker, thanks so much for the $20. Says every excuse in the world for CSA, that's child sexual assault, and grooming is why people question your motives, Michael. I 100% stand by calling him the number one Jeffrey Epstein apologist, because he is. He keeps defending what he's doing, downplaying what Epstein is doing. Fate and Morality, thanks so much for the $7. Says, as a writer, if people don't understand what your viewpoint is, have you considered you aren't expressing your own viewpoint well? And I live for Adam's cheeky smile.
I was laughing so hard when you guys were going back and forth.
I bet.
It was getting comical for a while. No, this was great content, man. This was like, I can't wait to read the comments because everyone's gonna have some take on it.
Right.
Well, what do you think? How do you think your performance was? Look, that's the thing. When you're in the moment, right now, you probably have no idea how your performance was. You got to listen back to really be able to digest how you did.
Mm-hmm.
And you never listen back, so.
I think I did fine. I think I did well.
Oh, okay.
I accomplished the main goals I wanted to accomplish, which was to expose that I think he was being very deceptive, saying that it was consensual, which I think I made very crystal clear. And I think his reaction to it makes it very crystal clear that it was dishonest. I think that's just completely apparent. And that also, in my second, main point that I wanted to focus on is that he personally doesn't have a problem with the action of it in of itself as being morally wrong, which he did say, and did also say that he didn't think Epstein should go to jail for this stuff. So
I wouldn't put it that way.
I know
because he would
look. By that.
I know you can, but I don't think that's what he said. I think he did say he has a problem with it, in the fact that he's saying he would, if someone close to him was doing it, or if he encountered someone doing it, he'd tell him it's a bad idea. I don't see, like, if he didn't have a problem with it, he would tell that person, knock yourself out, right? That would be the response.
I understand what you're saying, but it's kind of like, and it's funny because it's actually what Dad said, which is completely true. He has kind of like the ultra mega cuck libertarian, like, well, if a person says they're like okay with it, then it's okay, right?
Yeah.
And so, but that's kind of the problem, is that he wants to say, and he kind of is saying, that if a 16-year-old wants to engage in sexual activities with a 50-year-old for money, that's fine as long as she's down for it, right? That is seemingly what his position is. I think he's just kind of he words it in a way that's kind of vague enough and circuitous enough, because he knows that if you say that position directly, that's not going to win.
Oh yeah, hellfire's going to rain down.
Yeah, it's not going to win you.
But look, he's already admitted that the whole internet's calling him a pedo anyway. So,
well, why you want to give them further ammunition?
Yeah, not really.
Right.
I mean, I guess not. Look, you're making the argument that he's not being totally honest.
He's not. He's 100% not. I think I think this conversation showed that to be completely clear.
Yeah. I wouldn't go there. I'd give him the benefit of the doubt just because I don't want to accuse someone of. I mean, that's a pretty unsavory to say that he's totally fine with a 50-year-old having sex with a six. Well, look, he did say in some countries that's totally fine.
Yes. If I listen, and this is because I listened, he had like a 3-hour conversation with Pisco, which is like crazy.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't listened to all these conversations. You probably listened to most of them.
And it's like he doesn't believe that like grooming, like because he's all like, oh, I don't think like grooming even exists or sex trafficking even exists. Because he does this thing where he says like, I don't think this is how it works in the Pisco conversation and in this conversation. He says, Michael Tracey will say, I don't think sex grooming or sex trafficking like conceptually exists. And then you say, what do you mean by that? That sounds crazy. To which he will say, well, because so many people abuse the term grooming or abuse the term sex trafficking, because like in the past that meant something very narrow and specific, and then now the category has broadened like substantially. So that's why I don't like those terms. Okay, which you hear that and you say, okay, well that's like a reasonable position, right? Like that makes sense, and that's true for a lot of terms.
Yeah.
But so then Pisco, actually doing a good job in the conversation, asks a follow-up question, says, oh, okay, well I understand that, but like, so how would you define grooming? How would you define sex trafficking, right? Like in a narrow way that like is tailored to what like you feel comfortable with. And he refuses to answer that question. And you have to sit there and you say, and you have to sit there and he keeps trying to change the subject and dodge and pivot. And you have to sit there and say, why does this guy keep not wanting to answer this very simple question? And it was kind of the same thing with a lot of the things I was asking him. So I had to like drag this shit out of him. So.
Yeah.
Black Blade, thank you so much for the $100. Thank you so much.
Yeah, woo! Look at that.
Watching these losers do PDF file ball washing has made me incensed, but watching Sitch BTFO them was beautiful. Take this money, Sitch. You earned it. P.S. Where can I find primary sources to get as informed as you? I don't know where to start. Thank you. That's a good question because I usually just, it's not like there's like one place. You usually kind of find things through like the weird cork board. Like, here's a good way to do it. Okay. Like, you'll listen to someone like Michael Tracey and they make a bunch of claims. And then they'll say, like, well, if you read this report, right? If you read the grand jury report, or if you read this interview or whatever, right? And then you say, okay, well, let me go read that interview. So first you start with a Google search. Sometimes you find it, sometimes you don't. If that doesn't work, ChatGPT actually pretty good at like finding source material. Not always, but finding source material. You ask them, say, can you find this specific source material that I'm looking for? And sometimes it can find it. And if that doesn't work, another like surprisingly good source for finding stuff when Google and ChatGPT fails is X. Like a lot of random fucking X account, like you look for something specific on X, like a lot of random X accounts will find this stuff. Like, for example, because some of the victims' names, which Michael Tracey like found somehow, I don't even know how he found this stuff out, and like was like talking about them by name. I couldn't even find them on a Google search. I couldn't even find ChatGPT, didn't know who the fuck I was talking about. But if I went on X, I could find that information. So. Okay.
The AI did you wrong.
Like, I wouldn't trust the AI in terms of like, you shouldn't trust the AI if it tells you, don't trust the AI if it tells you a summary of the information, like at all. Like, I mean, you could read it, but like, you got to verify that because it can obviously make a bunch of shit up. And it does, like when I was looking stuff up, it was wrong, pretty frequently. So, but it is, yeah, but it is good usually at finding a link to the source material, which you should then read for yourself.
I was arguing with Vanessa over Anna Kasparian, and God, it wouldn't find me links at all. It was horrible.
Oh, really? Okay.
I was using Gemini. I don't know what you were using.
Oh, I was using ChatGPT. I've never actually used Gemini, so I don't know.
Well, my thinking is Gemini is Google, and Google owns YouTube, so it'd be more ensconced in the YouTube environment.
You would think, but you think it like Gemini and Google should kind of work in tandem. So if the Google search isn't working for you, I would assume Gemini would also not work, right?
I got in a long dialogue with the Gemini about, I asked, can you read my emails right now? And it's like, oh yes, of course I can read your emails.
Well, did it mean like it could, like if you were to like give it your emails, or did it mean like, no, I'm like literally right now I have access to your email?
Yeah, this is how the conversation went. And I was like, no, literally, can you read my emails like right now? Can you go into my email box and read them? And it was like, yes, of course I can. But if you don't want me to, you should turn this setting off.
Oh wow. Okay.
And
so
I was
crazy.
like trying to tell me where the setting was, and it gave me faulty information on where the setting was. Once I finally found the setting, guess what I found?
What?
It wasn't even on. It was totally fucking lying to me.
It was just lying to you. Yeah.
I said, well, the setting's not on. Does that mean you can't read my emails? Oh, yes, then I can't read your emails. Like,
Well, doesn't, I mean, again,
why didn't you answer honestly? Why did you send me on this wild goose chase?
Well, you'd have to ask it very specifically. You'd have to say, like, can you, with this username, like at this account, access my emails at this moment, right? You'd have to ask it like this, like hyper specific way.
Maybe.
No.
All these people getting psychosis now is pretty scary because the AIs have got them convinced that they've developed some new scientific theory or new product or new math. Do you know this? Do you know about this?
I've read articles about this stuff.
It's fucking crazy.
It's so weird because I don't know. I guess it's just because, you know, it's funny. I think everyone should be forced to sit down and have a conversation.
The conversation with the AI?
With the AI Tifa chatbot. Okay. Because we had that public conversation with the AI Tifa chatbot. And it kind of like is very interesting because when you have the conversation, you kind of start to understand like how it works. Like you can kind of like see the way in which it's sort of like reacting to you. And it kind of, I think, dispels a lot of the myths in my mind, or not the myths, the mystery in my mind about like how it works. So I think from the beginning, I was like, oh, like I understand that this is like just like making shit up. It's not.
Yeah.
I kind of understand how it works. And I think that's the problem, is that most people, they've never done anything like that. They probably just talk to ChatGPT or Grok or Gemini, and it just gives them these like very matter of fact, like long strings of information, and they just probably say, well, obviously this is true.
I thought, okay, this is gonna be making video content super easy because obviously finding sources is a huge part of making content, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I would ask it for sources to make certain arguments. I'd be like, you know, what's a good argument here? What's a good argument there? And it would just make fucking shit up. I'd be like, here is my argument. Find me sources to prove this particular thing. And it would be like, oh yeah, that's easy to prove. Boom, boom, boom. Here are all the sources. And then you'd go to those sources and they'd be completely fictitious.
Mm-hmm.
You'd be like, what are you talking about? This article is not in this magazine. So it lies indiscriminally. Who's Sitch is like focused on the chat now. So one of you.
Oh no,
caught his ire.
Well, no, I was kind of scrolling through the transcript of that video that I supposedly said I thought Donald Trump was covering up the pedo sex ring. I mean, I can't find whatever the statement is.
I've never heard you say that.
Okay. I mean, I was like scrolling through trying to think of like keywords. Nothing's really coming up, so I don't know. I'm assuming it's the video he's talking about, the Tucker Carlson bench bureau one.
There is a lot. It's interesting because I did sense a lot of overlap with our disagreement over the voting stuff, because it seems like your argument is, look, there's a lot of people on the right that have this whacked out belief that insane numbers of illegal aliens are voting in elections, right? Mm-hmm. That's a common belief. In the same way,
which I need to now spend more time investigating, because I was kind of doing too much Epstein stuff. Now I can focus on that one.
It is similar in when we start talking about it. You think that I'm endorsing that position in the same way Michael Tracey thinks you're endorsing the crazy conspiracy theory position of Epstein. Mm-hmm. Which you're saying, look, I just don't have enough evidence. And I'm saying the same thing about the voting. I'm not endorsing some of the right-wing positions. It's not my position. I would never make the position that's taking place. I hear other right-wingers make that position all the time, but I don't believe it. But just because it comes up, like, you don't want to talk about it because you're endorsing that position. The same way Michael Tracey thinks if you're just having a conversation about Epstein, you're endorsing that position unless you make it totally explicit that you're not. Right?
Yeah.
Which that's an interesting way to understand it. Yeah. Because Now I'm totally conscious of it. I like have to come out and just explicitly say, look, I'm not endorsing the totally batshit crazy position.
Right.
Yeah.
I think the reason it incenses me, triggers me even, is because it's kind of like, it's the same thing that like you get very agitated when someone brings up like the right wingers are all racist stereotype that they kind of like cultivate. I feel like it's the right wing version of that for the left.
The voter fraud?
Yeah, it's like, oh, the left is like, oh,
they're
the
all
right
cheaters.
is all,
Oh, that's interesting.
yeah,
That
the
is
left is like,
interesting.
the right is all greedy racist who just want to keep the black man down, right, and
And the
minorities
left
down.
is all.
And then the right is like, well, the left is all, racist, reverse racist, or anti-white racist who just want to bring in a bunch of, non-Americans of varying skin colors in order to like delude the vote and flood our country with, dirty foreigners, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like, okay. I mean, I think both these things are so. I think the ideas are so toxic. It makes it like like it would make it impossible for us to have like a functioning society. So.
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely.
Okay. Brian for $10 says, if they're underage, it doesn't matter if they view themselves as a victim or if they want to press charges or not. So not sure why he keeps bringing that up is the quality defense. Well, he's bringing up his quality defense because in his moral system, that is important. Is that if they're underage, but it wasn't, they weren't violently raped, and I guess it's not as big a deal. They're not worth going to jail for, as he said. Michael Dorman for 2 Canadian says, don't do meth before a stream, Mr. Tracey.
People were making all sorts of jokes that I couldn't stop laughing at.
Right. Malik for $5 says, so how many 16-year-olds have Michael Tracey received massages from? Terrible. Brian for $10, thanks so much, says, basically Michael's take is if he could have gotten away with it, he should continue to do it. I don't think he knows what the legal definition of consent is. Yes.
Mm,
and it is telling that he kind of used weasel words in his Substacks. Like, well, she said in an interview that it was consensual, not that she said it was consensual, which I didn't even catch. Because that's in my mind, that makes it more insidious, as I said in the conversation. Aussie, thanks so much, Aussie, for $20. So 20 Aussie bucks. Thank you. Says, hey guys, I'm late. Glad Iran hasn't bombed your homes. Yes, me too.
Let's hope it doesn't come to that.
Righteous Indifference for $2 says, Michael Tracey sing the song, got me a shovel, gonna dig me a hole. Yeah, exactly. Messy 10 for $2 says, freedom and all of its consequences we are due. That moral system is a consequence of being only hyper fixated on individual harm as being the only level of morality that you can focus on. Will lead you down this bizarre pathway of like the crazy age of consents nonsense points and stuff. Short Sat Goblin for $2 says, starting to think bro has a high school girlfriend. Righteous Indifference for $2 says, Mike, you have 60 minutes. Sitch, only need 20. It's funny, people shower me because like after the hour, you just start like bringing up all this like other topics and he just goes on it. He's just like totally fine talking about all this.
Well, look, I thought, I don't know what happened. You left to like go cook dinner or something.
No, you just started talking about all this other random stuff. I was like,
well, I mean,
I don't know. I don't know why you were talking about it, but I was like, okay.
He seemed like he wanted to talk longer.
Okay. Shinto Art, thanks so much for 28 months. Being a free will seeker. Says, I would like to thank Michael Tracey for reinforcing my beliefs. There is definitely a massive pedophile ring, which he did a great job.
Don't read a super chat. Now we're successfully reconnected. So
okay, we're back.
I don't
got hit by Iran.
You're not hiding your power level. You don't believe in the Epstein pedophile ring conspiracy, right?
No, it's exactly what I said to him. Was I could believe that there are rich people that had underage sex with girls that Epstein had access to. I don't, but I don't think it was like, everyone in the government. There's some sort of massive ring of pedophiles that are, or like kind of like the way that it's conceptualized. It's kind of conceptualized as like a hazing ritual for getting into a club. Like in order to get into a club, of being in power, you have to have sex with some underage. Oh, it just died again.
It keeps going in and out. I don't know why we're able to continue this conversation just fine.
It's got to be on YouTube, Ben, right?
It does, yeah. Or a problem with OBS. I don't know.
YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain a smooth stream.
Well, that makes me think it's on the OBS end.
Oh, maybe it's OBS.
Let me see.
Well, we'll see. We're working on it, guys. Anyway, my own point is in terms of like what I believe. I don't believe the theory. I don't know how much this got cut out. I don't believe that like in order to join the elites, you have to have sex with a child, and then Jeffrey Epstein would film it. Even though it's kind of funny, Jeffrey Epstein's last girlfriend, who I believe inherited a mass amount of wealth when he died, she did seem to imply that she believes that. She just thinks Epstein was the money guy, that he wasn't the one necessarily doing the horrible stuff, which is kind of interesting. But I don't know if I believe that. I think he was just the guy. I think he was a sex addict. I think he is totally fine having sex. I think he's attracted. I think he's a hebephile. I think he's attracted to underage post-pubescent high school girls, and he's doesn't give a shit that they're 18. I think he was a complete scumbag manipulator who would manipulate women just for sex, and that all these other rich and powerful men, and he was super charismatic,
looked
super
up
likable. And yeah, and all these other rich and powerful men loved hanging out with him because he had all these hot women around him who would go and do, sexual things at his behest for some of his friends. That's what I think was going on.
Yeah.
Brian for $10 says, according to Michael, it was a government conspiracy to go after Epstein, and the government coerced a false statement from her to say it wasn't consensual, right? Yeah. Kristen Brandon for $2 says, dude can shut your mouth. Phantom Rally for $2 says, wow, look here, a bunch of tough guys in chat. Oh, I didn't really look at chat during that conversation, so I don't really know what's going on.
Yeah.
Were there like a bunch
good.
Did he have like, I know that he has like a group of people that like follow him pretty, like Michael Tracey devotees. So I don't know.
Look, I didn't notice that at all. Everyone was cracking jokes and it was hilarious.
I see.
Chat is always about trying to make other people laugh.
I see. Tough guys in terms of a lot of wood chipper jokes.
Yeah,
probably.
exactly.
I got you.
Yes.
I got you.
Look, the Mr. Girl fan club always hates that, right? They want to,
of course,
empathize.
Lord Suck, thanks so much for 10 gifted memberships. Thank you. Pig Venus for $2 says, oh, brother, this guy stinks. Jay Chew It Up for $10 says, S-Class and A-Team are dead. Long live Team Tough Guy and the Potted Plant Peeps.
That's what he called you a tough guy.
Look at me. I'm a pretty tough guy. That's pretty good.
I mean, this. I mean, look, this.
I didn't hear him call you a potted plant. I must have missed that. So that's pretty funny.
That was hilarious.
Yeah.
Everyone loved it. He asked him, what was my opinion? Everyone in chat was like, "Oh, you don't want to know Adam's opinion."
Fire them into the sun.
Adam is not buying anything you're selling here.
Yes.
And I was thinking, yeah, that's true.
There you go. Someone could draw a picture of me, like really, really buff Sitch. Tough guy Sitch here. You're right. If it takes a tough guy to put down the pedo apologia, so be it. I will take upon the mantle of being the tough guy. Oh, woe is me. True Powers, thanks so much for 37 months. Says Adam needs to guys in this debate.
Nah, you were doing great.
Oh, Fittermouth saying that it's because he called me a tough guy. Oh, okay.
He called a tough guy because of the Avatar thing.
I didn't even hear him say that. So I don't know if it was when we were shouting over each other or I was just kind of trying to laser in on the arguments. KS Windle for $2 says, I don't think Sitch knows what consent means.
You
So
gotta use the word that I always use. It
what?
triggers you. It's always guaranteed to trigger them. Actually, I should never mind. I won't tell you because
tell me.
it's
I want to
too
know the
powerful.
secret word.
It's too powerful.
Tell
You had
me the
every
secret word.
opportunity to use it in this one.
Tell me this, the
Michael,
secret
you need
word
to
here.
calm down.
Oh,
calm down. Okay.
I know. I should have said that. Yeah. Right.
There's no need to get so
So
rowdy here. Okay.
it's funny because like consent is it's a very obvious concept. Now, obviously, a lot of like feminist shit has like tried to ruin the concept completely. But no, consent means that two people consent to having sex.
Yeah.
They affirm that they actually do want to have sex with each other. That's what consent means. Two people's like consent to having sex with each other. If one person who is put into a position where they didn't know they were going to have sex, right? Like if Epstein says, "Hey, why don't you lay down on the table and I can like fuck you," right? And if she does it, you're like, "Oh, well then that's like her signaling consent," right?
Mm-hmm.
But if he says, "Oh, go lay down on the table because I want to like, crack your back. I want to like give you a massage," and then he starts having sex with her, she's just like frozen there, and she just freezes up and doesn't react. Does he know that she consented to sex?
No.
And if she in her mind doesn't want to have sex, does she consent to sex? No, obviously not.
That's so non-consensual, especially that he did the cracking the back thing before, so he kind of set her up for thinking that she was safe.
Of course. Of course. Because that's always what people ask. They say, well, why would she do that? Like, it's like, well, they had done it before. So she thought, she didn't realize this was what was going to happen.
Yeah. She thought her boundaries were clear.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he wouldn't cross the boundaries, but obviously he's like a fucker.
I do think that, I wonder like how much of the conversation of this is because like the sort of feminist conversation has been so poisoned about like people being wrongly accused for sexual assault that they just assume like, oh, well, this is just another Me Too situation with Epstein. Like, I think that's like really motivating a lot of people in this conversation.
This is why they call it the age of consent as well, because people below the age of consent can't consent. Literally can't consent. So
right.
And a lot of states have an age of consent law that deals with the fact that a 50-year-old might want to have sex with a 17-year-old. So if the age of consent is 17, they usually tack on something about some age difference. So 17 or a 10-year age difference or something like that.
I mean, I honestly think it should be. I think it should be different. I think once you hit 18, the age of consent should be some kind of like sliding age scale, like up to 8 years difference or something, 8 or 10 years difference. And then the real like anyone can have sex with you, I think shouldn't really hit you until you're 21. Because I'm not even like the idea that a 50-year-old man is going to 18-year-olds and like paying them for sex. I mean, that just seems so morally degenerate to me. I don't think that's right.
It's horrible.
Yeah.
And then when he was going in there with maybe they're like in a relationship and this and that, I'm like, he's fucking lying to them. What are you talking about? He's totally using them.
Yeah, this isn't some like, oh, we were in love situation. Like it's obviously not the case. So
even if they think, oh, I'm gonna bag a billionaire here,
right?
He doesn't think that.
No,
he's fucking using them. He's completely deceiving them. Is it okay morally for him to do that?
Yeah.
No, to completely lie to them, to lead them on, to mislead them?
Of course not.
I don't think so.
CS Path for $5 says, is making a consent-based moral argument same thing all progressives believe? This is why premarital sex needs to be taboo again. I mean, I wouldn't go that far. I don't think it should be taboo. I do think that people fling around having sex with people like way too casually. I mean, before part of the restriction of that was women had kind of an idea of like, you need to be more choosy with who you have sex with. And unfortunately, a lot of modern feminism has kind of had this crazy idea that in order to be equal with men, we should be as horny and slutty as men want to be, which I don't think that's good for anybody. And obviously, I don't want to take anything away from men. Obviously, men should be taught by society to not be, fucking trying to fuck everything that moves. But I know that's kind of like trying to teach, a river to go into a cup at some point. Messy Tenant for $5 says this guy's utterly delusional. This guy makes Candace Owens seem logical. This guy needs to be investigated. You need help, man. S class is best class.
Oh my god. Well, we know how you felt.
But Sitch, Edward was like 400 years old. Yeah, exactly. Edward's a classic example. Edward is a fucking gross PDF file. You have like a 200. No, he was like 100, right? You have like 100-year-old vampire like wanting to bang high school girls. What's up with that?
Short stack goblin.
Yeah, there you go. Small goals for $2 says, why do you have a PDF file on stream? Phantom Rowdy for $2 says, Michael should put himself behind a black avatar. Yes. Rich Jammer for 125p. Thanks so much. Says this guy asked Sitch a question with the goal of interrupting and then mocking Sitch. Why even bother asking? Why bother answering any of his questions? Small goals. True. Small goals for $10 says salacious, not informative. Why is Israel dragging us to war and blackmailing Trump to protect PDF files on himself and put U.S. lives at risk to hide it? Bad stream. I don't platform PDF files. Bad as platforming Houthis. Wow. Not a fan. Okay.
His questions were not that hard, though. I didn't think he was beating up on you with the questions. I mean,
no, I mean, that's why
it's not like you wanted to hide your belief about Epstein.
Why would I?
And it's not a terrible
it's pretty popular. If I had like the maximal position on Epstein, that like, this is the
that 60% of our audience has.
Right. Yeah. That this is like the massive global pedo blackmail scheme that's entrenched the entire world. And this has all been completely proven by Epstein files. You think I'm going to get a lot of pushback from people? Like they'd be like, okay, obviously, Sitch, that's true. So I don't know. I lives inside walls temporarily for $2 says brave to have these takes while looking like that. Ouch. Did you see like he got done dirty. He got done so dirty on the Piers Morgan thing. I don't know if you saw any of that stuff. So
I saw
he can't complain about anything.
One of them.
Because there was like a part where it looked like his earpiece wasn't working. And the woman asked him who, was he getting paid by Epstein? Was he working for Epstein? And he kept saying he couldn't like hear what she was saying. But like everyone, including Piers Morgan, were like, oh, how convenient is it that you can't hear now that you've been asked this question? Right.
Oh,
which it honestly didn't look like his earpiece was working, but
wow.
So he got done pretty dirty on that. Brian for $5 says he is generalizing the sexual offender registry for peeing in public to what Epstein did as if it's the same thing. Well, that's what he does in all these conversations. He like hyper generalizes out. So as I said, I agree that I think some of the weird stuff with the sexual offender registry is wrong. But not with Epstein. And as I said, I don't think it really impacted Epstein's life in any way. I mean, this is a guy who's still jetting around the fucking private islands. He's living next to Nutlick in New York. He has some New York fucking penthouse. There are women, and we didn't even get into it. There were women after I believe there were women after he was on the list that were saying that they had like bizarre sexual encounters with him afterwards. When he was on his work release, there were 2 or 3 women that accused him when he was on the work. And now they've accused him when he was on work release of having sex with him and kind of doing the exact same thing when he was on the work release, which was completely against the terms of the work release. So Phantom Rowdy for $2 says, can't wait for Michael's new podcast with Vito. Oh, does Vito have some terrible take on this? I haven't seen anything about it.
Vito was friends with Mr. Girl. And defended Mr. Girl, and they call Vito fans Vitophiles. Right. Did you know that?
I didn't know that. That's pretty funny. PC for $5 says, I think Tracey would be a great replacement for Doomer. There you go.
If he'd come on, I mean, I thought it was fun talking to him. So
a little stoat, little Tracey stoat, or I guess he'd be a fat stoat, right? Malik for $5 says Michael Tracey is Brian Griffin with a journalism degree. Jay Hernandez for $5 says, is Adam trying to save Michael by making him look significantly smarter on China-Russia fear-mongering where Michael Wynn offered easily usury in America?
Okay.
I'm gonna be real. I was kind of not really paying attention to what you guys were talking about.
So yeah, what'd you do?
Michael Dorman for 2 Canadians says he needs a fix. You can see it in his eyes. Metalworks for 47 months, thanks so much, says I would say this is a real liberal, Democrat, Republican podcast.
Yeah, he tried to get our political leaning, which
right.
Who knows?
Proteron for 10 New Zealand dollars says quote, political leaning. Sir, this is a comedy podcast. See, that was the real answer. You should have said, Adam.
I couldn't say that after we made fun of Dave Smith, though, because we're talking about Dave Smith.
That would make it even funnier. You're like, this is not a political, obviously, Michael, this is not a political podcast. This is a comedy podcast like Dave Smith.
Yeah, I could have leaned into it like that. You're right.
It's weird that he has such problems with Dave Smith because I feel like they're morally very similar on the libertarian axis.
Sounds like he changed his position on Ukraine too once everyone else changed theirs.
Right. Shoreside Goblin for 2 hours says, so it's all one big misunderstanding. What a take. Living in Stug's walls temporary. The one part I think I do remember like paying attention to, which I heard for a second, was when he was saying that he didn't think China would invade Taiwan or really pose a threat to anyone.
Yeah, that's crazy, right?
That's a crazy position to have. So
if China was the only global superpower, they'd already have Taiwan. What are you talking about?
Right.
I mean, we've invaded countries we don't even want.
I know. I see some people are farming to get on the way Daz got on, I guess. That's funny. Ryan
was being mean in the chat. We let him on. I mean,
yeah, it's fine.
You don't need to be.
I just think it's funny. You want to come on, Soul Dan, and tell me why I'm wrong about the case too? I'm very fascinated.
Send him the link.
Yeah, it's weird to hang out with Michael Jackson, Woody Allen, and teenage girls. That was all pretty weird. LOL. The Wooster for $10 says this debate was great. It was like watching an unstoppable force versus an immovable object moderated by the world's best moderator, Adam.
That's right.
There you go. I just know Sitch was enjoying this on some level. I was. It was pretty funny. I thought it was a funny conversation.
Well, that's good.
Lives in Stug's Walls temporarily for $2 says, if I call Sitch bad faith, can I come on too? We should have Stug living in Stug's Walls come on at some point.
Of course.
Maybe we'll do another con. We should do another con stream just for the fans.
Nah, right? Just invite people on randomly.
Oh, okay.
It's better.
True NYC Golden Bonds for $2 says, did you see the RFH versus Rachel Wilson debate?
No, I did see Rachel Wilson was on Joe Rogan, though. Big win for them.
Who is RH? Who's RFH?
FH, I have no idea.
Who dat? Let's see. I see the video. It just says who is this? I don't know if I know this person. Shorsack Goblin for $2 says, I seen zero evidence to disprove a PDF file ring.
Right.
Evolving Go for $5 says, you should have Tracey told Michael Tracey that you get all your Epstein info from Asmongold exclusively. You know what?
That would have been hilarious.
I should have just been full on like troll at the end of the conversation. So that would have been funny.
Nah.
RFH is Rad Fem Hitler. Okay.
Oh, fine.
I don't think I'm familiar with them. Metalworks, thanks so much for the $5. I'd like to see you debate more. Such would be awesome to see you on Wick's show. I think you would do well. Well, thank you.
He's been on Wick's show before. I dragged him on there one time.
That's true. That is true.
Everyone was super excited.
There was just
my God.
Like I'm down. I feel like there's like a hyper fixation on like, I mean, I get it. Trump's president. So it makes sense that so many of the debates are going to be about Trump. I really don't want to debate Trump shit. Like
debate on your own platform though. Don't go on Wick's show. Come on. What the fuck? Wick can come on here. Wick's guests can come on here.
And we've had Wick on here.
And we've had a lot of his guests on.
Not very happy with some of the things he was saying. Yeah.
That was one of my favorite streams because I was just like, what? My jaw has a bruise from hitting the desk so much.
Mm-hmm.
Holy shit, it did that thing.
Oh, the stream died again?
No, it skipped forward. I always think
They
we're
keep
almost to
saying
the bottom of
the bit rate is low. So
just ignore it. Bit
no.
rate's fine. There's a little
Lives
X
inside
at
Walton
the end
Burley
of
for
that.
Live inside Walton Burley for $2 says if he wanted legal, he would have spawn camped college. Exactly. If this was a guy who was very concerned with getting 18-year-olds, is he going to be really, getting them from high school? Of course not. Ridiculous.
Yeah, that tells you something. That tells you 18 was too old.
No. Well, one of the victims said, or one of the victim/procurers said, I think she got him some girl that was like 21 or 22 or 23, and he was like, I don't like this one. I don't like this one. What are you doing?
So wrong.
Holly Show for $5 says Brad Edwards is a lawyer for Epstein victim, said he wasn't running a global trafficking ring. Are you saying that the lawyer for the victim is lying? No, I'm not. Josue Calihero for 32 months being frugal seeker. Thanks so much. Says AIs are quite genuinely demons that you control to do your bidding, but you lose your humanity and soul the more you engage with them. Wow. Okay. I don't know if I'm that far, but Fair and Practical Progress for 2 Aussie bucks says any opinions on the Anthropic and Department of War events? No, and actually, because someone had talked about that in the other stream. I do want to look into that because that seems pretty fucking crazy. That's something I should definitely look into. I haven't really dug deep into that story. I was kind of like
autonomous killing machines.
Epstein shit, and a lot of Michael Tracey talking about it, over the last couple of days. Michael Doberman for 2 Canadians says, Sammy, you have 60 minutes. Sitch, I only need 5. Wow, look at this. Listen,
what do you think that means?
Listen, Michael.
What are they trying to say?
Here's the thing. It's very easy for me to make Sammy laugh. Okay. It only takes 5 seconds for me to make Sammy laugh.
Right? Oh, is that what it's all about?
Yeah, it's all about me just showing her a good time, making her laugh. So
I thought you were saying having sex with her makes her laugh.
Oh, there you go. That too, right?
She's like, oh my God, this is terrible.
Exactly. Malik for $5. Yeah, Michael Dorman's very interested in. He's very interested in me and Sammy. He asked me in a DM when she's expecting randomly, so he's very invested.
Oh, really?
So yeah,
I ask Sitch that every day. He never answers.
There you go. But obviously, Michael, you should know, as is the case, and as Sammy always likes to remind me, Sitch is always late. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The first time I met Sammy, I was late, and I'm always late to stream. So, Melik for $5 says, "Do you think Jefferstein liked Ray or Asuka better?" Obviously, he liked Ray better. He likes them nice and pliable. So, the Oceanist for $10 says, "I do love how all the America bad types say we have a pedophile-ran government, but then in the next breath they simp for Iran, where Epstein activities would 100% be legal. That is true." Burger Dan for $2 says, "Potted peeps play for keeps."
Oh, nice. My new motto.
Proteron for 10 New Zealand dollars says, "I came late to see Michael defending China for some reason. Weird. Anyhow, how were the Rice Krispies? Much love. A-Team may reign supreme, but for today, S-Class is the best class stuff." I haven't made the Rice Krispie treats yet. I will do it this week. Sammy will force me to do the Rice Krispie treats this week. She said, okay, Adam, you're this Rice Krispie treat expert. Okay.
Oh yeah, expert.
She said that when she would make them, and she wouldn't use a spoon or something. She's trying to stir it with her hands into the piping hot melted marshmallow goo. And I'm like, okay, well obviously you're not supposed to do that. Yeah, obviously that's not the way you're supposed to do it.
You need a wooden spoon. You gotta have a wooden spoon.
It's got to be wooden. Is that the trick?
Well, look, I don't want some plastic spoon in my hot, buttery marshmallow mess. I just feel like it might melt.
What if it's silicone?
I feel like it might melt the plastic. You can go with plastic if you must. I always used a wooden spoon. You don't want the
microplastics in your food?
No. It drives me crazy. My wife does that with the spatulas. She like leaves the tip in the pan, and I'm like, the plastic is bubbling, honey. What are you doing?
Yeah. Did that person ever respond?
Which person?
The person I said can come on.
I didn't send them the link.
They didn't come on. They never responded in chat.
Oh, okay.
Okay. What about this other person? What's her name? They keep yelling at me.
Go ahead, send them the link. I don't care. I like this attitude much better.
Maxi Pick, you want to come on and explain to me why I'm super wrong about the Epstein stuff?
You must be in the 60% who do. You must be in the.
Excuse me. Sella for $5 says, "Fuck it, raise the age of consent to 1 million and make sex illegal." True.
That's not a good idea.
Well, I mean, it's crazy. Sam was telling me that, like, I mean, she like when she was in school, and she did not partake in this. That like there's like a very strong feminist attitude for the girls that they should just be like as slutty as possible, and that's totally fine. Just like in that, like actually, it was like good for them to just like fuck as many guys as possible, which that's not a good environment for our country or our society.
I mean, that's basically the environment I was in when I went to college, and I found it very acceptable.
There you go. Adam was fine with it.
I enjoyed it very much. But look, I've changed my mind now. Now that I've grown older and wiser, and I'm gonna pull out I'm gonna pull up the free love ladder behind me. How about that?
Mm-hmm. There you go. Fucking Adam pulling up the pussy ladder as he walks up.
I know. I just feel bad.
Horrible. Okay, send me a DM or send me your Adam a DM and we'll throw you the link.
DM. Okay.
We can't put it in the chat. I mean,
well, I'm not. Sometimes you have trouble with DMs because you're verified. They could be unverified and send you a DM and it'd be horrible.
What?
It's like I DM people now and they don't go through because I'm not. That's why Zero Fucks had to do all the talking to Michael Tracey. You probably couldn't even see my DMs.
Oh, interesting.
But he did find the group DM eventually. So.
Right.
So he made it. Look,
send the DM. Our Hilter, you want to talk about Epstein? You want to come on and talk about Epstein?
Send him the link.
You could come out if you want. So, if you're down. Sorry, I'm eating. I'm pulling a Hassan here.
Can I tell Tracey that you're always a ball buster? Thanks for coming on the show. Sitch is always a ball buster.
Nah, I mean, you can if you want.
Look, he might come on
Adam always tries to be a nice guy in the DM. He's a nice guy over here.
He might come on again.
Okay.
Look, you would go. I'm curious, like when you encountered that gross contradiction between how he was characterizing the situation and the transcript of the grand jury.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why didn't you just quit researching right then and there? When did you encounter that in your research? And how close to the end was it?
I think I encountered that on Friday.
Okay.
I think.
So then you could have just.
I could have just.
Look, this is it. Case closed.
Well, I want to make sure that I'm like right, that my position is correct.
Yeah.
So. And I did want to, and I was interested because I'd never seen that before. The Florida report about his imprisonment. I'd never seen that, but that was very interesting. And it's again, he's very sort of one-sided with the way he talks about it. He's like, oh, Epstein, was in solitary confinement. How is this a sweetheart deal? And then you read the report and it's like, well, his door was unlocked. I mean, I know it doesn't say it doesn't say what the time period is, so I'm assuming it's from the beginning. But it says his door was unlocked, that he could walk around the entire fucking wing. That it was in part for his own protection, as he even said in the Steve Bannon interview. And that he could walk to the fucking conference room whenever he wanted, fucking access to a TV. And then you combine that when he does get work release and he's, able to just chill outside of jail 6 days a week for 12 hours. It's a fucking crazy situation. So I don't. Okay, I guess I'm not seeing anyone's DMs. Did you see the DM? Maybe it is because I'm verified or something.
Could be. Isn't
'Cause I,
there
I
like a requests?
I don't see it in the request tab either.
Is it Max Epic? Is that who I'm looking for?
Probably.
You don't know.
Oh, I see it now.
Send me the
It is
link.
Max.
This is
I
Max
see it now.
Epic. Okay.
Yeah, send them the link. They can
Did
tell me
you,
how I'm a wrong and a bad person and everything. Well, I stuff food in my face like Hassan.
Here we go. The link has been sent.
Okay.
Max Epic. I always forget to look at that. The little you have. Oh my
Yeah,
god!
IGP Max.
There's like
we could send.
1,000.
We can IJP Max can come on too afterwards if he wants. We can have everybody on. Okay, this will be a stream where everyone gets to jump on, right?
Oh my god!
Dr. Diddler for $2 says, Michael, I can't hear you over Sitch and Adam trying to get a word in edgewise. Could you talk louder? And Dr. Diddler, thanks so much for the $20. Says, I enjoyed you both arguing with random internet crazies, both in the chat and from abroad. Well, you're welcome. And also, here we go. We're going to have maybe another one. We'll see. Okay, Daz found the time code. Megyn Kelly, Ben Shapiro, Epstein controversy, 3746 said Trump is covering up a sex pedo ring.
Bring up the watch together. I want to see the look in your eyes when you say this crazy.
Well, you're not going to see the look in my
fucking
eyes, right?
thing. I want to see me roll my eyes because what you said is so fucking ridiculous.
Okay.
Hello?
We'll bring it up at hello. What's up?
Hello.
Hi.
Your
Yeah.
name is there. I don't know if you wanted to dox yourself.
Don't show it.
You're not
sorry.
in the. It's not in the stream anyway.
Okay.
So.
Okay. It's not.
Don't say it out loud, Sitch.
I didn't. Well, the first part, Max, is part of his fucking username. So I think.
It's in my. Yeah, whatever. I don't care about that.
Okay, so tell me I'm like a piece of shit.
You're a piece of shit. You want him to tell you? Okay.
Tell me I'm a piece of shit, Daddy. Tell me harder.
Yeah, I'm not gonna talk about the mail-in voting or whatever that, but my main problem.
What is your take on mail-in voting?
No,
all these illegals are voting, aren't they?
Like a little troublemaker
here. Yeah, I side more with Sitch on that, though. Yeah.
Oh wow! Look at this.
You're a denier, an election denier.
What the fuck? Listen, what the fuck is up with you and chat? Okay, you're like one day you're like I agree with Sitch, next day you're like fuck you. Like God, you guys are so like schizophrenic. Just listen. Why are you so schizophrenic? Okay, be nice. Be nice. I'm a nice guy.
Yeah, I guess this was different when you're like texting stuff. Sometimes you.
It is. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be a dick or anything.
Look at you. Okay.
But anyway. I side with Tracey more on the Epstein stuff. You make a good point about the 17 thing. I didn't know anything about like the context of that. Like when he says it's consensual, I never like heard like the ops argument, what like the context of the situation. But I'm still like I lean towards still like Tracey's point. Like you don't know the whole context about the 17-year-old and everything like that, obviously. I wasn't really that mad about you. I just wanted to talk to you guys. I don't know. That's like
I mean, you feel like saying that like I was sucking in the conversation and was like getting annihilated.
I did say Tracey mogged you. I guess I was kind of like joking. I still agree with like most of his problems, but yeah, I don't know.
Okay. So, but you agree that it's like dishonest for him to frame the thing about the consent, right? Like it's like dishonest for him to do it that way.
I wouldn't say it's like completely dishonest. Maybe he didn't think about that as a context. Maybe he was like, she said this. She said it was consensual. That's like the most information we have. Even in like the trial, she was like, I guess it was like iffy. That's what you're saying. So I guess you could say it's dishonest, but I don't think he meant it to be dishonest. I don't know.
Well, I disagree because, and I didn't even catch it till he said in the conversation. He didn't say she said it was consensual. He said she told the police it was consensual and was aware that she had said it wasn't consensual in a different context. So he's like very carefully, selectively using that language.
Yeah, so he's saying she told the police that it was consensual.
Right. Because he knew that she told the grand jury that it wasn't.
Well, she said she told the grand jury she didn't say no. I mean,
but she also said, the situation in which it played out was not very consensual and she didn't want to have sex with him.
Well, I guess so. I think that is fair, but I think there's like other context around it. We don't know what Jeffrey was thinking. Maybe he thought she was like consensual with that or something like that. She's still like 17. I'd still have a problem with that. I think Tracy whitewashes it too much about like
Hmm.
oh you should have checked like about checking the ages and everything like that and like getting high schoolers. I wouldn't do that. I think that's kind of immoral behavior. But
Right.
I do side with him because I think he's like the leading voice on the Epstein hysteria, which I think is just mind like melting a lot of brains. So that's
So
why.
is it
But
primarily just like it's all just like the pedo ring shit? That's
yes,
like the
that
issue.
bothers me a lot because there's like no truth to that and like a lot of these same people, I don't know, it's all this conspiracy network thing, which I'm very much against. And maybe that's why I'm kind of also like against like the things like voter fraud. There's like not clear evidence of that, which
Hmm. Hmm.
kind of gets me like,
Well, at least you're consistent. That's
yeah,
fair.
I guess so. Yeah. I don't, because it's like all these people who have like these like platitudes and things like that, and all these narratives, like kind of like the list of things going down all of it, and like all of this stuff, it's kind of like bull crap. And Tracy kind of exposes that kind of stuff with like Dufresne and everyone like that, who's like I think is
Hmm.
completely a non-serious like kind of accuser, and like started all this like pedo island and like elites arc.
I
Um,
think, yeah, and I mean, I think he would, as a speaker, as a journalist, or I don't know, however he casts himself, um, as I guess as a substacker, I think he would be a lot more credible to me, and I think to other people, if he was just like, yes, there's no evidence, or no really strong smoking gun about like the pedo ring shit, but obviously Epstein was like a degenerate piece of shit who was doing this like fucked up stuff. Right. I mean, I
yes,
guess I think the problem is that like if he says that, which I think would be like the most objectively true statement, it does hurt his argument to most people because most people are going to assume, well, if he did one thing, then he did the other thing. And I think that's kind of the intuition that's sort of like leading him to kind of maximally want to defend Epstein for everything.
yeah, it's like the narrative war. He doesn't want to concede on that, and I think that's a big problem because it kind of
Right.
makes him kind of look crazy. Because the whole jail thing was like, what the fuck? Like he didn't deserve jail at least for that. I think it was a bit like immoral to do that. I think he deserved some punishment. I think it was appropriate. I don't think it was a sweetheart deal, but he deserves some punishment.
Mhm. I
I
mean,
don't know.
I think he should have gone to jail for like 20 years of life or something for that, but
Yeah, I don't know. But whatever.
like
It's fine.
I understand that it's one of those things where it's like, they think it was hundreds of girls, but they can only really, bring 17 or so to trial. And it's kind of like sus
Yeah.
because I mean, especially like I think it's different too, because this happened in 2008. Like if this happened like post Me Too, he would have got fucking annihilated. I don't care how rich he was. He would have
Well,
got fucking annihilated.
that's kind of what sprung the whole 2018 thing is like a lot of the Me Too movement and things like that.
That's
You can
true.
say it's
Yeah.
justified or not. I think that's what brought it more into light. I think even like the writer of the Miami Herald like directly said the Me Too movement is directly linked to this whole Epstein accountability thing, like 2018 when
Hmm.
I got gone to jail in New York and everything like that.
That would
So
make perfect sense. Yeah.
yeah, and yeah, I
Okay.
think I think that's it. I don't know. I
Okay.
was gonna mention the sweetheart deal thing again because I think a lot of the narratives around that, like with the Alex Acosta thing, like him saying like he knew that it was a sweetheart deal. It was for working for intelligence, and that's like completely bogus and bullshit. And it was like a secondhand source, and the source was probably Steve Bannon. I think Michael Tracy talks about that. I think that's a big thing, and I didn't know about that before. Kind of
Hmm.
shaped my view on that. So I
Yeah,
think,
well, I will say it's kind of interesting because, like, I know I heard Tracy's conversation with Sagar about that, and Sagar kind of made the point that, like, oh, because I'd never seen the transcript of, like, I'd heard that he had supposedly said under oath that he wasn't intelligence, or that he never said that, or wasn't he had no knowledge that he was intelligence or not.
yeah, it
And
came from like,
Sagar kind of made the argument, like, well, he said it in like a weaselly enough way that could kind of like leave wiggle room. And so I went and checked the transcript and I have to agree with Michael Tracy, at least from the answer that Acosta gave under oath. He seemed pretty like he could have been lying, but he was not being. I don't think he's being weaselly with his language. I think he was trying. I think he was being definitive when he was saying, I have no knowledge that he was working for intelligence in any regard.
yeah, I completely agree. Yeah,
So now, yeah, you could be lying. I don't. I it's the deal was so fucking weird, and we didn't even get into it. We didn't get to talk about it, actually because I didn't know this until I was listening to Tracey had this conversation with a Rolling Stones journalist on his channel. Excuse me, and the journalist was talking about how I know that like when the trial was going on, Michael Tracy had hired private investigators to go tail the victims and to try to ask them questions and to like go through their trash and like, kind of such.
You mean Epstein? I think you said Tracey.
Oh, I'm sorry, Epstein. Yes, Epstein. I do.
He's not
I
being
mean, I'm sure
accused
Tracey
of
would do it too,
allegations.
but yeah. But Epstein was doing this. But what I didn't know until the Rolling Stone guy said this was, and this is fucking completely crazy. He had the private investigators going after and tailing the police and FBI agents that were investigating the case, and he had them going through the police and the FBI agents' trash and looking for shit too. And you have to ask yourself, like, okay, like, what possible, like, justifiable legal reason would there be for you to like tail the police that are investigating you for sex crimes? Like, you think that one of them threw away like a little note? It's like, Epstein is completely innocent, and we're gonna totally get him for some sort of nefarious reason. It's like, no, it's obviously that they hired these PIs to go follow the police because they were looking for like blackmail material or some way of coercing them into maybe dropping the case or something.
Well, yeah, he's not. If he was completely innocent, I don't think that would be the way. But I think private investigators, I don't think it's that egregious if you're trying to prove your innocence and you're kind of like kind of guy with all this wealth and influence and can get away with that. So I don't know.
Well, to investigate like the case.
Like
well, first of all, if you're innocent, like it would make sense. But I mean, even Tracey doesn't think that he doesn't. Tracey thinks that Epstein did what he was accused of doing to some extent. So,
but he says he doesn't deserve jail time.
Yeah, but he doesn't deserve jail
that's
time.
kind of.
So,
I think that's just kind of like going too far in like the. I know he doesn't like to be called a contrarian, but I think that take is definitely very contrarian. I think
it could be. I mean, it could be that he's just very. It's not like he's just saying he's just so anti. Maybe he's one of these abolished prison guys. I should have asked that. I didn't think
he is very progressive. I know that.
Yeah, he's very anti.
Take on China, which I thought was kind of crazy too.
Right. So maybe I don't know. Maybe just one of these abolished prison guys or something. But that might be the case. But I wouldn't be surprised if the deal is so bizarre. I don't know. I didn't read the whole OPR report. I kind of talk about this, but I wouldn't be surprised if Acosta or some of these people were just maybe being coerced by by something. It seems so strange that this kind of went the way it went. That's hard for me to imagine it was just all innocent.
Well, I think he was guilty of the 17-year-old. I think that's like the clearest case of that, and I think that's what they got him for. And I think the other things were more, I guess they just don't want to put on the stems. I think there has to be a reason, something, because I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. So I lean towards maybe there wasn't enough evidence, maybe it was not like a clear shot, because I think because the state only like prosecutes you if they can like get you like that easy, like or like that it's that clear.
It's hard to say because it's like if you imagine now again, we're in 2026, but if we imagine even in like 2005 or 2008 when this was going on, if you had some 50-year-old billionaire and you have like 12 or 20 different girls who come on stage on the witness stand and they literally all tell the exact same story about how this guy was like grooming them for sex. It's hard for me to imagine that a jury just can be like, they were asking for it. Like if it was like one girl, maybe you're like, okay, she's asking for it. But if it's like 20 different girls, I don't know. I think most juries would be like horrified that this is going on.
Well, I assume maybe it's because because Tracy's brings us up a lot that they lied about their age, that they were 18 and things like that. And like Jeffrey wasn't like specifically knew it's like, oh, these people are underage. I'm just gonna having sex with the little kids and things like that. He's not like explicit about that. So I don't know. Maybe that's the reason. Because I think they say he knew the other girl was 17. It's pretty clear about that. So I don't know.
Well, yeah, like the 14-year-old did lie. The 14-year-old said she lied about her age. But I mean, she also would have testified that she thought that it was obvious he wasn't 14. So I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised. Also, it's possible that like, when you have these like very like when they're up against someone like Epstein, he's dragging this out as long as humanly possible. He's got, Epstein has bigger pockets than the than the lawyers for the state from their own whatever their budget was to probably deal with this. And it's probably this like huge drain on their budget to deal with this case. And for all we know, maybe Acosta was just like, you got to settle this fucking case because it's just costing us too much money. Like it could be something that like maybe there's not conspiracy. Maybe he's just like a flippant, bureaucrat or something.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think the specific Florida case I think is the most like damning thing about Epstein has ever done, probably. I think that's what caused like all this drama basically of the Florida like charges. But like
right. Okay.
Like
well,
Trump and Clinton, Pachomo. Yeah, I don't know.
I think I'm I think either
So,
you roboted it out or I wrote it out. I'm not sure.
No, he roboted it out.
Oh, okay.
yeah, I don't know.
Oh, well, anyway, thanks for
Me?
coming on.
Yes, yeah, okay. It was good. I'm a big fan of yours. It's kind of, and I've been watching for years. So,
Okay,
I was
good.
kind of nervous.
Okay.
Yeah,
You did
yeah.
good.
You guys would
You
chill.
didn't need to be
I might
nervous.
talk. Yeah, yeah.
It's easier. Sitch
I
was
do talk
nervous
shit
on
in
our
chat
first stream.
It's true.
Yeah.
Listen, I gotta be chill too, because I see people in the comment section. I see people in the chat. They go crazy. I'm like, oh my God. And then I talk
Yeah,
to
just
them. They're
mhm.
totally nice. So it's just,
Yeah. Yeah, just keep that in mind. I just like to talk shit. Sometimes it's banter. I don't know.
It's this generation, Sitch. They're all shit talkers.
Yeah.
I think it's just
banter,
the nature of
internet
when
discourse.
you're when you're engaging in content from like a text base versus like in like a direct interaction. It's very different. So,
but I don't think I was that too brutal with Sitch though. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I'll look back on it. I might have said a bit too uncouth things. I think I'm way harder on Adam sometimes in chat. Which I
watch out. Oh, look, I'm on a banning spree, so I might ban your ass. You better be careful.
I'm surprised I'm not banned already. I don't know. I'm pretty brutal sometimes.
Look
at okay. Well,
yeah, I don't know. That's
nice
my bad.
knowing you.
Yeah. I'll just use some ults or whatever. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, take care.
Yeah, take care. Peace.
Okay.
It's easier to hate on me because they can see my face. I'm telling you.
I feel like it's the opposite. I feel like it's easier to hate on me because you can't see my face.
Nah, people, they have this visceral hate for me. It's just
interesting.
So many people just fucking hate. They're full of hate. I can't.
Full of hate.
Well, look, I've left kind of a charmed life, so
okay.
I haven't had a lot of bad things happen to me, so I understand it. I can sympathize with people who are they feel like life is set against them. Don't want to take it out on someone.
I tried to send you the link, IJV Max. I don't know if it works or not because I was having link issues earlier. So.
Oh really? Send it over. He's been on before. I did
send it to him.
He has to have been on a call-in.
And I'll send it to our Hilter as well.
Oh yeah.
So we can have everyone on.
But you still haven't finished the.
Yes, Dad said is that the live stream. I think I have the wrong one. Because the one I have, we're like watching a Nick Fuentes clip. This is the wrong stream, right?
This where you said about the Jeffrey Epstein pedophile ring?
No. Yeah, this must be the wrong stream. It says is Megan Kelly in the title? Let's see. Megan. Oh, here we go. Megan Kelly. Wait, this is from last year. How would you listen? God, how do you remember? How do people remember this shit? Jesus Christ!
It's probably going to be a joke.
Ago.
It's probably going to be you saying it sarcastically.
This is crazy. Listen, I'm impressed that you remember me saying something in a stream from a year ago. That's impressive. Okay, I'm impressed. Okay, let's see. Oh wait, I think I got out of the watch together. Let me bring that back.
Why would you do that?
Because we weren't using it.
I'm using it.
Oh, okay. Trying to keep my tabs neat and tidy out.
Oh man.
Okay.
There's something something so hilarious about cats hissing.
Really?
Yeah, when they get mad, they're like
okay.
You don't think that's funny?
I mean, it can be. Like, I guess. Or
have you ever had a cat?
Well, I was very young.
Okay.
So not really. No, I'm allergic.
Ugh, so cats are so amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta get a cat friend. Is it in the watch together? I still got Crystal up.
Oh. Okay. Sam wants a dog real bad. Not a cat.
A dog?
I'm a cat person. Cass,
But
she says
look,
Cass don't like her.
You could get a cute little dog.
Yeah, there's some new.
Get a fat dog. Oh my god.
A fat dog? Why would we get a fat dog?
I love fat animals. Any animal that's like overweight. I'm like, that's great.
Okay.
You need to get a fat bulldog.
Mm-hmm.
A big fat bulldog.
Oh my god, look, he snuck in here when we're talking about fat bulldogs.
Who did?
Yeah, I'm just I'm observing from afar.
Oh, okay. What's
watching.
up?
Yo,
Don?
what's going on? Dude, I just thought it was so funny as Adam, or what was the conversation about hate? And Adam somehow makes it about himself. Oh, it's because my face is being shown. It's at me. What a girl way of explaining how hate is directed at you. Come on,
Yeah,
Adam.
You don't think that's true though?
No, most of the time I'm like staring. That's why I'm not on camera. I just stare autistically in the distance as I talk to people, and I can't imagine if I was on screen like the faces I'd be making as I'm just thinking out things. Yeah, no one would be listening.
I'm like, oh, you fucker, motherfucker! I'm gonna. Like, what are you talking about? I don't stare off into the distance.
No, I'm saying I do. I'm saying that's why I'm not on cameras. I just stare off in the distance. So.
Mm-hmm. I do the same. I mean, listen, I'm nervous to come on camera because I know I make all sorts of wacky faces and shit. So I'm just
and I have
I don't want to look
oral
at people.
fixation, so that's probably very distracting for people. Like, what is he doing?
So do you use
by his mouth?
Is that name gonna dox you? If
no.
Okay. Is that a real name, or do you use your real name on stream?
It's a reference to our channel, and I also have a blood raven Dick Cheney. You can pull that up too if people want to see.
Yeah, I was thinking.
I'm sure everyone in the chat
that.
just is waiting.
But I'm nervous because if someone else comes in and I don't want to dox them, so
IJP Mexican, if you come in, make sure.
But we didn't know who.
It's not your like name.
Well, we didn't know who was super chatting us. And there's two of you on the Hiltz streams, right?
Yeah. That's the hack, right, guys? Two
but
people
now,
on stream
now we
together.
know Dawn. Now we know Dawn is the one super chatting us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Where's this other guy? How come he doesn't watch the stream?
Yeah.
What's wrong with that guy?
Oh, dude.
Why is that guy such a fucker?
You don't have enough time for me to explain to you how the things are wrong about that guy. But Adam, real quick, before I forget, I've been listening to you guys for years, and there was this log line you had for I don't know if it was a movie, and it was so funny to me. I distinctly remember stopping my workout to like catch my breath because it was so funny, and I don't remember what it was though. I was like,
how am I gonna?
It's been years ago since the log line, but go ahead. Sorry,
Adam, get out your list of 20 log lines.
It's like it's more like 60 log lines. I mean, I don't know.
Well, no, but you didn't read all 60 on stream.
No, it was a golden one. It made me giddy listening to it.
Didn't you have something about like the Grand Canyon? Was that it?
Oh, is that the one that you liked?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
What was the Grand Canyon?
To you.
It's funny that you remember the Grand Canyon one. A reality television show where a producer tries to get 500 suicidal people to commit suicide by jumping in the Grand Canyon. I'm totally murdering it, but that's like the gist of the pitch.
I don't remember if that was
it's
it.
Funny
I remember
that
you
Sitch
saying
remembers that one.
I remember you saying for your deadline junkies, they could not. I don't know if you couldn't bring it up to them or there was something that you're like, dude, this is a banger one, but yeah, just gotta hold it here.
Did it involve a pedo ring?
No, it didn't. There's no log lines about a pedo ring though.
Okay.
I don't know if I could find it.
Oh, I finally watched the last episode of Night of the Seven Kingdoms yesterday, actually.
Did you watch it with Sammy? Did you guys cuddle together?
We did. We cuddled together. It was super cute. We were on the floor, the laptop open, right?
We streamed on the exciting one. We streamed on the good one. The last one, I mean, it's okay.
Why? They did it again. So why do they have the guy look at him and say like, oh, you're totally going to die. Your wounds are mortified. And it's like, no, they're not. It's totally fine. Why do they do it?
They want to psych you out.
Look at this. Don, I don't know if you noticed, your gay lover has just snuck into the
Zone. This guy sucks.
Don's gay lover.
Look at this.
Eject this guy, please.
No, don't do that.
So, how long have you been? Are you his secret gay lover, or are you guys like out and open?
No, we're very public about it.
Okay.
Is this this is the other half of the Hiltz duo?
No,
absolutely.
It's IJP Mexican.
IJP Mexican.
Oh, okay, I got you.
It's fine.
No, the IG chat will not want to know though. But
IGP,
anyway,
that's my name.
Yes, it's the Mexican himself.
Yeah.
So what did you fuckers want to talk about? What did you want to come on
I
here?
don't know.
Why
You
did you want
guys
to
sent me
defend
the link.
Epstein?
I don't know.
You wanted to come on and defend Epstein. Is that what you said? You said I want to
I
debate
didn't say
Sitch
that
on
at all.
Epstein.
I have a theory. Maybe if for whatever reason, like we work backwards from that, if Jeffrey Epstein's like Peter Baelish, could Jeffrey Epstein's motivations be similar to Peter Baelish, which everything's basically about getting in cats,
Cat's cat.
Yeah, cat's cat. And if that's the case, who's the cat, and why is it Hillary Clinton?
That he was trying. He set up. Listen, this is the 10D chess move. Epstein set up the illicit sex trafficking blackmail pedo ring just to lure Bill Clinton away from Hillary the whole time. That's it. I think you're onto something. Actually, it all makes sense.
I'm onto something,
Yeah,
or I'm on
stupid to
something.
me.
Yeah.
Who was Peter Baelish into? Which what character? What was her name?
Cat.
Catelyn Stark, Ned's
Oh yeah,
lady.
that's right.
Yeah.
Catelyn Starch.
Which no one talks about enough, how much Catelyn actually created a psycho man at a young age.
Yeah,
I don't know if Adam really knows much about Peter Baelish, but she used to practice kisses on him. And what was
that's in the books. That's not in the.
Yeah, in the books.
That. Okay.
Yeah, it basically just like tempts this guy on, and then as soon as she upgrades from this little boy toy she had, she goes to Brandon Stark, Ned's older brother, and Peter tries to stand up for himself, and he just gets rocked, and that's why he has that big scar they talk about in season 1, just so directly about it. And
well, at least she was honest. I mean, they're just practice kisses, right?
Can you imagine practice kissing that babysitter of yours, Adam? Dude, you would have been you'd be in jail.
I'd be dying to practice. He'd
be in jail. Adam would be.
Shit.
Yeah, Adam, you'd be a psychopath, dude.
Let me count the ways.
It is.
Would I be? I'm not sure.
At that early age, it's like getting a drug early on, right?
That might have been transformational for me.
That's true.
I got a fix now. I got the
my fix.
God, it is funny how like in the book, Catelyn Stark is such like a bitch, and really fucks. Like she really fucks everything up, and they kind of really downplay that in the show a lot. Like
yes.
I mean, she still gets Tyrion, like, but that's about it.
She makes bad decisions, but they're consistent. And I think that was an issue I think you had in House of the Dragon season 1, that the series is so stupid, but he's stupidly consistent, like he's consistent with his decisions. So it doesn't bother me as a character in the writing aspect, but it does bother me as a character.
Who are we talking about? Who's consistent?
I was comparing Catelyn to the series, that like, hey, they're both kind of stupid in their actions, but they're consistently stupid, so it's like, okay, well, at least they're consistent. They're not like, Catelyn, big mega mind brain on this aspect, and all of a sudden something else comes up and they go, oh, I can't think straight here now.
Catelyn being stupid, I have no problem with Catelyn or Viserion or any of those people. I don't have any problem with them being stupid, because it's like, at least in the book, I know George R. Martin likes to do a thing where characters are like the opposite of how everyone perceives them, kind of. And so, but it seems like it seems like George R. Martin knows, like, okay, Catelyn Stark is like fucking everything up, and you're supposed to kind of like figure that out as you're reading the book, that she's kind of fucking everything up. So I don't, and there's also this, I guess, is there anyone that's like reading the book that's like rooting for Catelyn Stark? Like, yeah, I read the book and I'm like a big Catelyn Stark fan. Like, I've never heard anyone say that. So I think her character is fine in terms of like, it serves the purpose of the story.
Yes. And she has good characters she interacts with, because they're all POVs. So you don't get a Rob POV. So everything's through generally Catelyn's eyes.
Yeah.
And with like Renly's camp and part of Stannis' camp before you get Davos over there. So yeah,
and all that shit. Though oh God, I didn't like her point of view. Like that, the chapters where she's like watching her, dad like become delirious. I was like, God, let me flip through this fast. I don't want to listen to Catelyn go on and on about nonsense and her all this shit. Let me go back to Jaime, please.
Oh, dude, Jaime's the best. I love
Jaime's the alpha.
Jaime Lannister, the guy who's fucking his sister.
Yeah, I like to put that as like the 5th thing I attribute to him.
And I've been listening to the whole conversation about anime wincest on the internet.com, Adam, at the moment. Okay, so
thanks.
Okay,
we don't want to open that Pandora's box. Listen, no one is perfect. Okay, who among us, Adam? Who among us hasn't solicited 16-year-old high school girls for sex? Okay,
the Kingslayer, more like the Sister Slayer.
There you go. There you go. Is the book going to come out ever? How are you guys?
We are on our channel. We are Winds of Winter Truthers. So trust the plan. It's coming out this year. We'll repeat that every year, subsequent years. It's coming out this year. Just trust the plan, guys.
Trust the plan.
Yeah, come on. We got this.
See, Epstein should have used his like global sex trafficking peddle ring to blackmail George R. R. Martin into finishing the series. Then we would have applauded it.
There was a blog post George made where he's just like, wallowing in his self-pity about everything that's going on in the world and how it's so difficult to write when you have Ukraine, Russia, and Israel, Palestine going on.
He didn't fucking no way.
God.
I'll try to find it and send it to you.
Oh no, that's so bad.
Excuse making.
Oh my God.
It's hard.
So me and Gator, my co-host, suggested, well, we need to kidnap him and basically simulate a scenario in which everything in the world is going perfectly fine, except he can't leave. And then we'll get the book.
Right.
Stick him in the Matrix.
Exactly. That's so bad. Oh God, that's how could you write like this? The self-awareness to write that down and not be like, oh, everyone's gonna think I'm like a piece of shit if I'm like, oh, all these people are dying horrible deaths. I mean, I'm fine, but I can't write. I can't write knowing that there's misery in the world.
Yeah, it's almost like the Hassan Piker defense, right?
Yeah.
Don't you know?
Totally.
You're complaining about Winds of Winter and people are dying in Gaza, guys?
Please. Oh, that'd be amazing. George R. Martin should do that. How dare you complain about this? People are dying right now in Palestine and now in Iran. There's a genocide happening. And you want a book? You want a book? A fictional book? What's wrong with you people? Get out there on the streets. Protest.
Hell yes.
Fight break the real wheel.
Oh, dude. Ugh. Yeah, do you want to get some heat on Twitter? Compare anything Danny did to whatever, like anti-Palestine. So like, these strikes by Israel is a very Danny coded situation. Dude, you'll get so much hate online.
Danny coded.
Oh yeah.
I believe it. I believe it. I was gonna ask something. I just totally slipped my mind. Oh well. Well, everyone should follow Don's channel, R. Hiltzer. It's fantastic.
Yeah, if you like a Song of Ice and Fire stuff, yeah, that's all we
if you like,
there.
If you like,
yeah.
If you don't like a Song of Ice and Fire, you might not enjoy it.
And we have the truth over there. We talk about why Renly's not gay. We talk about defending. Even we just had a video come out about defending this guy, the main villain in 97 Kingdoms, Arion Brightflame. Did nothing wrong.
He did nothing wrong, of course. Yeah. Right.
And they know all the names, which we don't know the names, which is terrible. Next time we talk about it, though, I am going to bring up some kind of chart where I can actually remember the names. There's so many of them. It's so like, yeah.
So I assume I haven't watched your guys' video yet. I assume the puppeteer was obviously a bad wench who was foaming dissent by attacking the sigil.
She was literally putting up Blackfire propaganda. We just came off a war against the Blackfires, and now while the Targaryens are there, she decides out of all the plays in her potential bag of plays she can do, let's do the one where we kill the dragon. Okay, let's do that one real quick, guys.
Well, counterpoint. The dragon she slew was a black dragon, so maybe it was pro the red dragons.
Yeah, in the TV show, yeah, you got me there. But I think in the books it's supposed to be a red dragon, and also in the books,
like a finger
the
puppet, isn't it? In the book,
yeah, it's way more like a marionette. So when he breaks her fingers, it's like that's life changing. Like it's like breaking Adam's artistic fingers. It's like, what am I gonna do now?
Mm-hmm.
I know I shove brushes up my ass, but that wasn't for artistic value. What am I gonna do now?
But the paint with.
Oh my God, this is terrible.
So,
can you imagine?
I can imagine.
Yeah, so why do you do it?
Yeah, why do you do it?
Me?
Yeah.
I don't, obviously. Oh. Okay. But I was imagining someone painting with that brush and thinking, oh my God, somebody hangs that in their living room, it's going to stink to high heaven.
I was thinking about it and then searching on Google while I was thinking about this thing real quick.
I'm planning it out in my mind. I'm going to do it.
Nice.
Have you guys heard of blue waffles?
How did you fall for that? How do you? That's middle
How did I
school
not know
chat.
this? I feel so out of the loop here. I don't know about the blue waffles thing.
Yeah, I think you're just like a couple years older than me, Sitch. Just a couple. And I mean like less than 5, I'm pretty sure.
Okay. How old are you?
I am
87.
31, I think. Dude, after you turn 25, all the
I'm
years
like
just blend.
Oh, it's all
I'm
downhill
only. You're
after
right. You're
that.
so right. I'm only 1 year older than you.
Okay.
I'm such an old
All right.
man.
Oh, that's cringe.
Yeah, I know, right?
Dude.
Definitely.
But yeah, I need guys. I need to have you guys on talk about not maybe just a Song of Ice. Well, a Night of Seven Kingdoms, but anything a Song of Ice and Fire would be fun to discuss. Even though Adam, maybe just Sitch, because Adam's over there being like, yeah, the Aegon guy, yeah, he's like he's bald now. What's up with that?
I know.
So he has hair.
You guys have read all the books and you know all the lore from.
And you
both
watch the show and
perspectives.
understand it.
I just watched the show. Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta get going. But I wanted to ask Sitch about Lionel Baratheon. I know when I watched your guys' like episode 1 through 3 review, after you've read the book, doesn't it feel like a weird direction they put him in, or would you feel based off the book into?
So I'm gonna be. I only read up to. I read slightly beyond. So I read like slightly to the second chapter, I guess you call it. And
you didn't like the way they portrayed him, right? He's way different in the book, is what you said.
I don't even remember him in the book from the
Lionel Baratheon.
At all. Yeah.
Don said he was portrayed quite differently.
Well, he's not. He's not in it
gay
that much.
in the television show, and he's like a total Chad in the book. That's what you said, right?
Yeah, you give like a more All Might, like like a laughing storm, right? His name is the Laughing Storm, and
like
did
peak
he laugh
Robert
once?
Baratheon kind of vibe.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Lionel Baratheon is the antlers guy who's like a little bit effeminate.
Ned's friend. No, Robert Baratheon was Ned's friend who was the king who died in the first season.
Well, in the television show, he's a bit effeminate.
Yes,
he's going for a Jack Sparrow kind of thing.
No, he's talking about Lionel.
He's talking about Lionel.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah, Baratheon.
Yeah, I mean, it would be cool to have sort of the Colonel Armstrong All Might character. Yes. That'd been awesome. But I didn't really mind his portrayal in the TV show either. That's fine, I guess. It's acceptable. I'm not gonna complain.
It's
I complain
never
about everything. I'm not
acceptable
complain about that. Okay.
To have these twinks on screen, though, guys.
Oh,
why can't we just get steroids back in Hollywood?
Don doesn't think it's acceptable. Don thinks it's lame. Yeah,
I'm putting my foot down really hard.
Okay.
You can't see it. I'm with
you. I just muddies the story.
Of course, pounding the desk.
So in the book, do they fuck, or is it like
no?
Okay.
No, they don't. Unfortunately,
is he even gay in the book?
No, he's in it a lot less. He just shows up, and he has more of a. This is the first trial of 7 in almost like 100 some years. Like, of course, get me in there. This is going to be amazing.
Okay.
That's his mindset. But before that, he's also described as whatever, the Laughing Storm, and people wear these ornaments on top of their helmets that are worth a lot. And Lionel is purposely going after them and like bopping them off into the crowd, so people get these very valuable pieces in the crowd.
That's pretty
people are getting pissed off at him, so no one's challenging him anymore because he's purposely like going after their valuable parts and stuff, and he's laughing the whole time. So,
right?
Yeah, we don't get that vibe.
Well, I do like though that they had the whole kind of them interacting, so it makes more sense why he's on Dunk's side as opposed to he just kind of randomly wants to do it for glory or whatever.
I agree. Yeah, I liked him being fleshed out more of a relationship with them. But he's described behind the scenes. He says they asked me for a Ernest Hemingway. Is it Ernest Hemingway? He said Ernest Hemingway and Jack Sparrow. And now after he said that, I can't get Jack Sparrow out of my head when I'm looking at him. Like the way
they made him look visually like Jack Sparrow.
Yeah.
Well, even his mannerisms are that way.
I've read some of Ernest Hemingway's books. I don't know if I've ever like seen. When did he die? Did they even have has he been recorded? I don't know what he looked like or sounded like in person, but
it might be a different Hemingway. They said, but
no, I mean, he was described as like a man's man, so that it would make sense. But
gotcha.
Okay. Well, I won't.
Okay, sweet. I definitely have to have you guys on. Talk about this shit. That'd because be cool. It is fun.
Even if we just talk about science fiction world, that's what we should talk about.
No one talks about smashing or passing people like us on our Hilts Hurts.
When was the last time you did that, though?
Yeah, I don't know. Actually, it's funny
been
story.
like
Real
a year.
quick. The way IJP Mexican found us was in your guys' Discord that I'm sure you guys affiliate yourself with officially. That Discord had like a place
Is that
you could drop
Discord
videos.
still going?
I have no idea.
It is, but we all left.
Oh, okay.
I dropped a video in there. People just drop a bunch of videos. I dropped in Smash or Pass Founding Fathers, and IJP found it, and he's like, "Dude, love it.
It was the best video ever."
IJP Mexican was like, finally, this video speaks to my soul.
Content for
Something
me.
that I've been so thirsty for so long. Founding Fathers, baby.
And then like 2 weeks later, they did a live stream and they recognized me because of your guys' stream. I was like, oh
Nice.
shit,
Yeah.
they know who I am. That's cool.
That's cool. That's cool.
It was a bit cringe though. He was kind of fanboying out.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, it's
So
very
who-
cringe. Low
Who's
T.
the?
Yeah, that's why they deleted the stream.
I bet.
Yeah.
Who's the sexiest founding father?
Ooh. Sexiest Founding Father. Well, I don't know if it's John Knox is this thick ass boy that
I don't even know who that is.
Fort Knox is based off. He was a warrior. He was
okay.
a general, I think, in the war. I'm trying to think who else we said. Well, we said Ben Franklin might be hard because he has so much experience. You might let this guy down. He's tasted everything on the tree, you know, like to a point you might catch something that your body's not ready for.
Blue waffles. You're gonna catch it.
Blue waffle, pink waffle, maroon waffle.
Okay, so the guy's name is Henry Knox. I'm going to show Adam a picture. I want Adam to bring up this picture of this individual here.
Yeah, Adam, we need
You might know what.
He
Yeah, he fills it out though. He fills out this
I
shit.
want people to know who Don thinks is the sexiest founding father. Okay.
Yo,
This is
I have a
gotta be
preference,
bad,
okay,
right?
guys?
Oh
I have a
my
preference.
god! Holy shit!
He loves it.
But when you said Benjamin Franklin, I'm like, I could see what's happening here.
This is
When they
not
say
good.
isn't the phrase as tight as General Knox, right? That thing
I
is-
believe
You know what?
so.
I never knew what that phrase meant until this stream. There you go.
There you go.
I thought it had something to do with the gold, but no, it had to do
Yeah, I
with
thought it had
fat
something
man's
to do with
anus.
Fort,
The sphincters.
Fort Knox.
Yes, exactly. J-Mac, oh my god,
dude.
look at this.
I pulled it up on stream.
Perfect. Someone could know the degenerate that you are. Thank you so much for the $105. Says Sitch and I are almost the same age, 1 year apart. That's true. J-Mac knows my true dark secret. And I knew what blue waffles was. It happened when I was in college and in the dorm. We all tried to gross each other out with crap like Tub Girl. I do know Tub Girl, 2 Girls, 1 Cup, Pain Olympics, Lemon Party. I know all that stuff. He has no excuse. Well, there you go. I don't know how I knew all those other ones. I didn't know that. And he
You
also
missed the
says,
blue waffles.
also follow our Hilts Hurt on Twitter. The amount of Danny weirdos they trigger is honestly peak internet content. That is true. That is true.
Yeah, there's a weird correlation with mental illness and love of Danny, and for whatever reason, some Targaryen incest is thrown in there as well. So,
Well, and listen, it makes sense. All these people, they unfortunately named their child Danny, and then that was before the last season. So now they have to.
That's
cope
so
forever.
cringe.
true.
I know.
Major
No.
They all
code.
got
Makes sense.
tattoos and shit.
Right. Okay, get the fuck out of here. It's nice
So
talking.
sad.
to you.
No, 10 more minutes. 10 more minutes.
We'll have to.
Yeah,
go.
I'll.
Oh, you're
Thanks.
talking
Now
about
that
getting drugs.
Adam pulled this up, and I have a raging boner, a 3-inch
I
warrior
gotta
right
take
now. Thanks a
care
lot,
of
Adam. So-
Holy shit! Want
I
me to send you
want
the
to brag
pic?
on stream. Yeah, don't worry. I'll send it to you. All right. See you guys.
All right, take care.
Later.
Why? So, Adam, what do you or no?
What's that?
What do you or no? Smash or
Would you,
pass?
Pass. Big pass.
Okay, why not?
Well, it's a man for one thing.
Well, besides that,
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Besides that, this is a nice svelte boy. Okay.
elaborate a little bit.
Yeah.
Let me bring up the picture. Let me see.
Yeah, you gotta
here.
bring it back up.
Oh, okay.
You know, like what's his limbo ring game look like? That's the real question.
Oh, it's terrible. Terrible limbo rings. Look, you getting there.
I mean, listen, he looks like he has blue eyes. He's got blue
Mhm.
eyes, all right. He's got limbo rings.
Sitch, have you ever kissed a girl
He's got
that?
the little powdered wig.
Have you ever kissed a
Dude,
girl
he looks
that has, like,
powerful.
a little bit too much like lip hair?
No, no, I haven't. Thankfully, no. I
Well,
know
this
Sam
is-
complains that like
I see a
sometimes
lot
when
of lip
I don't
hair in
shave,
there.
Sometimes when I don't shave, it's like, it's like sandpaper.
Oh,
So
really?
Yeah.
Oh, you have to shave for Sam? What's he gonna do when you just like let it go?
I would look bad. I should always shave. I'm just being lazy.
Oh, okay.
The problem is that I look pretty good with like a few days of stubble, right? But I always let it go like a little too much. So,
Right now, I'm at the letting it go a little too much stage myself.
Yes, me too. Me too. So, anyways,
I have a good
Okay.
excuse, though. So
thanks for
what?
coming on.
Look,
Get out of here.
hold on.
wait.
Are you a homosexual? Is this? Are you really?
Me?
Are you? Is this really your type? You're like, oh yeah, get in there and
Bro,
smash that.
I mean, it's not
Look,
gay.
I'm not here to judge. I mean,
it's not a gay thing. He's just beautiful.
Oh, okay.
Go.
Really?
Of all the founding fathers,
Absolutely.
fell on. Okay.
It's got to be. There's got to be some sort of. He's got to have like a great personality or something. What kind of legislation did this guy pass?
Yeah, that is very relevant as well.
What is it?
I honestly don't. I don't remember any of the history about this man. He just looks nice.
Mm.
Oh, okay.
You care about policy, Adam. So if he had good policy, you let him enter your Fort Knox.
No, Adam's doing the smashing. Come on.
My Fort Knox is closed, and
oh my god, do you want to know
I'm
how
not
this guy
invading
died?
anyone else's Fort Knox either.
This is embarrassing. So wait, listen how embarrassing this guy is. Okay, so he was this is what the AI says. He was a crucial Revolutionary War officer serving as George Washington's chief of artillery and later the first U.S. Secretary of War, renowned for moving 60 tons of cannons from Fort Ticonderoga to Boston. And he directed key artillery strategies at Trenton, Brandywine, and Yorktown. Okay, so sounds like a super chat.
He's
right?
a cannon
like a
man.
Badass. All right.
He's definitely not shooting blanks.
Okay. Here's how he died. He died at the age of 46 after swallowing a chicken bone that caused a fatal infection.
Oh my god, he's such a
yeah.
pig-o.
Chicken bone is an innuendo, though.
There you go.
It was actually me and Don smashing him.
There you go.
It's true. He was choking on some cock.
This is what happened. Oh my god, this is what happened. You and Don went back in time. You had sex with this American hero, and you killed him with your modern day diseases and infections. And George Washington walks into the room.
Waffles.
George Washington walks in the room. He sees you fucking Eiffel towering this fucking man, and he just closes the door. And they're like, "What happened there, George?" And he's like, "Poor bugger died swallowing a chicken bone." Walks away. That's exactly what happened.
Man,
terrible.
That is definitely what happened.
Okay. Now you can leave. But thank you for coming.
All right. Peace out. God bless.
Peace.
Take care.
Also, Adam, we've never spoken before. I don't know who you were confusing me with.
You never were on a call-in stream?
No.
Because you've been in the chat forever. I just assumed you probably came on a call-in stream. Okay. Well, nice to meet you then.
Nice to meet you too.
Nice to meet you voice to voice.
Yeah.
You want to shout out your channel?
No, I don't.
Okay.
You sure?
All right. Yeah, sure.
Right. Take care.
You know that the new God of War was amazing, right?
The new one? The new one was fine.
Oh, okay.
Aren't they making?
Oh, you mean the 2D scroller one?
I was just trying to trigger you a little bit, but it's fine. I guess you're not in that position. Maybe that's fine. Okay. Anyway.
All right. Peace.
Take care.
Take care, man.
And our Hiltzer, thanks so much for the $2 in the chat. Says thanks for letting me derail the stream. Well, thanks for coming on, man. That's awesome. I didn't know that you've been watching us for a long time. That's cool. That's very cool.
Sounds like he's A-team too.
Wow.
Sounds like cool. That log line moved him to A-team. So
I don't. Can a diehard Song of Ice and Fire fan really be A-team over S-Class? Is that even possible?
Yeah.
I don't think that's possible.
He's probably more S-Class because you've read all the Game of Thrones books.
That's true. There you go. For $2, he says, I knew we should have war protection IJP on Nox. Yeah, exact. You fuckers killed an American hero. Okay. Have you no shame? Albert for 37 months says Alexander Hamilton was the cutest founding daddy. Well, I mean, he definitely has the catchiest songs. So, I mean, I guess he was kind of a cute guy for the 1800s, right? He looks pretty nice on that $10 bill, doesn't he? It's like a nice little chattily little man on the $10 bill. What do you think, Adam?
Hamilton?
Yeah.
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 Hamilton's great.
Okay.
He's
I'll
one of
go.
the
I think I'll
Chad
go with you. That's
presidents.
a good choice. That's a good choice, Albert.
He's better than this fat guy.
Zero Fox says, which founding father was the biggest twink? Well, Alexander Hamilton, obviously. Come on. Dev probably wants to know. Exactly. Lives inside walls temporarily for $5 says logline. Extraterrestrials attempt an invasion of Earth, but their entire knowledge of our species comes from the 80s movie Weird Science. That is a very, very hyper specific log line.
It's a good log line. I like it.
Yes. Okay, finally, now let's get back to this clip.
This clip is the accusation clip, right?
This is
where you say Epstein.
There you go. Okay. I did roll it back a little bit extra though, so I want like the context here.
All right, the clip is starting now. You're going to hear our voices, but it's from months ago.
It's from July of 2025.
Just give whatever they have.
I knew you were going to say that.
Have to ChatGPT and say, turn this into 10,000 pages. Right?
There you go.
So I do believe that that's the case. They've released everything that can be released, but only because I trust Dan Bongino and Kash Patel and the president on this now. Are those questions legit? Absolutely. And so I've been...
Oh my God. He was wrong about that.
I thought you...
Past.
That's so funny. I thought that was a video pausing, but it was you in real life pausing.
Yeah, I mean, he was definitely wrong about that.
Yes.
Been saying literally since the first day this memo broke that there's no way that Pam Bondi should not be doing a press conference where she at least answers that question. At the very least, I need to hear it from their mouth that this is that we're releasing everything that can be released. However, I'm very hesitant to make the claim that there is evidence that exists that I have not seen because that's totally unfalsifiable. Right? I've only seen the same stuff that you've seen, Megan, and I'm probably talking to many of the same sources that you're talking to. People like Dan and Kash and Pam and the president and the vice president and everybody else in the administration, they have seen material that I have not seen because, again, they're the ones who are reviewing the material. And so I am not prepared. You put out a tweet earlier that I think is right. Basically, there's two theories of this particular case. One, Pam Bondi overpromised and underdelivered, which seems to me the most plausible. Or two, there's an active cover-up that the Trump administration is engaging in of a child sex trafficking ring. And I think that if people want to make that accusation, they should just come out and say it. And if that's the case, if they want to make that accusation that President Trump and everybody who was elected to uncover this is actually now, they flipped 180, and now they're engaging in a full-scale cover-up of a child rape ring, then people should just have the balls to say it out loud and articulate it as opposed to sort of softly peddling the possibility.
You want to.
Like, just say it.
Say it. You're muted. Unfortunately.
Donald Trump, the president, and his administration are directly and intentionally involved in covering up a sex pedo ring to protect Donald Trump's reputation. Oh, got me. Got in 4K. Annihilated. Thank you. Yes. Yes, Ben. I mean, I agree with it. People should just say that directly instead of being, cowardly about the whole situation because they don't want to piss off their audience. But yes, that seems to be what's going on. That seems to be the most reasonable explanation of what's going on here.
You don't. Oh my God, you totally said it.
I did. I totally said it. Look at Daz with a fucking memory here.
Holy fucking shit.
Very impressive. Blake, keep it quiet. Let's see what you're going to say.
Well, look, I'm predicting I just keep my mouth shut because
probably.
That's a tall order right there. I don't think there's any possibility that there's not a child sex pedo ring.
Oh, there's a possibility. I just said, but this is the most reasonable.
See, look, I'm like,
there you go.
I'm like, uh-oh.
Explanation.
There's the people who are talking about Epstein constantly. They're the ones that have been making the assertion that there's a child sex pedo ring, a Pizzagate style child sex pedo ring for years and years and years. Okay, so I could see them not coming to terms with the fact that they were wrong, if they were wrong, right?
Right.
We don't know. But like people, I've been agnostic on this just because I don't know enough about the winner.
Okay, well there you go. That's fair. No, listen, fair enough. I think that's been clear since maybe it hasn't been clear. I think since almost a year when this happened, And whenever I've talked about this, my opinion has changed. And I think I've said it pretty repeatedly that I don't think Donald Trump was engaged. And I didn't say it even here. I don't think Donald Trump was engaged in it. And he's obviously covering up because he did something, or he thinks he did something wrong with Epstein that will damage his reputation. So
my position is consistent. Look, I'm agnostic on the voting thing too, but your position is directly opposite on the voting thing. Like by this same standard, you should believe in the illegal aliens are voting, because I think there's not really the evidence for that either.
Yeah, but I think that's part of, but remember, this was before most of the Epstein file stuff was released.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I mean, that's part of why my opinion on this has changed. Is that this was last July. Okay, a lot more information has come out. So we can now see like, oh, there's a lot of like weird smoke and stuff that was in the files, but it's not like direct.
Yeah, so this was your belief that they were hiding something. And then once they released everything and you kind of got to look at it, you're like, okay, well, there's shady shit here, obviously.
Right.
But the shady pedo ring never really panned out.
Yeah, but that maximal view does not appear to be accurate. Yeah. Or at least in evidence what we've seen. So, and I do think there's validity to the idea that, like, I mean, obviously there are emails where Epstein specifically says, I don't want to talk about this on email, right? So, I mean, we shouldn't be so silly to think, okay, if he was doing some like pedo ring shit, like he's probably smart enough to not explicitly talk about that on emails. But I think it's fair to say that there's a lot of smoke, but there isn't the conclusive evidence that people, I think the average person online, or even the average person out in the world, even my parents, was funny. I had a conversation with them the other day and they were like going on about Epstein. I'm like, oh, I didn't even know they had like a strong take on this. But yeah, I think the average person's perception of what was the word I'm looking for here? Like the strength and the breadth of the claims against Epstein, I think, is probably not within evidence. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Well, there you go. Well, thanks for bringing this up,
with this clip going around, I mean, you just update your position. You're like, yeah, we have more information now, and it doesn't look like
that's true.
It doesn't look like that's what's going on.
Well, at least not within.
It's hard though. Evidence. Look, the reason why this is a tough topic to talk about is because the shit that was going on is detestable, right? So you don't want to, just because you don't endorse the most incendiary claims, child sex trafficking, like he's selling sex slaves to other people, right?
Right.
You don't want to say that and then be downplaying what really was going on, because it is like, you shouldn't be apologizing for Jeffrey Epstein.
No, you should not.
You don't want to be in that position.
Well, listen, I mean, I know Michael Tracey violated your number one rule.
What did he do?
I know
he did. That was hilarious.
Yeah.
That was hilarious. I even said, look, you are admitting guilt here. An admission of guilt.
True. It's true. Terrible.
I don't know. He was cool. I thought it was.
I think
him
he
getting
should
out of control
apologize
was great
to his readers. Okay.
You should have said that. You should have said, "Don't apologize to me. Apologize to all the Substackers you're lying to."
Yeah, there you go. If I wanted to end on a hyper contentious note, which would have been funny, I was not quick enough at the moment. But
no, you did. You
don't apologize to me. Don't apologize that. Apologize to your readers, okay, for misleading them when you say that she said it was consensual. How dare? How I should have gone full Greta Thunberg. We need to be like Hassan. We need the soundboard. I want the Greta Thunberg soundboard so I can press a button and you hear, "How dare you? How dare you? How dare you, Michael Tracey? I can't believe it. You fiend."
It was nice of him to apologize, but
there you go. How dare he? I should have said it for that. How dare he apologize? Metalworks, thanks so much for $6. Says short stack means a short girl that's curvy and well endowed in the chest and butt area. Adam can't really call these people PDFs. Now, if there's short and petite, that's a questionable that's questionable. The goblins Vosh was looking at were not short stack.
Oh, okay. Well, thanks for clarifying that. Now that
I don't know. I'm going to be 100% real with you. Okay.
It's short and stacked, right? That's why they call them short stack.
Yes. I never actually visually saw whatever the degenerate porn was that Vosh looked at because I didn't want to see it.
Oh, I didn't either. Yeah.
All I heard was
why would I want to look at that?
It supposedly had goblin girls and like horse cocks. This was like all I heard about it. Yeah. So I didn't want to see that. I didn't look. Okay. But didn't
underage goblin girls.
Underage goblin. Well, that's the thing. Didn't Vosh care?
Remember when Anna went after him?
I do.
It was cartoon porn. Oh my god!
Didn't he characterize it? Now maybe he was lying, but didn't he characterize it as short stack goblins? Isn't that what?
Yeah, that was his. That was him trying to walk it back. So obviously, short stack goblin. He's trying to say is of age.
Right.
Just a short person stacked. You know. He was trying to say that he didn't see it as underage, but the people that looked at it were like, "Oh no, that's a child, Vosh."
So, Metalworks, are you saying that Vosh, the very, very honest interlocutor, was lying, that they were not actually short stack goblins? In fact, not only is he degenerate for liking goblins instead of human girls, but he likes underage goblins on top of it. Okay. Just fucking goblins wasn't good enough for him. The fact that they're short already was not good enough. They have to be underage too. Is that what you're suggesting, sir?
Well, if they're stacked, it doesn't really scream underage, right? Obviously.
No, but he's saying that they weren't.
Yeah, I know.
That they were actually underage.
That was Vosh's lie. There was no stack in that short stack.
I see.
But look, I didn't see the pictures, which I don't want to see the pictures. Because that's disgusting. Are we done? Did we get to the end of the super chats?
We're done.
Oh, I thought we had like another hour left.
We got to the end. We made it. I know, we're done.
Well, this was a crazy day. We had a stream where Michael Tracey died in Iran. We had a stream about Iran.
We had another stream before we go. Okay.
Okay. Then we had another stream where Michael Tracey actually came on, and he was on such a tirade that I just hit the button to start the stream.
Mm-hmm.
Because he came in at like an 11, which was great.
I don't know why he was so hot when he came in here. So I'll read my chat. Was it a normal chat or did I miss a super chat?
Did you miss something? We rarely miss anything, so.
Oh, no, he said they were short stack thick, like how goblins are drawn in porn. Still a sentence only a Coomer would say. Okay, well, I can understand how him saying that, like, confused us into thinking he was saying short stack goblins. So wait, was it not even goblins? It was just actually like lolly porn, and then he was saying it was like, okay, so that's crazy. I didn't even know that. That's even worse. Okay. Fascinating. Interesting. Okay.
I do like this meme.
Right. Yeah,
Jank
so if you're just
like,
listening,
oh my God, if everyone loves Israel after this, if Israel liberates the Iranian people, Jank is going to be so fucking mad.
God, I know. Never live it down.
So mad.
So if you're
That's
just
really
listening,
not going to help the genocide claims, right?
No. So if you're listening, it's got a picture of Trump and Bibi Netanyahu, and they say, and they're talking to the Wojak girl who's dressed like the Iranian flag. So it's like the monarch,
nice little Iranian girl,
Iranian flag. And they say, "Can we destroy the regime and help liberate you?" And she says, "Sure." And then Jank walks in front of her and says, "She's not interested."
Jank trying to put her back in the hijab.
Yes.
What's going on here?
Which is a play on there's a meme where like the guy comes up to the girl and he's like, "Hey, do you want a drink?" And then like the fat girl comes in front of her and says she's not interested. So there you go.
I don't think you really need that backstory. I think the meme works just as it is.
There could be a lot of boomers. They don't know what's the meme is. They don't understand the context.
They don't know the backstory.
If you understand the backstory of the meme. Okay. Let's bring up an internet meme historian video. We watch the entire history of this meme. Okay, before we end the stream, right?
No. Let's just end it. Michael the Doberman for 2 Canadians says,
Yeah.
Can we stream an auction for the Angel Eyes? Oh, look at this. He wants an Angel Eyes painting. I'd be too afraid that the auction would be just like you bidding on it and nobody else. And then I'd have to sell it for whatever.
Business Like Wall says that he thinks I missed a super chat. Was it the last one I see from you was the log line one? I read that one, right?
LJP Mexican says it's IJP Mexican. I know.
I know.
It's pretty self-explanatory. I thought the same thing. You don't need to know the whole history of the meme. This is a great meme.
Listen, I don't want to say it, but I sensed that you were not aware of the history of the meme, so I just felt like I had to explain it to you.
Yeah, I know you're trying to rub it in my face. You're trying to.
No, I was just trying to. I was trying to be kind.
Then why did you say?
Listen.
Why did you say if you're a boomer then?
Listen.
Who was that aimed at?
Well, once you challenged me, I had to challenge. I had to throw it back. Okay, I had to throw it back. Listen, I know when Grandpa Adam's in the old folks' home, and I have to show him how to work the AI. Okay.
Here's what a meme is. You know what a meme is, Grandpa?
There's this thing called a meme. Okay, it's spelled Mimi.
Well, look, I mean, I read A Selfish Gene before you were born, so
wow.
Then the best part of that book is not the word meme, even though that's the origin of the word meme. It's Richard Dawkins theorizing on the evolutionary purpose of blowjobs. That's the best part of the book.
What's the name of that atheist woman who was attacking not Epstein, attacking Richard Dawkins and all these people? She's like a YouTube channel. We've covered some of her stuff before.
Yeah. What is her name? I can't remember. Chad will know, but
Rebecca Watson, right? Is that her name?
That's it. Yeah, Watson. Yeah. My dear Watson.
She has this whole video where she was she's all bragging about how she, somehow that, because I think Dawkins and some of these people did have some sort of interaction with Epstein or something. So she's like, I was right the whole time.
Oh,
it was
really?
all the evil, sexist men, she did the whole victory stream about the situation. It was so silly.
Wow. Is that a recent video? We should cover that next Sunday.
It's kind of boring. All her content's kind of boring.
Okay.
But
we'll find something.
Okay, I found it. Lives inside walls. Oh, thank you. I did not read this for $5. I missed it. It says, I'm not sure I've ever seen someone who to this high degree loves to hear himself talk so much while clearly loving himself so little. Wow. Interesting.
He did not seem that bad to me, but I get he triggers a lot of people.
I'm surprised you said I would think that your moral tuitions would be hyper triggered by the positions he was taking.
I mean, it is. I don't look. I'm not sure what it is. I don't.
Does he remind you of a family member?
No.
Okay.
No, not at all.
I know that's always a soft spot for you.
The difference between him and Mr. Girl, which there were some Mr. Girl comparisons going on, is I do think Mr. Girl was advocating that we should all just normalize pedophilia. And I don't think, I mean, he's not going, Michael Tracey is not doing that at all.
No, he's not the Mr. Girl level. Yeah.
We never got to talk about, I mean, I do think kind of the moral panic that he's like, oh, we got to be afraid of these moral panics. And I'm like, well, no, the moral panic serves the purpose. A moral panic is how you get legislation passed for something. Right. And we need legislation passed on this.
Well, it
so the moral panic could be completely useful.
Yeah, but I guess it depends if the moral panic is justified, right?
No, even if it's not justified.
Okay.
If it's a moral panic that's going to pass some legislation that's going to be add some friction to something like this, even if it's based on complete nonsense, all the things that people think are happening, those shouldn't be happening. There should be laws against that shit anyway. I mean, I'd say there should be laws against what is actually happening. So
right.
But there were obviously laws against it, but the problem was just the way power is. It led to this kind of corruption, but there should be laws against that too. Anyway, you get what I'm saying.
I understand what you're saying. I mean, I can understand, part of you know, what when we talk about like kind of reigniting this was, yeah, you had the Me Too movement, and then the Miami Herald article came out, I think it was like 2018. And it kind of like reopened the door. And I read that article in 2018. That article was like fucking, it was crazy. Now he says a lot of stuff's made up. I don't know what elements of it he's saying is made up, but that story did have like the baseline story where what Epstein was doing with, you know, creating this pyramid scheme,
multi-level marketing scheme,
of multi-level marketing
for underage girls,
high school girls, yeah, for sex. I mean, that's the core of the article. And, you know, people read that and they say, well, how the fuck did this guy get this sweetheart deal, which he did? And that's going to create a moral panic because that's fucking crazy. Like,
hell yeah, everyone's worried about their fucking kids.
That like this is acceptable. Like that the elites. That's another thing too, because I mean, if he wasn't rich, there's no fucking way that like he wouldn't have just been in jail forever, right?
No, but they would have put him in the wood chipper,
of course. But like that, some sort of like rich billionaire elite could victimize a bunch of high school girls and, you know, get a very, very lenient sentence for what he did. I mean, I that should, like, at least that part, maybe not the other part, you know, the whole like sex trafficking, pedo ring accusations, which haven't been proven yet. But that first part should cause a moral panic. And he should have 100% gone to jail like he did. I'm glad he did. And, you know, the world is a better place probably without him in it, whether he was taken out or, you know, did it himself. So it's unfortunately that he did it so cowardly because we probably would have more information if he was still alive today about what was going on.
Yeah. Epstein didn't kill himself. And I wish I had killed him.
There you go. I mean, and then that was even crazier too, because like I was pretty strongly on the Epstein probably killed himself train until that the new information came out. Yeah. Completely changed my mind. I'm like, wait a minute.
It did.
Like,
me too.
They're like, well. You know, we have total video. We can't see anyone going in and out. And it's like, no, actually, we don't have video.
The video. Yeah.
Yeah. There's no video. You can see fucking jack shit. You could see like a tiny like pixel that maybe like literally one line of pixels going in and into the area. I was like, this is the most absurd thing I've ever heard in my fucking life.
Yeah. He probably was killed.
Yeah.
By powerful people. Maybe Prince Andrew, because he seems to be in the fucking doghouse over all this shit.
It's always hard to tell because oh, you're back. Anyways, wait, there's 2 super chats here. Lives in Suggs Wall Separate for 2 hours says, do a stream where you just go over meme histories. Will do. And Michael Dorman for 2K88 says, do a video about the Logan Paul movie. God, no, please. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you for coming on our Hills Hurt and IJB Mexican, and even Michael Tracey. It was a fun and enlightening conversation. I hope you all enjoyed it. Leave a comment to let us know who do you think won in any way, and who do you think was more convincing in this conversation. And you that made it to the stream, you are the true heroes. You are the true anime isekai protagonist that would not only never ever create a harem of underage girls, but you would certainly never ever ever defend a person for doing that. And we'll see you all next time.
Free Iran. Bye-bye.